Okay, welcome to the Tuesday, November 17th, 2015 work session of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County. We have a lot of budget things on our agenda today, and that's what we're starting out with is our prosperous economy budget presentation. Connie?
Okay, we're here today to talk about the proposed budgets for the departments and funds in the prosperous economy core focus area of the county's strategic plan. The materials for today's presentation are under the 8th tab in your budget binder, and more detailed information can be found in the budget profiles section of your budget binder. All of our presentation material is also available on the Pickens County website under the BOCC agenda area and also on the finance webpage. And as we've been going through our different budget presentations, decision points have been brought to you for special revenue funds and enterprise funds as we're going along and presenting their budgets. But general fund decision points we're holding off on and we'll bring back to you at both the November 24th and December 1st meetings as we're wrapping up our budget process.
So some good news and some bad news. On our strategic plan, we have 3 core focus areas that we organize our budget workshops around. This one's number 3, so you're on the home stretch of that. Today we're covering the, as Connie already said, the core focus area for prosperous economy. And, whoops, our thing isn't working there. And this is, the bad news is that in some ways this is our most difficult one to kind of develop a coherent story around, because we're dealing with both internal factors of the organization as well as external services that we offer. So we're going to be kind of transitioning back and forth between what's happening internally. So this is where we cover a lot of our internal services and such that actually support all the other areas, as well as what we're doing to support economic vitality and a prosperous economy externally. So for example, the airport and such. But within this area, there are 4 success factors that we're concerned with, and that's how do we contribute to a sustainable economy and employment, how do we contribute to affordable and quality health care options, high-performing county leaders, teams, and employees, and responsible and accountable stewardship of county assets. We probably struggled the most with how all of these interrelate since we've developed the strategic plan. So we'll do our best today, and just bear with us as we go through. So within the prosperous economy core focus area, the departments that we'll be covering in this area: Board of County Commissioners, Assessor, Clerk and Recorder, Elections, Information Technology, County Administration, Finance, Human Resources, and Treasurer, as well as 2 separate funds, the Airport Fund and Translator Fund. We will not be covering them in that order. We're going to surprise you as we go through. And then the other thing that you'll note in the presentation materials, we're going to really focus on areas where we're seeing budgetary changes. And so that means we're not going to have really any discussion, at least in the presentation, on the Board of County Commissioners budget and the Treasurer's budgets. Information on those budgets will, at a high level, will be presented today and are also available in the budget profiles. And if you want to explore those in more detail today, we can certainly go into those. For the purposes of the presentation, we tried to focus on areas where we have major changes. In addition to finishing up the prosperous economy core focus area, we had 2 budget items, or 2 departmental budgets from the flourishing natural and built environment that we were not prepared to present to you during our first core focus meeting, and that is the county attorney's budget and the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund. So we have tacked those on to today's budget also. Because of that, we have scheduled through lunch in case we need that time. We will be bringing in sandwiches. If we don't need that time, we'll have lunch. I suspect, though, that we probably will, because this area, unlike years past, has a number of significant changes and discussion points in it.
This pie chart shows the expenditure budgets that we're proposing for the prosperous economy section of our budget. It makes up about 17% of the total county budget, and it is a little over $17.6 million. As you'll see, the airport has the majority of this budget at 47%. Business information technology is the next largest section, and then county administration departments and so on. This chart shows a 3-year expenditure comparison for all of the departments and funds that we're looking at today. The first column has 2014 actual expenditures, and then 2015 original budget, and then our proposed 2016 budget. The general fund departments are a mixture of both operations and capital on this chart, and there's an increase in this area of 7.6%. Most of the general fund FTE increases that we're proposing for 2016 are included in this section. And then you'll see that for the translator and the airport, down towards the bottom, there's actually a decrease in each of those funds, and that's because capital is included in these budget numbers. And the capital expenditures will fluctuate and go up and down year to year. Are there questions so far? So the first success factor that we'll look at today is sustainable economy and employment. And the airport is one of the main economic drivers in the county, and so we will start with the airport.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is John Kinney, Director of Aviation at Pitkin County Airport. So we have five basic categories, items here to share with you in regards to the airport budget. Accomplishments, improvements, trends in the airline industry, initiatives, issues, and opportunities for 2006, as well as the budget overview. And then we're going to go into the 5-year CIP plan. And at any time, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to interrupt. In terms of our accomplishments, the environmental development, we have all 3 FAA grants have received for our phase 1, 2, and 3 for our single environmental assessment. That environmental assessment is going to be focusing on the terminal, which is on the east side, as well as the runway, and pushing off into a further planning horizon any developments on the west side. Targeted completion is April 2018. We've condensed and simplified the EA and narrowed it to the focus that we just talked about and really balanced it with what's the available funding. We also reduced the cost over $4 million. Another improvement, or accomplishment I should say, would be the safety equipment. The runway guard lights, it's basically a visual cue. It's one of the largest safety issues in this country that pilots, for some reason, a variety of reasons, get onto the runway before they receive clearance. So this is a very visible cue to let them know you're about to transition from the taxiway to the runway. Make sure you have clearance before you get out there so we don't have a safety issue. And that was one of the follow-ups of the FAA's guidance to us in our inspection. We also installed a new public address system inside the terminal building, which will help us out in a variety of ways, especially if we go to the modification of the development of the terminal that's going to come back before you later today. We also activated a new event notification system, so allowing us to have a common operating picture and situational awareness for everyone who's going to be responding to the airport or just simply needs to know what's going on out there in terms of events. We conducted the triannual mass casualty drill that we'll show a little bit more in a few minutes, And we streamlined the airport badging process so you don't have to go through the same training exercise. You can show proficiency and basically test out, and can save you up to about an hour and a half excuse me, during that badging process. We also had some acquisition of the specialized vehicles for snow removal equipment. The passenger experience is an accomplishment where we introduced line management, not only to ensure the passengers that were checked in by the airlines, that they were accepted, but they also that they got through the TSA and onto their aircraft. So it's not to say for those people watching this on Streamline or on TV to show up 15 minutes before your flight. Please don't do that. But the cutoff is nearly an hour before the flight. If you're checked into the airlines, we'll make sure you get through the flight if at all possible. So back to the first item, the environmental assessment. There's in the center of this, going left to right, there's the runway portion, and the darker is the existing, and the light gray, parallel that dark line, is the proposed runway relocation by 80 feet. This is the terminal area, the specific terminal today, the proposed one of into the future, and the surface parking and circulation element. This portion below the runway, the Owl Creek, will not be impacted other than a 900-foot relocation within the right-of-way, so no condemnation, no impingement into the open space over there. All this other taxiway, second FBO, and Owl Creek relocation is off the immediate planning horizon, which is about 7 to 10 years. This is some of the specialized equipment that they talked about. To the left, the box plow. Can't use metal blades. They've got to be plastic, so otherwise you rip out in-pavement lights and cause damage to the runway. Very specialized approach. These are the runway guard lights at the bottom right here. For the visual cue, I'm sorry the picture isn't better. That's a runway sign. And these are the guard lights that give the pilot a visual cue, stop before you go any further. In terms of airport personnel, we implemented a reorganization structure to meet the emerging challenges. There's still recruitments to take place, but the goal of this process was to build additional capacity within the staff for not only the passenger experience, when you have to subsidize an aging and somewhat difficult, overly stressed terminal building with passengers. It was also to cross-train employees between the airside terminal landside, and create a new culture, and the new item, the vision that they came up with, the staff, was delivering a warm, welcoming experience in an extraordinary place. So the next step is they'll now start putting metrics to that, to how do you measure the success of did you meet that experience. It was also heavily engaged with the staff in terms of development of the org chart, job descriptions, as well as schedules. Here's the actual org chart. If you break it down, there's 4 colors. Blue are proposed new FTEs. We're only proposing 2 because we have an FTE vacancy. One is an executive assistant, office manager. The other one is a manager of planning development for all the development coordination efforts that are underway and going to increase. And the third is a critical one, is the controller revenue management person. The white boxes throughout these areas here are existing FTEs. The gray boxes in this area here, as well as down in this lower portion of the chart, are existing positions but new roles. And same with this position over here in facilities, and these are 2 seasonal leads based on snow and the demand that it puts. So it's cost neutral, it's 2 FTEs, it puts us in better alignment, gives career progression and better alignment for increasing capacity for us to serve the folks through cross-utilization training of employees. Additional improvements was a triangle exercise. You had ICS, Incident Command, which everyone uses now since 9/11. You fight the way you train, you need to train the way you fight, and we're going to put really a much more emphasis on this, because where you're graded at an airport is how you handle after an event takes place, especially the family assistance and reunification of friends and family. That is where you'll be graded more in social media and after the fact. first responders, the police and fire, they'll rock, they'll do their job, they'll do it very, very well, but it's those soft skills that we really need to focus on through coordination with our emergency management folks here in Pitkin County, as well as Aspen, and really involving the entire community. It's the partnerships that you establish before an event takes place that really sets the tone for your success. The day of the event's not the time to say, "Hi, I'm John Kinney at the airport, who are you?" It really causes a lot of problems. So here is the full-scale exercise, very, very impressive. Dustin Havel and Phil Montezuma were really at the tip of the spear putting this together. They actually coordinated with the University of Missouri, and this top right picture here is an actual structure, a simulator, where they hooked it up to propane gas, and there's a variety of sprinklers and nozzle systems in there. And so Aspen Fire Department, Basalt, Carbondale, Snowmass, Wild Canyon came down and participated in this. So they got to crawl through there and extract individuals from the fuselage and practice some pretty unique environments, but do it collectively and they do it individually for their respective fire departments.
Does that airplane, mocked-up airplane travel from airport to airport for their disaster drills too?
You know,
or do we own it?
I know it actually, I had never even knew it existed out there, and I've been involved in emergency management for a long time. So the smaller airports who can't have very elaborate burn facilities, this college has very much an emphasis on first responders, emergency management, hooks it up to this tractor, so it really is an 18-wheeler, and they will pull it around and visit airports and just provide the training. So our airport staff, Dustin Havel, found that and brought it in. It was just minimal expense, and it was a great, very real, as opposed to trying to put out a small pan fire. They really got to roll and extinguish and run some lines and get some interior attack going on. And we also included the EMS component with the Flight for Life. The first patient was, I guess, the administrator to the hospital. He was the surprise guest in the ER when they pulled the sheet back, so they didn't have any pictures of the facial expressions. What's happening in the airline industry? Q400 is going to be retiring in January of 2016, so that was a little bit of a surprise in the past 30 days that we were notified. The replacement is going to be the CRJ700, which is the existing regional jet that serves our airport. But as you all know, that is also slated for retirement. Originally it was proposed to be retiring in 2018, but that was accelerated, and they started, American Airlines, retiring that aircraft in part last year. There'll be more of it retiring this year. So that retirement schedule and the necessity to sustain scheduled service and accommodate the larger regional jets, the retirement is accelerating.
George?
Yes, sir.
So that means, John, that no longer we have turboprops coming in and out of the airport. It will all be jet service props, jet service
Correct.
aircraft.
Correct.
That's great.
As long as we have those jets.
Does this mean they're retiring the CRJ700 starting a year earlier? Does that mean we need to try to accelerate our runway project by 1 year also?
Great question. We've had that conversation with the FAA in terms of just telling them, keep your eye on the ball. I know you certify aircraft, you certify pilots, you certify airports, so you know when these things are happening, but we want to make sure we don't have any interruption to our scheduled service. So if one is going to be delayed or accelerated, do we also proportionately accelerate our project? So we're having those discussions with the FAA. And then the Mitsubishi Regional Jet just completed its test flight earlier this week, so 90 minutes in the sky. Aircraft are going to start being delivered in mid-year 2017. So that is a 70 and 90 passenger and a proposed little over 100 passenger aircraft that they're going to start building. Also, in terms of airline industry trends, I think these issues were in part shared with you last year. They're still germane. They continue, the airlines, to control capacity. They're lowering the number of seats out there. You get on a flight today, there's not many open seats. You miss a flight, it's really difficult. If you're a family of 4 or 5 or a group larger, you're all going to get out of there within that same day period of time. So it's making it a little difficulty for folks, especially when you have irregular operations and a lot of cancellations like we do here. The FAA minimum standards for the airline transport pilot is the ATP acronym. It used to be 250 hours, it's now 1,500 hours, and as soon as those folks are hitting the 1,500-hour mark, they're being gobbled up by the larger carriers into the 737s and the Airbus type. So it's creating a pilot shortage, which is really hurting some of the smaller communities who focus on the CRJ 700s. This chart, I believe you saw last year, the numbers have been updated, is 86 airports suffered a 10% or greater decrease in airline departures. The Monterey's, the Santa Barbaras, the Sun Valley, Idaho's, the Santa Fe, New Mexico's, some very similar communities. So we have not seen that, but the pilot shortage is really getting to be quite an issue. We've had several cancellations in the past 4 months where we had shortages of pilots, whereas crews was the influencing factor.
You know, I was reading recently, I'm sure you saw the article as well, where there's getting to be a real shortage with air traffic controllers. And for the past 5 years, they have fallen below their recruitment targets for bringing new trainers in and training them. And then they have a really high quitting rate because they make them work 6 days on, 12-hour shifts, and just horrendous conditions. And but very few people are going into that trade right now either.
It's a challenge, and to complicate that, the starting salary for a airline pilot on the commuters is $24,000. You'll spend at least $400,000 getting your ratings to get there. So it's a very difficult economic equation there that they have to fill. Return on investment, limiting the size of aircraft and fleet. We talked about that. Communities are losing service. We're very fortunate that we are going to have 38 flights this year, even an increase over last year's 36, which used to be the most. So incrementally, we are growing. The return on investment, risk sharing to communities are basically looking for subsidies. Aspen's one of the very few markets inside the Western Slope that does not provide those subsidies to the airlines. It shows, I think, how vibrant our air service is. Those ancillary fees at the very bottom, in 2015, $13.2 billion. 5 years ago, it was $3 billion. So the baggage fees, the change order fees, the airlines are making the majority of their money off the ancillary fees, which is an interesting model as well. Initiatives and opportunities. Acquisition of an additional ARF, which is an acronym for Airport Rescue Firefighting Apparatus. Right now we have one. If it goes down, you have to cease scheduled service. So we'll be looking to add some redundancy and have a second vehicle there. Restaurant and retail lease expirations this year. So the RFP will be issued in probably closer to February, but February to April timeframe. And the airport minimum standards for conducting commercial aeronautical activity is what that document is, as well as the rules and regulations. Looking to begin that effort in 2016. And kind of an exciting opportunity that we'll bring back more to this body is you have a very limited parcel left at the airport. So if that is the case, and you have very limited capacity with the runway where you have operations head-to-head, you can only have 32 an hour. That's it, 32 an hour, max. Best case, blue skies. What do we want to fill that remaining parcel with? 100% in FBO, 50% in FBO, something in between, additional mixed uses. It's really an opportunity to set a character zone over on that last remaining parcel and really what is going to be the building envelope of that parcel. So some exciting things that looking beyond the environmental assessment, which is obviously another 18 to 20 months. So,
You know, John, I'll go back a second. You talked about actually increasing commercial flights to 38 this coming winter season. And I know this discussion came up last year with the control tower in terms of prioritizing commercial over GA. And you were involved in that. What's the status of that? We're going to have more commercial, but in the past it's always been first come, first serve, sort of.
It has been, but the FAA actually will give priority during these seasonal or special events, but seasonal events, periods, to air carrier over corporate aviation. Our tower chief, David Connolly, has been great to work with, and he coordinated some folks out of the En route center, which is out of Longmont, as well as the TRACON, and the TRACON is 20 miles around DIA. The en route center is 250 miles around DIA. So those centers came together and presented what the special procedures were for us to get the aircraft into and out of as many as possible, as quickly as possible, as safely as possible. We then had a person from the FAA Command Center in Herndon, Virginia. The individual from the en route center as well as TRACON had about 2 months prior gone back to FAA Command Center and coordinated this procedure of how we're going to get the Rocky Mountain folks into the Aspen and resort areas. It was an incredibly open conversation. They openly admitted we weren't aware of that procedure. So it was just a snafu between the local folks as well as the national folks. And since then, that has been plugged, and it was fixed last year, last winter season. And David has already shared with us that he's already started that coordination effort. So you will have the congestion, you will have the delays, you will have some of the diversions, but it will not be as like it was during that 1 week period of time where it was a little wacky.
Good.
Rachel?
Yeah, one other thing I want to bring up, and John and others know I've mentioned it before, but it seems like the right time. Under the restaurant and retail lease expirations, Jill Shealy had brought it to my attention that so much of the goods that are sold currently in the retail shop are not made in Aspen or made in China, to say Aspen, and things like that, and that we look to terms within the lease that require more authenticity and more local products, local artisans. And that seems to be a real national movement as well. I've been reading where different state senators are very concerned with the National Park Service having all the trinkets in their shops being made in foreign countries instead of American made. So I know John's going to look into that for a leasing requirement of some sort when people are bidding.
We can easily put the sense of place of a local, create a sense of a local place in the lease without any difficulty. Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of airports are taking that same posture. When you get to Phoenix, you know you're there based on what's being sold. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
The next item in terms of an issue to issues and opportunities, the budgetary timeline associated with the environmental assessment. You can see what the budget is, the funding source from a variety of state, and then our revenues, and the completion date. Dependent upon the BOCC level of approval, it'll be anywhere from 2018 to 2020 timeline for the dollars associated with the terminal rental car facilities. The press recently ran an article that got the FAA's attention that the FAA was going to pay for the majority of the terminal building. They don't pay for terminal buildings. It's very unusual that we got an $18 million grant that's targeted for us, but the majority of those improvements are revenue-generating facilities, and that'll be incumbent upon the Airport Enterprise Fund to pay for those developments. So the bottom line then breaks it out a little bit further in terms of grants, airport balance, as well as proposed bond proceeds. And here's the budget overview from the revenue, top being the airline revenues at a little over $3 million. General aviation, mostly from Atlantic Aviation, about $2.2 million, and rental cars just roughly about $1.6 million. Operating expenditures, most of it is consumed by the terminal, the airfield, and the cost centers. You spread out the expenses based on who benefits the most in the airport accounting world. In terms of our budget for next year, overall, our operating revenues, or excuse me, our operating budget is going to increase 0.7%, so 0.7%. On the top portion, you can see the airport revenues are going to increase 2.2%. Capital is going down significantly. Under expenses, you can see that it's down 1.5% without capital, and also including capital, it's down 86%. So overall, down 52. Our revenues are going to be, have been forecasted pretty neutral, as well as our expenses. We're not proposing to raise the airline fees or the airport user fees this year. We'll see how it works out in the coming years with the proposed developments if they're approved.
John?
Yes, sir.
What are the PFC and CFC on next to capital grants on the revenue?
Passenger facility charge, so every time we buy an airline ticket, you pay $4.50 a leg, maximum of 2 legs. And the CFCs is that version for the rental cars, which is the customer facility charge.
Steve?
Yeah.
So, John, are we going to have spent the entire capital projects cost for 2015 that are shown on the budget at $10,600,000?
I'm sorry, say again, Rachel?
The, on the bottom of 2015, the estimated budget, we have not spent the money that was anticipated for capital this year, but it's not really showing that being carried over to 2016.
The majority of those monies were earmarked for the environmental assessment, which they thought was going to be considerably higher, but negotiated that down. And Connie might have a little bit more detail.
Yeah, they're expecting to have some savings, and we don't show carry forwards in our budget numbers.
Okay.
So even if something is going to be carried forward, we won't show it in the 2016 numbers. We will just show what we're appropriating in new funds for 2016.
Okay. And so, again, just so I'm clear, what was the difference then in what we actually have spent on the capital projects for 2015, the estimate?
I don't think we have actual expenditure numbers here with us today, but we can bring that back.
Okay, thank you.
And the final slide is the airport 5-year capital plan. You can see the operating revenues are rather conservative right now, showing a modest growth. And operating revenues, the big year for capital projects, you can see, is 2015, and we'll get back with you on those numbers, Rachel. And you can see at the $25 million, that's the year of the grants coming towards us from the FAA in regards to a proposed terminal expansion. And additional years then planning and preparatory work associated with the runway as well as the terminal being built and land side improvements.
John, when you do bond proceeds, would that have to go before the electorate?
It's a good question, George. It depends on the mechanism that we use. I think if we're going for a revenue bond under Tabor, because the airport is an enterprise fund, you would not be required to go to the electorate. But I believe under the Fenton Amendment of the Home Rule Charter, we would be required to go to the electorate. As we've discussed with our other facilities projects, there's also the option of certificates of participation or lease purchase arrangement. Typically, you pay a little bit more in interest, but when you're in a volatile market, either with high construction inflation and or uncertainty about where bond proceeds are going to go, like we are now sometimes doing the COPs, are a viable option. Because those are an annual appropriation, they would not require a vote. So we haven't, we're pretty far off from making that kind of recommendation to the board at this point. So the answer is, depending on what tool we decide to use, it may require a vote, may not. And we'd have to see what the circumstances were at the time.
John, in the budget profile section of the budget, it mentions helicopter flights and that there will be a lot of medevac flights flying out of the airport while they're doing construction at the hospital. Do you have a designated site where helicopters land and take off from, and where's that located?
We do, Steve. We have two locations. One's a summer location that's over in front of the Airport Operations Center, where it's a large concrete driveway pad, basically, that they use. And then during the winter months, we coordinate with Atlantic Aviation so that they don't, the helicopters, when they come in, they're not disruptive and throw the pebbles at the very expensive jets. So it's towards the T-shade area, but also so it does not impact the smaller aircraft as well.
So then if there is a medevac, the ambulances would go out onto the tarmac to deliver the people to the helicopter at that location?
Exactly. And if it was ultra time sensitive, they could just do it right in front of the terminal building if air carrier operations were not taking place.
Okay.
So we do have a decision point on the airport's proposed 2016 budget and 5-year plan if the board is okay with moving forward in this direction.
I'm okay.
No. I'm okay with everything.
Steve, can I make,
Yeah,
I want to
Rick.
make one comment, that when you said the FTEs, the new FTEs were budget neutral, I just for the public wanted to know it's because we have a cost savings, is that correct? Therefore, we didn't have to dip into any funds. I just want the public to know when you said budget neutral, what that meant when we were creating 2 positions.
Yes, they're reducing the budgets for consultants by actually far more than the cost of the FTEs.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Nice
Okay,
job, John.
thank you,
Thanks.
John.
So next, we're moving on to the second success factor in this area of our strategic plan, which is affordable and quality healthcare options.
Hello again, sorry, just make my transition here. So really, there are 2 major initiatives that the county is participating in this area, and both of these very short bullet points require more explanation. The Valley Health Alliance is an alliance right now of the 5 largest self-insured employers in the Valley who have come together to try and identify opportunities. Where could we work together on the payer side through our insurance plans, as well as on the provider side, to try and identify initiatives in the community that could lower overall health care costs. And so we have been working now for a couple of years with those 5 employers and formed a nonprofit. Previously, last year, the board had approved a lump sum of $150,000 for a multi-year pilot project. So we're not requesting any new funds. I just wanted to be sure the board was aware that we do have a pocket of funds that are available. This year, the Valley Health Alliance, in addition to the work that it's been doing with providers and coordinating health fairs and such, is looking to roll out a coaching model to integrate with those efforts. I would anticipate that the county spend in 2016 out of that $150,000 pot will approach $60,000 on that pilot. When I get to talking about our own benefits package, though, I think you'll see why we think these investments are important to make right now, because we have been seeing some bending of the cost curve.
So, John, is self-insured, is that somewhat of a misnomer?
I think quasi-self-insured would probably be the right way to put it, George, because any entity that goes self-insured, particularly at our size, tends to cap its risk with a insurance policy, so that if claims exceed a certain amount, and Danette's back here, she may be able to help me out with what those are on ours at this point. Is that 100?
It's $125,000 per individual.
$125,000 per an individual. We have insurance that kicks in to cover those costs, but the county is responsible for that first $125,000. The other thing that you're doing when you're self-insured is you're working with what we call a third-party administrator, and in this case, we're renting basically a network of doctors and a network of charges that are discounted from the published billing rates for providers. We rent that network from Cigna, for example. So Cigna isn't necessarily providing our insurance for us. They're providing our network and administration of the plan.
So the other partners in the plan, are they on different self-insured plans or quasi-self-insured plans? We don't have one sort of umbrella plan that we're all participating under?
That's correct. We are not all on the same plan. However, there is now a consolidation. I believe next year all 5 employers will be on Cigna and using the same TPA. We've also seen a consolidation of, we hire brokers to help us do benefit design and plan design as we go into the next years. Everyone used to use a different broker. We're seeing a consolidation there too. There's now 2 for the 5 employers, so 3 of us use the same broker and broker team. 2 employers use the same broker and broker team. And that's starting to provide opportunities for us to sit down and do some planning together. It's taken us a couple years to get to that point, but that is happening where we're starting to view this as more of, how can we identify how we can best serve our population of employees versus using the benefits as a competitive tool.
And so in the long run, that should be able to see a savings for
Well, our goal right now, the strategy around the Valley Health Alliance has really been to try and implement practices to improve health while reducing, and thereby reducing utilization of high-cost services. And so a lot of the strategies have been geared towards how do we create a partnership or a relationship with primary care physicians and our employees and their families, because evidence-based practice shows again and again and again that good primary care is a cheaper and better way to achieve good health results through our medical system, and reduces utilization then at the specialist level and hospital level. And so we've really been focused on what's called population health management strategies, with the goal to actually, there's only 2 factors you can really manage. How many units of healthcare and what do we consume at what level, and what's the cost of them. Right now we're focused on how much do we consume, and then hopefully that'll lead to a discussion about costs in the future. I don't know if that answers your question, George.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It clarifies, because you always hear that term thrown around, well, we're self-insured, and what does that really mean?
Yeah, and it really means that we're self-insured up to a certain point, and we are responsible for 100% of those costs up to that point.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody from staff was able to attend Carrie Donovan's thing with the SALT. I don't think any of the BOCC was there. Was any staff able? Yeah,
Nan attended, and she's not here right now, but she was in attendance. I think there's a whole different set of issues going on there to a certain degree, except if we do identify strategies that work for population health, maybe those can be expanded beyond the 5 employers.
Because I don't know if the rest of the board received a letter from a young man and his wife and 4.5-year-old son from Snowmass Village, and they're really struggling because he's at the cusp of where he can get affordable care and where he can get, go out private. And he's at the point of having to maybe even drop his health care because of the cost that they've been hit with this coming year. And so he went into Carrie Donovan's thing, and he sent me an email. And it would be great maybe at some point when Nan's back and we're done with budget, we can have a little discussion about what's happening in the healthcare realm, outside of the county itself, but in the county.
And we'd be happy to come back and talk about that. I think the challenge with the state of Colorado is how the regions have been divided, and the fact that they've been divided into rural and urban regions.
We've had that issue before, and I know Kerry was active in that before. So I think it'd be great if we could just get an update, because I'm sorry I wasn't able to attend, but he's very concerned, and I don't think he's alone out there. So it'd be great if we could follow up at some point.
Right. So not a change for Valley Health Alliance, just wanted to be transparent that we still had that pocket of funds for the multi-year pilot, and we'll be dipping into those. Those will be carried forward.
Yeah, one other question on the Valley Health Alliance. Part of the implementation was to get a health coach going to working with the individual employees, and I apologize if I was in the restroom and you mentioned that, but when are we going to see a health
Well, so this is this is part of our challenge in coordinating. Right now, we're coordinating budgets with the other 4 employers. Our $60,000 would cover our portion of a coaching resource that would cover the 5 employers. So the intention was to have the models ready to go. right now. What we're right now waiting for is the agreement of all 5 to fund it on a per member per month basis. I think we have 4 of the 5, and on Friday we're going to find out if we have 5 of the 5. But my sense would be that would be rolling out then in January.
Okay, and if we don't have 5 of the 5, we will find another way forward on that?
We are looking at another way forward on that, but that may extend it out just a little bit because that'll change the business model. And just so you know, the purpose of the health coaching right now, the way it is really focused is through the health fairs and such. The employee population health has been stratified by risk. And so we've identified there are folks with high risk factors, medium risk factors, and low risk factors. And there's going to be the high risk folks are the folks that typically drive your costs long term. And so we're going to focus most of the coaching resources and outreach into those high risk and then the medium risk. And the low risk will really be voluntary folks who want to come in.
Sure.
So you may have a sense of where we all sit or where you sit depending on the health risk assessment. So the other item on here, and I'm going way over time and I can feel Connie about ready to kick me under the table here, but Mountain Family Health, we have a bullet point that says unbudgeted, and that's not completely accurate because you're going to see during the Healthy Community Fund presentation, we still have funding provided to Mountain Family Health. The reason that we put an unbudgeted bullet point there is that the Board of Health has been having discussions about access, and particularly access for low-income individuals in the Valley. Mountain Family Health Centers is our federally qualified health plan and health provider. We right now support them along with the hospital and some other funders. But the discussion that happened at the Board of Health was about the gaps that continue to exist. We have had preliminary meetings following up on the Board of Health direction that the Board of Health wanted us to explore ways to expand access to Mountain Family Health services. We've found through those discussions that the challenges may be even larger than what we first thought when we were presenting to the Board of Health. And so there's going to have to be a larger partnership discussion about not only how we make those services sustainable on an ongoing basis, but also expand them to meet the gaps. And so we've had a preliminary meeting and talk about that. We are not prepared yet. We don't have a strategy yet. We're still working on what is the real problem definition, how might we propose sharing responsibility for that going forward. So the unbudgeted portion is the portion that really the Board of Health asked staff to explore in terms of sustaining and expanding services. And so we will be back. Just wanted to have on your radar screen that is going to probably be a bigger and more complicated discussion than even we initially thought during the Board of Health meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let alone the dental center.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that went into-
I've completely messed up my notes here. So high-performing county leaders and teams is our next area. Isn't this supposed to have our Python on it?
It's the next one after
Oh,
that.
it's the next one. So what we're going to talk about, we held a lot of planning meetings as an organization involving all departments. We involved managers and section leaders. We met by each of our outcome areas, and then we all met together to identify what are our biggest challenges moving forward. And as we're going to talk about what was a consistent theme, two things came up as consistent themes as our internal challenges. One is we've got a lot going on. I'm going to talk about that on the next slide. And our organizational capacity right now on our internal services, we built it around a maintenance and kind of ongoing operations model. But now we're doing a lot of projects in a lot of different areas, and we're finding that it's really taxing our internal services. And our internal services, while we've been expanding in I think, smart ways, we still are taxed on our internal services in certain areas, and departments were asking for more support from different areas, particularly finance and human resources, as well as my office. The other thing that came up is we are back into a very, very competitive pay and benefit environment. You've already heard a little bit of that through the Sheriff's Department. We've been doing a lot of work to catch up, and the environment is moving fast also. And so we're going to talk a little bit about how we manage to look at investing in that. I've been using this in the organization a lot. It's a metaphor, the python that swallowed the pig, and I think organizationally we're feeling that a little bit. We are in a really exciting time period right now because we are really focused, and we've initiated a lot of, I think, really exciting and in some cases long overdue projects to renew and modernize our basic infrastructure. And you guys have been seeing that throughout the budget presentations. We're challenged with our facilities, and we have proposed in our capital, we have our largest capital plan in our history, general fund capital plan in our history proposed in this budget. We're challenged, as you're going to see today, with renewing and modernizing our infrastructure for our translator system. Joe talked to you a little bit about our radio infrastructure. We are energized on developing some IT solutions and such for departments that have been looking at those solutions for quite a while. We've initiated a lot of projects, in other words, and it's a very exciting time from that perspective, but it also is a very taxing time on the organizational infrastructure. And so a lot of those capacity issues, it drives procurement, it drives accounting, it drives more pressure on our human resources departments, on recruitment and retention, obviously on our facilities staff as we're looking at that, and also in my office and how my time is getting spread to support departments as they're going through that change process. And so really one of the major themes that came out of those internal organization discussions was how do we realign ourselves and how do we prepare so that we can successfully implement these projects. I haven't even mentioned broadband and some of the other ones that we've taken on. We're leading on the Valley Health Alliance piece. It's a lot that we've taken on, and it's all exciting stuff. And these are all projects that are either long overdue in some cases or trying to be proactive and getting out ahead of having an issue that we need to address on an emergency basis. So that's really hit our capacity in these areas. Thank you, Connie. And that's led to really proposing FTEs. In some cases, they're not really new FTEs, but to build capacity, either maintain current capacity, rebuild capacity that was lost during the recession, and in some cases, build capacity to meet increasing demands. And so in this budget, you will see FTEs proposed to maintain current capacity. Right now, that includes a management analyst in my office. We were lucky enough to have the board approve a best and brightest intern position about 2 years ago. We have been very pleased and also I think a little surprised at how highly sought after those skills have been throughout the organization, as well as the level of support that we've been able to get. We want to maintain that capacity in the organization and grow it by creating a management analyst position in my office. We also see in human resources, and we'll be talking about these some more, we have been using temporary positions to backfill admin support in our human resources department for about a year and a half, 2 years now, and so they've lacked the consistency of a we don't allow ourselves to build up the organizational kind of knowledge and consistency of practice there. We've had some very good people, but not a lot of consistency. We've decided that it is best to propose recognizing that as an ongoing role rather than to try and fill it with temporary positions going forward.
So this is taking a position we've technically already had as a temp and turning it into a full-time? So
Correct.
it's not creating another full-time position in that department?
Technically it is,
It is,
but
but
as a
it's
practical matter, right
rolling
now,
over a temp
Elizabeth,
to-
who's at the front desk, is a
Right.
temp
Perfect.
employee. Yeah.
Okay, that answered my questions
Yeah.
on that.
Our county attorney's office, we had a term limit on assistant county attorney position. We're proposing to remove that term limit, which would, continue with 3 attorneys in that office. In terms of rebuilding capacity, we are proposing to add a dispatcher in our communications center, as well as 2 overfill positions, and those are basically unbudgeted positions that you anticipate being able to hire ahead because of high turnover and that sort of thing. The other place we're looking to rebuild capacity is in finance. That is a area where we're actually continue to be down FTEs since the recession. They in particular, I think, are beginning to feel the pressures of the various projects and such that we have going on.
Rachel?
Yeah, just back to the dispatcher non-budgeted overfill. I understand that there's a significant training period involved
Correct.
with getting new people, and so I guess I'm not sure what do you mean? Are we going to budget for them so we can start getting 2 extra ones into the training program to backfill, early, when people
Basically,
leave?
you need to hire more employees to train than positions that you actually have available.
Yeah, do we pay them during the training?
Oh, yes,
of course,
yes.
of course.
But because there's turnover, there's budget savings. And
Okay.
so we don't need to increase the budget to have the fill-ahead positions.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
We are paying them, yes.
We-
6 months.
So I was curious about that too, Rachel, because they had a class of 5 people training, and that would partly be for adding somebody, but was that also for filling empty positions that people had?
They do have a number of empty positions, yes.
So that out of the 5, if they all made it through, we might end up with most of them actually working here, or potentially.
Our history has shown we'll have some turnover there, and we're anticipating that. And if we are lucky enough to have everyone stay and have a full complement, we may need to come back to the board for a supplemental in that case, but we don't believe that, unfortunately, is going to be necessary.
Can always
Work out by
job
the
share
end of
with
the day.
Vail. Job share with Vail.
Yeah.
The other thing that you'll be hearing about is we are proposing a position in the assessor's office. That really has to do with 2 factors that were talked about a lot during the core focus meetings. One is just simply the assessor's office is having challenges meeting some of their statutory requirements, particularly around personal property assessments. This will allow them to keep up with that, and they've had a lot of growth, as well as anticipating some succession planning in that office coming up. Other FTE changes that we'll be talking to you about. We had such great success throughout the organization with the Best and Brightest Intern Program, which is grant-supported. DOLA pays for half of that internship. You get somebody who's completing their Masters of Public Administration during the course of the internship. We did propose in 17 and 18 picking up another Best and Brightest intern that is built into the budget. And that's an item that we can talk about. I think as we create the management analyst position, we're going to be focusing that person a lot more on specific projects and a narrower set of projects. This would provide another resource to spread throughout the organization, as well as providing a learning opportunity. And we did remove one position from the budget. We have been carrying over a use tax accountant, and so you'll see in finance it's actually a net zero. However, the accountant that we're proposing is loaded on the general fund versus being paid through use tax.
How much crossover is there for training a use tax accountant? I mean, the other people have been carrying the
Yeah, right now
load on that.
that function has been absorbed within existing finance staff. So it is our current finance staff that is carrying out that position's job duties. And the use tax fund does get charged through our cost allocation plan. So a part of it is actually charged out of finance through our cost allocation plan.
Okay.
One of the things during our opening presentation with the budget overview that the board had raised and wanted us to bring information back on was changes in FTEs over time. And I think it was driven by, a concern about where are we growing and where are we not. And we have had significant changes in our FTE allocations. And so we wanted to take the opportunity to bring this back and talk about it a little bit. And there's really a few things that are driving the significant changes you see. One is these changes, in some cases, as we'll talk about with human services and have talked about with human services, are being driven by significant programmatic and funding changes that are coming down from the state and federal governments. And in these cases, those have led to changes in the number of people who are eligible for programs and who we need to process for eligibility. In addition, on the local side, we have been very active in creating regional partnerships where we're serving a broader region than just Pickton County by partnering with Eagle County on programs. That's also led to increases on FTE. So that's one nature, changing program dynamics is one place. The other place where you see significant changes in FTEs are in cases where we've decided to bring services in-house that we had previously outsourced. And so that accounts for some, not all, some of the changes that you see in information technology, for example, the landfill, the airport, the translator system. There's a number of areas where we outsourced a lot of services where we felt that our long-term, both financially and programmatically, we'd be better served by building our capacity internally. We still do a significant amount of outsourcing as a county, but there are some areas that we felt would be better to bring in-house. And this is always a balance, when you look at what do you outsource, what do you bring in-house. But when you look at information technology, for example, the airport and the solid waste center, even the attorney's office, you can see what we're doing is bringing capacity in-house that we previously outsourced. And the other is just where demand has grown. So if you look at open space and trails, for example, this is a program that's been going through a significant maturation process over the last decade. And it's when it started, it was really geared towards acquisitions. And as we've acquired lands, we've had more pressure put on maintenance, oversight of those lands, enforcement on those lands to ensure that we're doing our due diligence to keep our promise to the citizens for how those lands are going to be maintained and used. So when you look at this chart, if you look at where we've experienced the most growth, it's human services, totally really driven by the combination of program changes at the state and federal level as well as IGAs. Technology, which is a combination. Part of this is what we previously outsourced. Some of it is building new capacity in the organization. So for example, we had a high level of what I'd call shadow spend on IT. So for example, in the clerk and recorder's office, and Janice may mention this when she's up in a little bit, they were having to take one of their FTEs that maybe they would otherwise use for recording and such and gear them towards a tech position to help them with their IT needs. And we're seeing that throughout the organization. It's very difficult to do the apples to apples. Patty, you weren't here. We did have a report done up by a consulting firm that talked a lot about that shadow IT spend. So those FTEs, in some cases, are replacing those, as well as replacing what we had previously outsourced.
So can I put that into, so what you're saying is that in the past we had somebody within a department that did their IT needs, and now we have an IT department within the county that does those needs?
Yeah, so we'd have a super user, and the challenge with that is then it was very difficult to build solutions that cross departmental boundaries, and so much of what we need to do is that.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Got it.
So that was part of that organizational shift. At any rate, we could go through these. I think there I'd kind of leave it for questions. If you take those top three out, the net FTE growth over time is not that much.
One comment about the chart. This does include all of our proposed 2016 FTE additions.
Does the board have any questions on that? Does this answer the questions that you had during the first, roughly? And again, this is really just reiterating, I think, putting a finer point on the outsourcing versus bringing in-house. I forgot about the veteran service officer, public works engineer, airport. A lot of those positions were really previously outsourced, so it's not a growth in our programs, not growth in terms of what we're doing, it's a different business model.
And as John had mentioned, especially in the human services area, the growth in the number of FTEs has come with funding to go along with it. They have received many new grants that are supporting, if not fully paying, for some of their positions, like the Child Care Family Engagement Coordinator and the 4E Waiver Family Engagement Coordinator. And then in other areas like child welfare, the allocation to that program from the state has grown significantly in order to support the additional position that we've brought on for the supervisor. Other areas, as John mentioned previously, have grown because of IGAs. In Fleet, we have a new IGA with Aspen Fire District, so they added a mechanic. Human Services adding caseworkers and to provide services for Eagle County in the western part of Eagle County. And then some of the other changes that you see on that chart are brought about by just the changing business needs. John mentioned open space. In human resources, there are changes as we discussed with the healthcare initiatives that we want to bring some more wellness programs and the resources that we need to further advance wellness programs in-house. And HRS system, a technology advance in the HR department, and that needs resources. Some of the other changes in FTEs are brought about by economic swings. And if you look at community development over the years, their number of FTEs has gone up and gone down and continues to go up and down depending on their level of work and how the economy is doing. So this chart shows the changes just from 2015. The first column was the number of approved FTEs at the beginning of 2015. And then there were many changes that happened mid-year. Many of those changes were brought on by the Human Services Department as the state fiscal year begins in July. So July 2015 is when many of those changes occurred. And then the proposed 2016 budget. So about 10 FTEs were added mid-year 2015, and just under 6 FTEs are being added in our proposed 2016 budget. Are there questions on this chart?
Well, I guess I would just ask you to respond. We are both property tax and sales tax dependent, and given the snow and all sorts of other things, it looks like we'll probably be good for this year, but are we building in more than we would need, or how would we deal if we had more of an economic downturn again for the personnel level?
You're right that we need to make sure that we have the ongoing revenues to cover any ongoing additions to our expenditures. And so that's what we're looking at in the 5-year plan to see if we do have a balanced 5-year plan, can we sustain this level of staffing out into the future? We'll bring that plan back to you next week and then again on December 1st. And we do have a balanced 5-year plan, and we do have surpluses that are actually growing throughout the years of the 5-year plan. So we think that we are doing well in that area. Of course, if there were something significant to happen, we would need to relook at positions and make changes accordingly, especially in those areas that are most directly affected by the economy.
And one of the things that the board approved back in 2012, which I think helps us manage that, is our most elastic revenue is sales tax. And we used to have a pretty large portion of our sales tax dedicated to operations. What we've done is we've divided that. We actually take a majority of that sales tax, 52%, into capital. Capital projects are much easier to retime and such with you know, dips and highs and those sorts of things. And so I think you've created in 2012, the board really created a more resilient structure by doing that, and we're relying more heavily on what are more consistent, less elastic revenues for operations. So that's another way we'd answer that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, for bringing that up. I actually, when I read through this, wrote down some specific points, so I'm going to just read them to you now, so because I think the timing's right. I too am concerned about increase in FTEs requested by many of the departments. While I believe that maybe they're currently justified, my concerns, public perception, growth in the government, and especially related to our building a new facility. We're going to hear from the public, you're filling this new facility, you've increased your FTEs. I think that's something we need to keep in mind as we move forward. And having been on the BOCC before, when we needed to lay off many staff members, it was really, really difficult. That was a really difficult period in my terms before. So I don't want to have to do that again. And I don't disagree with these needs and the changes for current staff increases. I just want to make sure we aren't overstaffing only to have to cut staff. I mean, that's difficult for all of us. And I think when it comes down to the BOCC having to be the one that makes that final say, that's a really tough decision to make.
And so another way to respond to those concerns, Patty, is a lot of these are not new expenses. And these are folks who are needing to be housed either by us or the city or a private contractor anyway. And we are proposing all of this. Our operating increase in the general fund, and I don't know if this has changed since our...
1.5%.
Oh, it's gone down.
Yeah, I have it right
It's
up here in
only-
the top corner, 1.7.
Yeah, and it was 1.7 actually. As we've been tweaking, it's now 1.5% increase. And so what that tells you is it's really a shift. People were doing the work. We were getting the services within the community, but we have changed our business model because we felt either for purposes of having more control over our own destiny or because of cost, long-term cost growth, it was better to bring those in-house. And so from the growth perspective, I think I would look at that operating increase number almost as almost a better indicator of what is the real impact on the community from those FTEs. I fully agree with you. Nobody wants to have to deliver the message that because of changed conditions or because we didn't plan appropriately that we're having to lay off. From time to time,
It's tough.
yeah, it's a necessity for all organizations, but we're conscious of that too because we don't like having those conversations.
Well, I wanted the
either.
public to hear again that so many of these positions are, again, based on outsourcing, and now we're bringing them in-house. And we're trying to consolidate our staff to better serve the needs of the county and of the public. And I just want to make sure that that message is really clear with our moving forward with facilities, that we're not building a new building because we need to house more, we're building a new building because it makes better sense.
And just to tag on to that, you know, I really couldn't sit here and think about which project, which initiative of the county should we scale back. You know, broadband,
Yeah.
after the vote, you know, where people said, do broadband, please find a way. We know we have a growing senior population, and the challenges, I think the numbers have really come to light more clearly about those living in poverty within Pickens County or working within Pickens County and their needs. And, you know, you can just go on and on down the list, as John has, and the county, I think, put off a lot of its critical infrastructure, rebuilding, you know, and delivery of the services. But this has been a great financial model. We have not asked for any general fund new tax increase, tax support. And even on roads, which was going to be quite a challenge for us. And certainly we could do more with roads, but working within our means, we've done a lot of improvements there. So again, given the airport projects, some of the very crucial and complex litigation matters that we're involved in, this is necessary. You know, there's no reason to do something halfway and then have it fail or cost more because you're not able to really pay attention to the details. So I'm agreeing with you entirely
Yeah.
and augmenting what you're saying.
Well, you know, and I think it was a wise decision when the economy started to swing up again to outsource rather than to bring people in automatically in-house, to see how it panned out over the years and where the balance was going to be. And so I think now we're seeing there's more stability in everything, and it's time now to bring those people home.
And there may be a period where we recommend outsourcing as a viable option too. We're constantly assessing how can we best deliver the services for our community. Right now that pendulum's swinging to bringing them in-house.
Great.
And as that pendulum swings, we could also have moments where, because of succession planning, that there are also
Right.
changes and the FTEs dip back down.
Right, thank you. I can put my notes, I can file them now, I got that off my chest.
This is the Pickens County Table of Organization. It shows going back to 2008 all the way through proposed 2016, listing each department, the number of FTEs.
The other thing I would note is the large departments that we are housing in the new facility are not the departments that have experienced significant growth. They're departments that have been operating out of inadequate facilities like the Sheriff's Department, like Community Development.
Like
for
the
some
assessor's
time.
office.
Yeah.
We're not bringing landfill into the new facility, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, and I just small, but we had looked at the growth and the table organization before, and it was starting with 2008, and I was wondering, I really have a hard time, I came in, my first year was 2007. Was the 2008 starting to already show the reductions in force we had? That was the last full complement we had.
We took, you know, the numbers can change depending on what type of snapshot you take. So we
Sure.
decided to take that pre-recession snapshot
Okay,
and compare with now.
thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Because you can see we went from 242 down to 235, you know, at the kind of the bottom of 2011.
So compensation and benefits was the other area that we're experiencing some pressure on. I think you've heard this already from a couple of departments. I think we have a responsible and also generous proposal in this budget. And one of the challenges, and we've talked to you about this before, is historically, we've used a pay-for-performance system, and what we've heard from our employees is that they would like to get back to a pay-for-performance system, but our challenge was we had so much compression in our ranges and so much market pressures and such that it was difficult to implement a real pay-for-performance system without first unwinding some of those compression and pay structure issues. We have been working on that. I think we've made real strides over the past 2 years. I think as we see, sometimes the market's moving and such, so we still play catch-up and such, but really what we're looking at 2016 as is a transition year to go from what we have been doing with basically cost of living increases as well as compression style adjustments, which really aren't given on a performance basis, to transitioning to a performance-based pay system. And the challenge with that is you almost need a year transition, because it's only fair to let employees know what they're being evaluated against before you evaluate them on those pay-for-performance systems. So you need a starting point. And so what is proposed is for 2016, the budget includes a 2% pay adjustment, which is an across-the-board more of a cost of living adjustment, so we don't fall behind on that, to be given in February. At the beginning of the first quarter, towards the end of this year, we're going to be rolling out a new performance evaluation system for the county that will be consistent across all departments. We've been working on that at the admin team and section leader level, and we are almost done with a template and a performance pay system. What we would do is a 6-month, almost kind of a practice evaluation period using that tool in the July time frame, which would drive a merit bonus of anywhere from 0 to 2.5%. So it's not an adjustment to base pay, it's a bonus opportunity based on that new performance management system. It gives us an opportunity to practice with it. We then would go into 2017 with a full merit cycle award, and what we have done is in the budget we've proposed a 4% increase to compensation, a pool, that would fund a merit increase of anywhere from 0 to 5.5% for employees depending on the outcome of their performance evaluations. That we're going to obviously have to track and see how that works, but because we're a large organization, just like we were talking about with dispatch, you have turnover, you have people who start who may retire who are at a top of a range and that position starts down low. You never have to budget that full amount, like the 5.5% to cover those. So at any rate, what we have budgeted is a 4% pool for compensation to fund that pay for performance. It is really about how we move people through the ranges. This provides an opportunity for departments to be more aggressive in how they move employees through the ranges than we've allowed since the recession hit.
So, John, starting in 2017, when you're looking at going towards a full merit award, 0 to 5.5%, at some point that range might or might not include a cost of living depending on the employee's performance?
Yeah, so there's two things you manage. Where are the ranges, which we try and set on a market basis, and we're still working on our structure there. We have some changes that we still need to make to our structure there that we'll be talking to the board about next year. And then once those ranges are set, how do employees move through the ranges? And so right now, this is funding how employees move through the ranges. But in cases like we've seen with the Sheriff's Department, where we made a market adjustment ahead of everyone else, and then we got leapfrogged, basically, by other organizations, we may need to come back and find ways to make adjustments for market. And so if that's the case, George, if the market is really aggressive, we may need to come back and talk to the board about a pool for that. Otherwise, we're anticipating being able to cover that within this 4% pool. This is historically what the county budgeted for pay increases pre-recession. And so it gives us a little bit of room as we experience pre-recession to address those pay issues.
But at some point, a position may reach a top for that
Correct.
range. And then, would you then look at, rather than a merit increase that continues to increase the base salary, go back to sort of a bonus or cost
Correct.
of living?
Yeah, that's what we're looking at. Now, we haven't established that amount yet. It would probably actually be less than that 0 to 5.5% range. But you're exactly right. Once you've reached the top of the range, you know, our market would indicate that it does not, you know, it's not justified to continue to make adjustments to base salary for that position. But we still want to have an opportunity to reward employees who, you know, are high performers or going above and beyond. And so you're exactly right. What we do is use that performance evaluation tool for merit bonus consideration. And so we're still finalizing the template and tool, but we feel like this budget will support us moving forward. I think the organization, the managers and section leaders, when we talked about this is the direction we want to go, have been supportive and feel like this is definitely a step in the right direction from where we've been.
You know, perhaps I missed something for which I apologize ahead of time. You have the 2015 bonus, or of the wellness bonus. What is that?
Yeah, so, and thank you, Patty, and you'll see that, and I'm going to talk about this in a little bit.
Okay.
We have been doing extremely well with our health plans. Our efforts, our focus on managing healthcare costs initially, I think, cost us a little bit more money, which you expect, and we're starting to see decreases. And one of the commitments that we made to employees, if you want to, and I'll go over that here, one of the commitments we made to employees was, if you're helping us manage our healthcare costs, we're going to work to benefit you. And so within our health, what we are proposing is increasing the wellness bonus from $900 to $1,200. We had the savings already in this year's budget. And so when we got these good results, we committed to sharing that back partly
That's
with
what I was
employees.
hoping.
Yeah.
And just to add real quick, I think there's a lot of things that employers are doing besides fitness and wellness. I think they're being smarter as consumers.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking at, do I go here for my MRI or here or here? And I think that is another educational process of healthcare insurance that's as critical in my mind as having a finger stick for your cholesterol. And I think when we have smarter consumers, we have healthier consumers, and it shows.
Totally agree. And this is where we see it. We, in this year's plan, we have actually dropped our health care costs by 15%
That's
overall. And a lot of how we're funding these changes without having a significant increase to our operating budgets is we now, since we're not putting it into our health care costs, we're able to fund compensation, even some of the positions. It's a significant amount of money. And so really what we're looking at is we have built up fund balances beyond what we need responsibly to have accumulated in our health fund. We have planned for a 15% reduction, and by the way, our real actuarial reduction, if you just play it on a 50-50 chance, would have been 25%. We decided to take less risk on that and budget for a lower, or I don't know how you say a lower decrease, what that means, but 15% versus 25%. And what that's allowed us to do is several things, and within that 15% decrease, we're also able to make some enhancements to our benefits plans for employees. We have enrichment of the dental and vision plan. So those of you who use the vision plan know that we're on an every other year cycle for frames and contacts. That will go to every year with no increase in the premium. We are looking at the increase, continuing the increase to the fitness wellness incentive, going from $919 to $1,200 per employee. We did not have to make any change to deductibles within our plans, which has been a consistent strategy for most organizations, either raising premiums or changing those deductibles. Additionally, we're on the dental plan. We're going from a $1,200 benefit to a $1,500 annual benefit, and then for children orthodontics, going from a $1,000 benefit to a $1,500 benefit. So with this decrease, we were able to come back to employees and say, to your point earlier, because you've worked with us, because you're helping us manage these costs, we want to give it back to you in these different ways.
Right.
We want to improve vision, we want to improve dental. On the open access plan, we are seeing a small increase. We're going to see a small decrease on the high deductible health plan, which I'll talk about in a little bit here. Actually, I'll talk about because it's the next bullet point. That really has to do with the Affordable Care Act. There is an excise tax, a 40% excise tax that right now is scheduled to be implemented in 2018, and it's a tax on high-cost plans. And so for plans that exceed a certain cost threshold for families or individuals, I believe it's $10,300 for an individual, $27,100 for family, you pay 40% on every dollar above those thresholds. One of the things that really motivated us to look at Valley Health Alliance partnerships and really managing our healthcare costs was when we first calculated or estimated the county's liability under that excise tax, it was just under $1 million a year. So we needed to reduce our costs. Through the hard work of Danette's shop and Mary Kate, and I think the efforts that we've been engaged in to manage healthcare costs, we now have brought down that estimated liability. We're within $225,000 now.
Wow, that's
So
great.
we're getting close to completely eliminating that, while also being able to do some, I think, positive things with our benefits plans. We're going to keep at it. We're going to get out from under this, and we're going to continue to do a good job for our employees.
Steve, yeah, but I appreciate that effort, and I think that it's going to good no matter what. But I keep reading that there seems to be some consensus between both parties in D.C. to try to eliminate the Cadillac tax.
Yeah.
I don't know what that will do to the rest of the financing structure for healthcare reform, but would you see ourselves having to reverse all that later, or
No.
how do you?
Simply, we still had a structural issue. I mean, we have revenues that are growing at 3.5%, 4% on a good year, and we have healthcare costs that are growing at 7 to 10% a year. So we needed to bend the cost curve regardless. The Affordable Care Act put a higher degree of urgency on it because of that excise tax as proposed. And there's lots of good public policy reasons that excise
yes,
tax
yeah.
is in there. So it's not to be critical of it, but we're doing exactly what the excise tax was designed to incentivize, moving to more consumer-driven kind of healthcare models, really working within the community to try and reduce healthcare costs. We've been leaders, I think, in trying to do those things. There is talk. There's a lot of speculation out there that the Cadillac tax, as it's called, or the excise tax, is going to go away before 2018, be modified before 2018. There's speculation on the other side that it's so core because it would create about an $87 billion hole that now needs to be filled under the health care law. So there's two camps, one that says don't worry about it, and there are organizations, there are other entities in the Valley saying don't worry about it. We're not going to worry about it because it's going to change. There's others, and I've maybe been more on the skeptical side of this in terms of how I've been viewing it, which says I don't have a lot of confidence that Congress is actually going to be able to act, because once they get to the details of how they deal with the $87 billion that they've got to backfill, I just haven't seen a lot of ability for the two parties to act on a bipartisan level.
Okay.
However, we've tempered our response. I mean, if I were completely recommending and strategizing against this excise tax, the open access plan, or Richard plan, we would have eliminated by now. And so what we've been doing is incentivizing employees. We've had this discussion, I think, very openly with employees, to incentivizing them to move to the high deductible health plans, because that is probably going to be the only plan available
At some point.
if the excise tax does go into effect. We're keeping the open access plan as long as we can to kind of track exactly what you're talking about, Rachel. Is if that changes, there's probably no reason for us to get rid of the open access plan, to keep those two different types of
Options.
models and options available. But we still need to work on bending the cost curve, because we spend more in healthcare than we do on roads right now, if you think about it that way. And that's growing at an unsustainable rate. And so our efforts to bend the cost curve would be there either way. Our plan designs are being affected, our plan design choices are being affected by the excise tax. What we've done is adopted a strategy, let's be positioned either way.
Yeah,
So
that
yeah.
totally makes sense, John, and I appreciate the response on that. I won't worry about it as much when I read it in the papers. One other kind of thing I just want to bring up, and I realize that our budget discussions often end up being a little bit policy discussions, but for us, it's a great review of everything that we're doing in the course of the year. Do we have, or do you feel they're successful, the amount of training for the individual employees to actually do the consumer-driven, how do you price it out, or how do I access all the benefits I actually have available for improving my health? Or how well are we doing that, communicating from the top all the way down to the lowest level employees in the organization about doing this? Or can we do more?
Well, it's funny you should mention that, because we have a position, one of our positions, I think, focused on that effort a little bit. So the answer is we could be doing more. I think we've done a lot better in providing tools, whether it be a compass type of tool, certainly talking to our employees about the options and choices and why, and providing tools even during the open enrollment process. We are very challenged, I think, with price transparency issues that would lead to, I think, better consumer-driven health, and that is one of the primary issues I think we should address with Department of Insurance when we talk about the rating areas, too. More transparency there would be a good thing. So we can always, I think, do better.
Okay, well, I'm just hoping
Yeah.
that that's something we keep an eye on for next
Yep.
year, because I do think that this is an excellent benefits package, but I'm really not sure everyone really knows how to utilize it or to utilize it the best. And, it's an example for me from back to the city council days, and the city has the advantage of owning the Wheeler Opera House. So periodically, they'd have literally all employees, except for maybe some police who had to be on the streets, able to sit through a 2-hour presentation together. And I know we kind of do small ones out at Public Works in the vehicle barn, and I just don't know that we're reaching as well as we can to take care of our own people. And so that's something to work on for next year.
Fair enough.
I want to add, that's a really good point, Rachel, but I know we have issues with HIPAA and patient privacy issues, but I think a good way to learn is from the experiences of others. For example, I just was talking to someone whose husband needed an MRI for a brain tumor. This was not a county employee. And she priced out the MRIs, and the savings from, in this valley, of $3,200 to $3,500 to $500 in Denver. And it was worth the time for her to take the trip, but the savings to the insurance company was enormous. And so a lot of people don't realize that, because when you're hit with, you have to have an MRI for your brain tumor, you're not really thinking, where should I find the cheapest deal? Even though the technology down there turned out to be the better deal on top of the price. But, so that's another network, but that's a tough one because of patient privacy and
Well,
HIPAA.
and so one of the things that the VHA employers have been talking about is how do we get a good resource that really speaks to cost and quality? Because
Exactly.
we're all better off paying more if we're getting a better quality result for our employees. And that is where the transparency is a real challenge for us. There are some resources where there's one even called Healthcare Blue Book that we're looking
That's what I've
at.
seen.
There's the Dartmouth Atlas of, there are different resources, but they're not pulled together in a friendly way for all of us to use that information to make healthcare choices for ourselves.
It's tough, it's a tough call.
So we're working. I wish I had a better answer.
As I
but
said, I
we're
think that
conscious
this
of
is
it.
this is obviously
Yeah.
how
Part of
we
the
keep
discussion.
improving, everything we keep improving, and this will be, a focus area for next year.
Many county employees have had good results using Compass, which is our concierge service. They do a lot of the groundwork for you as far as going out and
They're
looking
very
at prices
helpful.
and looking at service. So I would encourage all in county employees to use that service.
So, Danette and I can maybe even split time on this, but we do have proposed within the health fund. We have been putting a lot of focus in this area, and I think we're starting to see it pay off. And so we want to take a crack at what does it look like when we actually resource it. We've asked HR to take on a number of initiatives, whether it be tracking with the Valley Health Alliance, which actually I think has a lot of good creative things going on, but is generating a tremendous amount of work for our department, particularly as we look at rolling out more programs associated with it. We also, I think, have that challenge associated with our wellness initiatives. How do we inform? How do we organize? How do we do all of that? And loading it on to our existing staff that we have specialized in, different areas. It's really overloading them right now. And so, because we've had success, and could I say exactly what a silver bullet is? No, I think we're still figuring that out. But because we are experiencing success with what we are doing, we want to get more aggressive in terms of resourcing it and seeing if we can build more structure around those programs. So we have proposed a 2-year position to kind of continue piloting these efforts and trying to formalize them more. Is there anything you'd want to add to that? Okay. And that would be under Danette's office, HR.
At this point, would the board like to take a break or keep pressing on?
Let's do a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Great.
It's been at almost 2 hours.
Did we heard anything from? I've been dealing with Medicare, trying to get Tommy back on, or we can talk about it.
Oh, yeah, you.
You have to have this number before you can do this. Well, I need to do this so I know what to do with this.
Okay, continuing on with our work session today, we're moving on to discussion about bids next, I think.
This next section, we are focusing on a number of areas in our internal services for the county. So we have representatives here to speak to their budgets from BITS, County Administration, Finance, and Human Resources. You see the proposed budget for BITS operations is $1.9 million. County Admin, $863,000. Finance, $1 million, and Human Resources, $730,000. Details for these budget proposals can be found in the budget profiles, which are in your budget binders or on the county website, and the pages for each of these sections are referenced here on this slide. So we have John Lloyd here to speak about Business Information Technology Services.
Let's go to the next slide, thank you. Good morning. I guess the BITS motto for this year's budget process is that in 2015 it was all about BITS being reorganized as a new department, staffing up, getting tools, starting programs. It was all about doing the infrastructural work. 2016 is all about the customer. BITS is now in a position to be able to deliver services and products to all of our customers in a timely fashion. We have some examples of the projects we're going to be doing next year. Foremost among them is agenda management. I'm sure you've all wrestled with the agenda, wrestled with the books, and we're looking to find a way to both improve the process and improve the product. And we're in the process of doing the process analysis at this point in time. We're thinking that by the first quarter of next year, we'll be able to bring back a recommendation to the board, show you how it works, get your feedback on it, and then change the system so that we minimize the use of paper, and so that we maximize the flexibility in the agenda preparation process. So with the Clerk and Recorder's Office, we're assisting them in the selection of a new records management system. They've done all the heavy lifting to this point in time, and now it's a matter of our helping on the final selection and then the implementation. With the HR department, we've talked about the open enrollment and the key component of the HRIS. There will be other products, I guess, implemented next year. Some of them, I guess, depend upon other activities, but we're talking about doing the performance management, the paid for performance module. We're talking about doing, I think it was, there's two other products. One of them would be time and attendance we're looking at doing across the organization. We have to work very closely with the finance office to make sure that the payroll components match up with the HR components. We're taking a support position for the enterprise cartograph. Cartograph is a tool. It's a resource management tool that's in use in two departments and we think can be used across the entire organization. So we're hoping to be able to get a good return on our investment with Cartograph by making it a common tool across the organization. We're focusing on enterprise content management. We have a program to both scan, index, and store for easy retrieval all of the boxes of paper we have in the county. And there are a lot of boxes of paper. High on our list are those that we can scan now and not have to move down to Basalt when we actually take the move. We're also going to prepare through a contractor some additional Google training for every employee, from even some of the basic stuff to the more complex things. We think it's still the most cost-effective solution for office automation kinds of tasks, and we're very much going to focus on the usability and utility of the product. It's a good tool. We need to use it better. It has a lot more capacity than we've used it with. The public safety radio translator broadband. This department, it's 3 people, and we've done a lot of re-engineering of existing systems which are outdated, outmoded, and some are actually obsolete. We've had a lot of issues this fall, unusually, with the transmitters being off the air. We've most recently had to fly to Elephant Mountain to replace a translator. Each flight like that costs between $4,000 and $5,000. So one of the things we're doing for next year's building plan, we're going to standardize every mountaintop site, same kind of equipment, same tools, and build in two-way communications. Right now, if something happens at Elephant, we have to get a helicopter in the middle of winter and fly up there. So we're looking to do a better job of engineering design, which really hadn't been done before. We're also re-engineering the paging system. Paging is used by the Aspen Valley Hospital, a lot of city of Aspen departments, the county coroner's office, everybody really but the sheriff's office. They have their own paging system that they use. And we're coming up with the shift in radio from the current system to the digital trunked radio design that everybody else in the state is using. We're behind the curve on this, but we have a plan to implement full DTR integration within 2 years. And we're going to design and build 2 translator stations next year that'll handle translator, broadband, and possibly some public safety. Those are the issues and items that we're working with in that arena. If you have questions, I can certainly give you a good answer. But
George?
John, I'm looking under the sort of the details for the translator for your expenditures. And you have actually, capital replacements are actually down substantially in 2016, and just based on what you just said in terms of the needs, in terms of updating all of our sites, why are we seeing a decrease in capital expenditures?
well, we can't take on more than we can comfortably support. We'd like to be able to build 6 new translator sites at one time, but it's impossible with the staffing we have and working with that many contractors to get it done in the short construction season that we have. So we're planning a more extended process to perfect the design on the first 2 towers we put in and to make everything standard and follow that standard. There are plenty of funds available in the translator fund, but we want to spend them wisely and over time.
Okay, so you budgeted what you think you're going to be able to accomplish in 2016, not the entire needs.
Right.
Okay, and that's probably shown in a 5-year plan.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
I think there will also be some carry forwards from 2015, as we talked about before. We don't show the carry forwards in projects because we don't know the actuals until we close out 2015. So I think, George, we're not going to spend that full 2015 amount, is that right, John? But some of those funds will carry forward.
Some portions, yes.
Because you are doing some updating now with some new equipment that's coming out of the 215 funds.
That's correct. We'd also planned to completely rebuild the Upper Red site, but now we're thinking we may be able to not use the Upper Red site after a couple of years, so we can save the site construction figures if we don't take that on in 2016.
That's because of the switch to North 40? Is there a difference in the usage of that site on Red Mountain?
Yes, we no longer need to go to Red Mountain because we have that line of sight.
And that's an expensive site to maintain.
Yes.
Great, thanks.
John, there's, I can't find where it referred to the DirecTV translators or system that we have. Do we buy some of the signal from DirecTV? Because that's been a problem recently with that bleeding over onto other channels and that sort of thing.
there's been a problem with DirecTV's equipment. We think we have a handle on getting it fixed and resolved. We buy the signals from DirecTV and retransmit them. And there was what is called drift, electronic drift, frequency drift. So the equipment that was quite old, over 10 years old, it's wearing out, almost worn out, and it was losing its accuracy. It's beginning to drift across the frequency spectrum. So we're putting in new replacement equipment to prevent that from happening.
Okay, so is that their equipment, or is that part of what we're
That's our
replacing
equipment.
on our
What we
end?
buy from DirecTV is essentially the signal, and we have to use their equipment, their receivers and transmitters to get that signal, so we can rebroadcast it.
Okay.
And we'll go into more detail on the translator also a little further on in our presentation.
Mhm.
Okay,
Next,
thank you.
Thanks, John. Next, we have county administration.
I've probably already covered these bullet points in our previous discussion, but really for us, it is the real challenge of the infrastructure renewal and modernization. We've got a lot of projects going on, as we just talked about some more. Associated with that is how are we managing the organization change and trying to maintain a positive work environment and such during our projects, not only our major ones that we know are going to affect a number of departments, like our facilities project coming up, but all of these projects involve a certain level of change with them that puts more pressure on our department. A place, though, that next to last bullet point is an area that I really feel like we need to build our capacity in, and in particular, I think having our management analysts on board will help with all of these bullet points. But in particular, for some years now, we have not had a dedicated resource to help track on particularly state legislative issues. We have our board representatives to CCI right now, Rachel and Steve. And then, quite frankly, we try and provide support as we can, and that usually falls to Phyllis or I or certain staff members or the attorney's office, depending on the issue. And so we haven't really had a point person on that. I think the management analyst, we're anticipating roughly 20% of that position's time right now, about a day a week dedicated to that, which will be much more than we've had recently. So
We have been relying a lot on Boulder County because they have 2 staff people dedicated to legislative issues, and
They just analyze, they tell us what their
put
position
out
is.
really good white papers on everything, so whoever we have working on that should work closely with those
yep,
Boulder
and
County staff.
we can definitely, we're not building that much capacity, but hopefully more in consistent capacity than what we've had in recent years.
Yeah, and again, Boulder has their perspective on things, and they provide it, but it may at times be different and similar to ours at other times. But I think this is really great. It's a couple of different areas where, is it 800 bills that are introduced each session, and maybe CCI tracks 150 or 200 of them, and things just go up and down so fast. It's really difficult for me at times when I hear, oh, this is maybe hurt us on Child Welfare Allocation Committee, and I don't know enough about that to know how it's going to hurt us or what we should suggest to be a better middle ground. And Nan tracks those carefully, and then she tries to communicate with us, but then she's got a full plate, at all times, and so she may not even know what changes are coming down the pike or how quickly they happen. And then particularly you get to the end of the session, you have things just dumped in at the very end that, really need rapid response. But I think that this is valuable. I hope it doesn't take up too much time, but it's important when we're testifying on bills that we have good information, when George is preparing for TPR meetings and the transportation ball is bouncing back and forth and where the funding is. I think there's already a proposal that's floating around to change the makeup of the Transportation Commission that allocates the dollars to more closely represent the Front Range and the metropolitan districts, and it would shift what is currently a balanced situation to an unbalanced situation with the West Slope being on the short end of the stick. So there's just a lot to keep track of, and I appreciate the help.
So I think probably won't go beyond the pig and the python metaphor that we talked about before. That's really, we're just in a period of a lot of change and a lot of projects right now. Any questions?
Next we have finance.
John Redmond, Finance Director. I'd like to talk today just about demand on the Finance Department. I started in 2007. In 2007, we had 9.5 FTEs in finance. That included a half-time use tax auditor. We currently have 8 people, which includes a procurement person. So depending upon how you do the math, we're between 1.5 and 2.5 people down from where we were in 2007. During that time, the demand on the department has increased, and I'll just give you a couple of examples. The first is on human services. Human services in 2007 had their own accountant. I believe in 2008 we took that in-house. And human services accounting is very complex. We've expanded on the number of programs and grants that we currently do. And I think the FTE count within their department has gone from 4 to
8?
10.
2 to 10, I think.
Oh, yeah.
So there's an expansion there. BITS is another example. We used to have one person in-house doing IT, and we used to write one check to the city of Aspen a quarter for $300,000 to $400,000. By bringing staff in-house, now we're doing literally hundreds of transactions a quarter, processing those through invoices and/or P-cards. And in addition, both those departments probably create over 20 new employees, which have to have payroll taken care of. So the demand is, in a lot of ways we talk about certain areas and we're saving money, but there's an effect, and that effect flows through internal services. It affects finance.
What are you saying, John? What are you saying there?
Finance, it affects Jeanette in HR. You have almost a 10% increase just in those two areas. And we have projects, big projects, which are coming up, and we want to be ready for those. In addition, we had, in 2007, we had one cabin at the Public Works, and we now have 9 or 10 houses.
That's right, all the housing.
Which we're currently managing, and we're managing part in-house, part through APCHA. So demand in our area has increased. Now you may wonder, how is it you can do this? It's not my doing. I have an incredible staff. They're very knowledgeable, they're very productive. And the average tenure is approximately 11 years at this point in my staff. And workload is a very big part of retention. So what we're looking for is an additional person. It keeps us below the 2007 levels, and hopefully sets us up well for all the activity that's coming up.
I fully understand, and I think that it's really difficult in times like this to just say, hey, I'd rather be penny wise. I mean, I'd rather not be penny wise and pound foolish. I want the people to track what's going on and to know what's going on and to be having the time to question invoices and double check things and not make that kind of decimal point errors that catch you short later. What I wanted to ask is, how does the airport's new org chart that has someone as more of a comptroller mesh with your office? I mean, are you going to be the future capital project reconciliation? Or are you going to be assisting that person? Are they just doing airport payrolls and passenger facility charges? I mean, are they segregated, or are they siloed, or are they integrated?
Well, from a finance part, there's really two parts. There's kind of ongoing, what I would call nuts and bolts, which is paying the utility bills, it's paying the cable bill, it's paying the janitorial service, those kind of things. And we had a position there which handled those things really well. But there's another side which has to do with grants, a lot of audit issues, which we have, for all intent and purpose, been doing for years. We've been...
Okay, so that's going to move out of...
That's going to move out to them.
Okay.
But I think that in the next year to 2 years, there's still going to be a substantial amount of oversight for their work because of the fact that it is highly technical stuff. And
So you will be at
FAA
some level...
involved. You have Davis-Bacon issues. There's a lot of things that you've got to watch out for, audit-wise.
So you're going to, at some level, have some oversight or relationship
Absolutely.
with that
Absolutely.
accounting department as well?
Yeah. I think in a nutshell that the controller will work for John, but we will also have some degree of oversight with that individual.
We call it a matrix reporting relationship, where there's actually two supervisors for different purpose and need. And so we're talking about that and how that works.
Okay, thank you.
George?
Who actually manages our county-owned properties? And do we have a need to look at in a 5-year plan to bring someone on as we're looking at developing a large number of units, frankly, 24 units? How will that... What's sort of the strategy in that, and who's actually doing it now? And
Well, there's a number, there's kind of where we are today, which we try to flip units to APCHA. And I would say currently there's about half of those units are on their own with APCHA. The others are either in transition from being purchased. So when we buy a unit, we have to go in and make sure that the HVAC system works and that the plumbing's fine and that the smoke detectors are in there, those kind of things. So it's about half and half between us, basically myself and Deb Pease, and the other part, when we get into this partnership, if we're talking about the 24 units, of which we will get 12 of those units, I think it's our belief that the partners will probably be a part of managing that. And it's really not clear as to whether we're going to have long-term residents in those, or those will be short-term units also.
But who, you're not going in and checking the plumbing, hopefully not, running our finance.
There are times when I go to units and look at the plumbing, make sure the heating's on.
I'm not sure that's the most effective use.
Well, it isn't, but this is what we do.
Right, so that begs the question,
So,
sort of the future.
George, part of our challenge, I think, right now, and this goes right back to that kind of classic question: when do you outsource? When do you keep in-house? Those sorts of things. And what's our tipping point for a resource? So right now, we have 10 units, so we don't have a lot of units. Roughly half of those are being managed through APCHA. Half of them we have in-house. Now, we can't use our impact fee revenues for operations. So our housing impact fees can't be used for operations. They can only be used for the capital investments. And so as we've been building our inventory, we've really been trying to focus on how can we keep our expenditures to capital investments without adding to operations, and try and develop partnerships for the management during construction and then the ongoing management of those units as we build. And so that's what we're looking at with our projects. What we've done up to this point is we've bought down units from the free market. And so there isn't another partner involved. There isn't another opportunity to offload that management of these units. And so the challenge is identifying the tipping point. You know, when might we be spinning off enough revenues to justify maybe an operating position to manage them. That tipping point is probably going to be closer to 28 to 30 units than it is to 10 units. And so finance in the meantime has taken on you know, another responsibility, and there are things that fall into other duties as, as defined, but we are going to reach that tipping point at some point. I don't think we're there yet, and if we can develop these partnerships correctly, we may not have as much burden added by constructing a major project. But I would anticipate that at some point we are going to be back to you guys and asking, if we continue to build this inventory, we will need to ask for somebody to manage them.
Another concept that we haven't really talked about too much and we may want to consider in the future is taking a 20 to 30 year view of this, the use of these funds, is that if I buy a unit and 5 years later there's an appreciation of 20 to 30%, do we want to have some kind of churn on those units wherein I could sell that to somebody, take that money, buy another unit, such that we're not building this empire, but we're using it as a way to both have people in short-term and longer-term housing and provide opportunities to own these properties. Because otherwise, we will be in a situation where, over the years, we're going to have a substantial number of properties, and is it just rental property that we want to use that money for, or do we actually want to put people in a position to buy these properties for under market value, which can be a profound thing.
Steve?
No.
If I can follow up on that.
No, it's fine.
You know, part of the reason we have kept these in a rental mode now and without a deed restriction, although there are deed restricted rental prices, is so that we would have that potential flexibility of pulling funds back out and selling them potentially deed restricted or whatever. But, you know, this brings up a separate point to me, and we're going to have to start looking fairly soon for our retreat dates for the early part of 2016. I've been starting to see my calendar fill up, and I want to make sure we don't have to put that off too far. But in the course of discussing that retreat, you know, housing is something that is really a priority of mine, and I'd like to talk about ways we can make it potentially a new initiative. I hate to say that on top of all that we're doing, but you know, anyone who's kind of looking around what's happening in all the resort communities and our own hiring issues, and knows that the crisis is worse than ever. And I think our community is suffering maybe a little less than the I-70 corridor right now because of the investments that have been made in housing in the past. But you know, if you go back very far, it was really the county that started most of the major initiatives with Midland Park and Centennial and others. And in the past, it even bonded for housing and brought the public an initiative to bond for housing that paid for, I think, Twin Ridge and some other activities. And so we've always just kind of sat back, well, we only have the mitigation funds, and you know, and we've taken a long enough time to figure out how to expend those wisely. And I think that's been well thought out, but we may want to find a bigger role as a player in the future, and then a lot of these structural issues would need to be answered then, if that's where it's going. But that's at least one topic for me for the retreat. So thank you.
Next, we have Human Resources.
Thank you, Connie. Good morning, everyone. How are you? I'm Danette Logan. I'm the Director of Human Resources and Risk Management for Pitkin County. We've had a lot of discussion about how human resources is interfacing in all parts of the organization, so I won't reiterate all of those details that John and others have covered. I want to spend some time on our 2015 accomplishments and share with you our 2016 initiatives. We've recognized for a number of years now that the demand for strategic, consultative, and collaborative HR services is continuing to grow. During the next 12 months and the last previous months, our department and our business partners have a broad set of organizational challenges that need to be addressed. These challenges have managerial, leadership, workforce, and technological implications, as you've seen, for the entire county. So in our opinion, how we respond to these challenges will impact our ability to maximize organizational capacity and our ability to champion, something that we consider our most important initiative, and that's continuing to build an environment where passion prevails in this organization, where partnerships thrive, and where people excel. That's our primary commitment. So looking back on our 2015 accomplishments, you've heard a lot about the HRIS selection and implementation, the Ascentus system. We could not have done that without our BPA business partners to assist us in that implementation. Carrie Fleischman from BITS has been extraordinary in this effort. The milestones that we set for 2015 we have achieved. That was first to implement the core HR data into the system so that we could move forward with employee self-service initiatives. A major milestone, which we just finished, is online open enrollment. So this is the very first milestone that reflects the ability of the system for self-service initiatives and streamlining some of those administrative tasks and functions that tend to be very burdensome. So I'll be anxious to share with you some of the results from that. We have a survey out right now to our employees to ask them for their feedback on how that went for them and what their experience was. We also implemented this year an e-recruit module, part of the Ascentus system. We're moving from the NeoGov disparate system to the Ascentus e-recruit. This was a huge milestone. Originally, we anticipated rollout of this module in 2016, but my HR talent acquisition technician was so excited about the opportunity and the benefits that it provides, not only to the applicant experience, but to the internal employee usage, that we went ahead and just did it. Took a lot of time and effort, but they did a really good job. We are now able to interact with our applicants via a system rather than various modes of communication, email, faxing, telephone, et cetera, et cetera. It's all in one place. We're also able to now begin our shifting from probably a very tactical recruitment function to more of a strategic function where we're marketing the county as an employer of choice through this system. So we're really excited about that. The other big initiative that we started in 2015 was a job classification and compensation revision. We selected as a county the decision band method of job evaluation, so we began that journey in 2015. That journey will continue in 2016, and our goal is to wrap that up in 2016. So I'll speak a little bit more about that when we talk about our 2016 initiatives. We began approximately 4 years ago a compensation journey. We believe that we have completed that journey in terms of addressing salary compression issues. We haven't completely fixed them, as John alluded to earlier, but we have reduced it significantly, and that journey will continue through the new classification and compensation plan alignment in 2016. John also spent a lot of time talking with you about the Affordable Care Act requirements, so I'm not going to bore you with any more details, but we did proactively, in our opinion, address the 2018 pending Cadillac tax, and we maintained compliance with our reporting requirements. that was a pretty major initiative affecting human resources and finance this year. It's the first year that this requirement has forced us to look at other taxes like the PCORI tax and the transitional fee taxes. So finance has been a tremendous help with that this year. As John mentioned also, in 2015 we successfully launched the VHA-U initiatives and the Mayo Clinic Healthy Living online program. Our goal in 2016 is to create more structure around our wellness initiatives and opportunities. So if we look at 2016 initiatives, sorry about that. We will continue to advance the use of technology, specifically more modules through the Ascentus HRIS system, to further shift from our original goal, transaction processing, to strategic functioning in this organization. Again, in line with our BPA IT partners, we will implement the Ascentus Talent and Performance Management module, supporting what John mentioned earlier, which is a new performance management framework, okay, that will tie to pay for performance eventually. We will also implement a workflow management process. This simply, again, streamlines all of the transactional employment statuses that are occurring in the organization and allows our supervisors and managers to directly interface with that process rather than a bunch of pieces of paper. So that'll be fabulous. You know, I'm touching my heart because the ultimate goal of this system is also to provide us with dashboard analytics. We've not had that in the last 4 years, and it's very, very important to have these dashboard analytics visual in front of management day in and day out so that they can look how the workforce might be shifting, what's going on in terms of turnover, things like that. So it'll provide a basis for workforce analysis moving forward. It'll provide a basis for reporting to our managers and allowing managers to make informed decisions about strategic HR initiatives in the future. Okay, so I'm really excited about that. John mentioned that we'll be piloting the implementation of a new performance management framework. So we will be moving from a pay delivery system that rewards tenure back to a pay delivery system that emphasizes and rewards performance. 2016, as mentioned, will be a transition year, and then it'll be full online functionality in 2017 through Ascentus. Okay. We will continue the journey of adopting a simplified and streamlined job classification approach using the decision band method, and creating a market-based pay range structure tied to this new approach. So that'll continue throughout 2016. John mentioned, and I won't go into a lot of detail now, or again, is that we'll be hiring if approved, a HR technician supporting our health and wellness initiatives. And that'll allow us to further develop, to execute and monitor those initiatives and create a very robust program around it now rather than just simply reacting to some of the initiatives that are going on through the Valley Health Alliance. Patty, you mentioned earlier that a multi-year educational campaign to demonstrate how health improvement and choice of care align with cost containment is really important. That's consumer education. Yes, we do need to create some structure and have that program be more robust. Our HR technician focusing on wellness will take that under advisement and create a program. It's very, very important. So that's part of our 2016 initiative also. Okay. And then we'll continue to proactively address the impending Affordable Care Act initiatives. So busy year coming up. Questions?
Rachel and Patty?
Just real quick, I just have to say that I was a little nervous about the online open enrollment, but I conquered it thanks to help with your staff. And you being able to utilize the computers upstairs with staff right there was really beneficial. And they really helped, get me hooked up and then let me go. They let me loose, and we accomplished it at the end of the day. And I want you to know how much I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess perhaps it's a similar comment, but I just want to make sure that we don't lose the human touch in all of the computerization and modernization. And, I was re-signing up as others were, so I had a sense of what programs I wanted or not. But I just don't know that for someone else, there would have been someone helping them weigh those choices themselves, as opposed to just reading what, I know there was an attempt to make some of it common language, but I didn't find a lot of explanations on the automatic forms and things like that. And so I will look forward to the survey results and see how other people felt about it, but it just seems that, again, I just want to make sure we don't become just all technocrats and lose the human touch from human resources.
No, it's a good point, Rachel, if I may comment to that point. Ultimately the goal, we talk a lot about technology advances, but it also, what we're doing internally, we're a little bit behind the times. We're actually bringing HR technology into the right century that we're in right now, as it helps us to streamline our processes. Ultimately, I talk a lot about passion because passion prevails, right? Where we are streamlining all of these transactional processes so we can be better business strategic partners. But ultimately, what streamlining our work through technology allows us to do is spend more time with our people and not so much time on filing and paperwork and that type of thing. So ultimately, the ultimate goal from this will be to free up our time to engage more with our employees and engage more with cultural developments and things like that. Ultimately, yeah.
I mean, it's just a small thing, but I know the Triad newsletters come out, but it's always just a click to open. And if you're like so many other people with 25 messages in your inbox right at the same time, you don't click to open. And so I think a lot of that information just passes over people's heads, and I don't know if it's a matter of printing out more and having them forward it to departments, or putting it in such a form that the opening page is on the email, and so you see some of the topic lists and start to get more involved. But it's just, again, I think the more time we can spend, in particularly, one of the items that's big national news, I'm sure you're aware of it and have been working on it before, but really getting people to enroll in appropriate retirement savings. And to the real value of putting, we have a different program than others. So usually the employer matches 3%. People think, okay, 3% is good. That's what I'm supposed to do. And no, you're supposed to save closer to 10% or more if you're going to be adequately prepared for retirement. And so I just want to make sure that we're really, again, reaching out to people and aware of their needs as opposed to just our needs as a business side of things.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Danette, I must confess that I would see the title on the email would say open enrollment, and in my mind I was picturing open enrollment in the Affordable Care Act thing, not open enrollment in our county things that was an important thing for each of us to do until yesterday. There's like, I get the 10th degree on, you have to do this today.
Yeah.
And I had just been ignoring it because the title didn't indicate really what it was, so then I wasn't.
You were actually late. You're supposed to have done it by Friday.
Yeah.
I appreciate that feedback, and certainly as an internal services department, we have been looking at with Phyllis, with BITS, with facilities, with community relations, how we can better engage and inform employees through communication. So we are actually, probably a 2000 initiative that Phyllis will talk about is how will we identify the appropriate communication tributaries that fill that mainstream and make it easier for employees rather than more difficult. It's a big initiative in 2016.
But then I found it, once I got in, I found it fairly easy. Unlike Rachel, I understood the different things, and I changed a couple of mine. So I think it was fairly easy to follow through on, doing that. And it's only a phone call away if you have a question.
Always very helpful, yeah. Thanks, Steve.
Well, I got the personal touch. Thank you.
Anytime.
Thank you very much.
Guys, thank you.
Okay, next we have the fourth success factor for today's presentation, which is responsible and accountable stewardship of county assets. And we have Tom Isaac, the assessor, to come speak about his area of the budget. And as he's coming up, I will just mention that this section, we are speaking about the assessor, clerk and recorder, and elections, and then treasurer. We will not specifically present information from the treasurer, but again, details are listed on the page numbers that you see on this slide, so that you can go further in depth, or if you do have other issues to bring up to us, we're available for questions. The assessor's total budget for 2016 is proposed at $1.1 million, as is the clerk and recorder budget, and elections is at $261,000, the treasurer at $392,000. With that, here is Tom Isaac.
Good morning.
Hi, Tom.
I'm Tom Isaac. I know you all. Just to touch on 2015, we completed the biannual reappraisal, and we saw our values increase at a fairly, I like to think of as a healthy
clip.
And we showed that on the graph here, how it has increased quite uniformly, except for a couple of years where we had a downturn. But the overall assessed value of the county is still increasing every 2 years as we reappraise. And we'd like to see that again as the data evaluation is coming up. We'll be reappraising, and that'll be June 30th of 2016. These biennial reappraisals seem to come up faster every year, every 2 years. But because of the growth in the economy and in the county, we're requesting another position for next year. And it's really the first time we've requested a permanent employee, that we're reaching the limits of what 10 employees can do. And we've never had a designated employee to undertake the personal property aspect of our office. So we've always divided it up amongst the appraisal staff and the admin staff. We have 7 people taking care of different segments of personal property. It's been somewhat inconsistent, and we really don't have a specialist for that. And
Can I ask a question? So Tommy, when you say personal property for an appraiser, you mean someone going into a home and trying to appraise artwork or furniture, or?
we won't be appraising artwork, no. What it is, it's the fixtures and equipment that is present in a commercial endeavor. So, say a business office, be your computers, your desks, all your equipment. In a retail outlet, it could be, your cash register, your counters, and it can be your tenant improvements they make on each site. For residential, it's only for those that short-term their units. But the growth in short-term units has been exponential in the last few years with the advent of these Airbnbs and a lot of the second homes and condos in the community are now being short-term. But they used to be either long-term or not rented out.
And those are
And
only the
we're
numbers
not
we
keep-
catch, yeah.
We're not keeping up with this trend. That's one of the reasons there's a shortage of long-term housing for our employees, because all of a sudden, so many units are being short-term. And we want to do our part in keeping track of how many of these units, which ones are being rented out, and what kind of level of, let's say, of fees are they charging for these rentals, by what kind of equipment do they have in these units. And I need somebody to go out there and check it and really go through the databases and see who's renting and who's not.
How are those sort of rentals or your office dealing with the sales taxes that would be due from a rental?
The city of Aspen passed an ordinance a couple of years ago, so that they would charge a fee for people that were going to short term, and they would keep track of these short-term units. Well, they have to some extent, but even they too are falling behind. If you read the articles in the local newspapers, they're estimating that some 400 different units are being short-term in the community. And we just don't have that kind of an inventory on it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't begrudge someone the opportunity to rent a bedroom in a free market unit, but at the same time, all the other properties are paying for our transportation system, for RAFTA, for the Affordable Housing Fund, for the city's open space fund, for, you know, and if it's in the county, certainly county general fund and services that, like the sheriff's office, that guest may use or has the benefit of knowing it's there to use if you need it. And so I understand what you're asking for, Tom, and I'm glad you're being proactive with the issue. You know, clearly there's a lot of additional social issues related to this that are maybe a question for ComDev about how people feel having moved into a residential neighborhood and then find out they have nightly rentals next door to them. There is a lot of discussion. There was a larger article in the Denver Post a couple weeks ago, and they talked about, well, you know, perhaps if these properties were now rated commercial as opposed to residential, it would put a little damper on the activity, or perhaps create a little more fairness, because you have a Chalet Liesel paying commercial rates on one corner, and you have you know, condos next door paying a residential rate, and perhaps not even collecting the local sales taxes. So, you know, I think this is something we need to get out in front of and maintain the equity for all parties.
That's right. It's not just Aspen, it's Snowmass too.
It's everywhere.
Maybe stretch it down into Woody Creek area.
And Basalt too. It's catching up.
Yeah.
Do you, you know, if you go on online sites like luxury rentals in Aspen, you know, you pull up, does your staff, yeah, but, I mean, you see the ones on Red Mountain with the butlers and the limo service and the chefs and the maid and the, yeah, and they're renting at really high rates, you know, and just want to make sure you
And
guys,
it's
you tour
difficult
the house
to-
virtual tour.
It's difficult. We do that. We try and keep track of all the ones that are listed on the internet. But it's difficult to know what kind of furnishings they have.
Right.
And we don't want to get to the point where we're assessing artwork because we don't have that expertise.
Right, right.
Some of these units have, you know, fabulous,
Oh, yeah.
you know, furnishings.
Well, the ones on Shadow, I mean, on Red Mountain, you can actually virtually tour. You can actually go room to room to room, so it's a good way to,
And they can be renting for, you know, $20,000 a night.
or more.
Yeah.
Right in our price bracket, Tommy.
Okay.
And the other reason we want to add an additional person is we've got an increased number of properties that we're assessing every year.
Right.
And our inventory has gone up, so much over the years that, we're now at almost 18,000 real properties. And we're taking time away from our appraisal staff, so they need to get out and look at the real property as well. So that is our request, and we're trying to plan for succession in the offices. My staff is somehow getting older. I'm not sure I understand that issue myself.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom.
All right.
Sure.
Thanks for your request and the information. It's really interesting seeing these charts and seeing how things are changing. That just shows, you're probably shorthanded because of that great increase in the number of properties that you have to deal with.
That's right.
So,
But we only have so much room right now. I plan on coming back 2 years when we hopefully have a new building and a little more space, so we'll need an additional appraiser.
George?
So you've got in your budget a request for an additional appraiser, as you said, but I noticed in your notes you also were requesting or were showing a need for a vehicle for appraisers. Is that in the
Correct.
budget or not?
Yes, it
Yes.
is.
Oh, it is,
We do
okay.
have it included in our capital plan.
We used to have one, and when the economy of the country and the community took a downturn in 2008, we lost that vehicle. It's really hurt our staff being able to go out and do property visits. So I've asked to get a vehicle back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Okay, anything else? Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
And after, there is lunch out on the counter, so maybe after this presentation, the board will want to take a break and grab some before it gets too late. No pressure, Jen.
I know, so I'm sitting here going, you're an hour behind, how are you gonna make my 10,000 level overview 500,000 level overview? I know! So I'm gonna talk fast. Thank you. I'm not even gonna sit down. So, it's a pleasure being here with you. Pleasure being here with you. And so I'm gonna make it, I'm just gonna touch a few points and share with you what we accomplished in 2015 and what we're looking for in 2016. But I want to go into a little bit more detail on one item, because yesterday when I was reviewing the packet, one page stuck out for me that I want to share with you. And these are my feelings and I want to express to you. It was the page that was on capacity issues and compensation and benefits. So in staffing, I want to share with you some details. First of all, I want to thank you. About a year ago, you approved a position allocation of funds for me to bring on a part-time motor vehicle position. We did a needs assessment, and that person works for us from 11 to 3 each day. It's made a world of difference. Another change we made as the beginning of the year is we promoted our specialist, not our specialist, but our motor vehicle supervisor to a manager position. It's been working out really well. Motor vehicle department's gelling. It's fun. Our chief deputy clerk decreased her hours to a 3-day week. What we did was we focused her time and contracted her for the next 2.5 years to focus on recording. That's what her expertise is. So she's working with knowledge transfers for succession planning. She's writing process and training manuals. And she's working on 2 technical projects, which I'm thankful to the BITS department, who's working with us on those projects, which makes it fun because we have the support. The elections department, since 1998, every 2 years we have a turnover. We have one election deputy has worked in there. So since 1998, we've had a turnover every 2 years because you have a general election and It's a lot of work.
Kills them.
It's stressful. You got it. They leave. Knock on wood, in 2013, I made a decision to eliminate a position in recording, which is difficult. You mentioned earlier, Patty, you were talking, extremely difficult, but I upgraded that position and shifted it into elections because that's where our demands is. More activity in the last 10 years in elections than the previous 30 years combined. It's killing us. My election staff is now going on to 3 and 4 years in the department, knock on wood. And we're going into a presidential next year, so they're great. I'm proud of them, and I look forward to next year. The reason why I'm giving you these examples is capacity, staff capacity is key. What has helped us the last couple of years is the BITS department, the procurement officer. HR is beefing up, and finance is beefing up. And I cannot express to you enough how much I appreciate their help, but you in supporting and bringing on people to move them forward. And we've always looked at the external, or I call them the primary departments that deal with the customer, our community. But you fail to look often, organizations fail to look at those supporting services departments. We call, excuse me for saying secondary department. You certainly aren't secondary. But that's in the private industry what we call them. They make my life easier. They help me move forward. They allow me to focus on the customer. So I share this with you to reiterate what we've talked about earlier, how important it is. And Patty, I know you're concerned with what if we bring more people on, what about? Those are business decisions. We need to exhale and move forward. Okay, we need to move forward. We can't continue to strangle business and not move forward. So I want to express how much I support that, how much I appreciate your support in moving forward, and how much I appreciate what I call the secondary departments. To me, you're primary. So I wanted to share with you how I feel about that. Okay, now, 3 more minutes here. What I wanted to let you know is in technology, we have 4 major systems and we have 7 support software systems to operate our department. We added on 2 new systems this last year. Ballot tracks, I don't know if you've heard about that. We kicked it off this year, especially focusing next year for community members that want emails or a text or a phone call message to let them know when ballots are dropped, when you're going to get it in the mail, when it's come back to our office, and through the signature verification process when it is accepted or maybe if it's rejected. Okay, so that service is out there new this year in preparation for the presidential next year. The other one is we purchased and programmed what's called logistics. It's a volunteer software. We've historically in elections contacted, boy, it's between 150 to 200 positions that we have to fill during elections, slots to fill. We have created a software we can send out emails, and anyone that wants to volunteer as an election judge can go online, see who they're working with, sign up for an assignment, and that will help us move forward. So hopefully that'll relieve or eliminate having to bring additional people on to do those services. So those are some of the new software packages. I mentioned earlier that Linda has 2 projects she's working with, and you approved this last month, thank you very much, $100,000 in moving forward on an imaging project. We have already imaged all our recording, mostly land use records back to 1881. And this next year we'll go through phase 2 and 3, which is quality control checks. And then back posting the images to our new recording system. And that's the other project that our chief deputy clerk is working on, is we will be doing a recording conversion next year. Right now we're working with BITS, thanks again for their help, that we're going through an RFP process and selecting a vendor. So we have some big changes coming up next year with recording system conversion, the imaging project. In addition, we will be purchasing election equipment the first quarter of this next year. Ideally, I would have wanted to purchase it earlier this year, but the Secretary of State is looking at implementing a uniform voting system, one vendor for the entire state of all 64 counties in Colorado. He has implemented, utilizing 4 vendors, piloting new systems this year. He will make a decision by the end of this year which vendor or vendors we will be working with. After I find out what that decision is at the end of this year, I will be turning around, moving forward, and purchasing new election equipment. Our election equipment is over 15 years old, and with technology, that's in translation in technology, that's too much of a lifetime, so we need to replace that. So that's what's coming up with technology this next year. Relocation or remodel, remodel of this building, relocation. As you know, we're moving to the Ute with the election department, and motor vehicle and recording is moving down to the Vectra. We're in the process of designing the floor plans. We're hoping to move the election department in January to hit the road running with purchasing new equipment, training, getting ready for the primary and the presidential next year. And then the Vectra will be moving, I think, in March, April, somewhere in that time. I asked the community to be patient with us. As you know, we cross-train within our department, and all my frontline staff steps up and helps and cross-trains and works with customers on not just the responsibilities within their department, but also within the other departments. So splitting the departments, splitting our locations, will split some of that. And I'm asked the community to be patient with us because we don't have the people to jump and help cross-train our service like we have in the past. So those will be some of the challenges we're working with this next year. I think that wraps up. The other thing that we work on, obviously, like you, Rachel, you mentioned earlier, over 100, 150 bills that you track each year. We're up to, in the clerk's area, between 75 upward to 90 that we track. So it's a lot of work. And those bills that are passed change processes. And when you change processes, it's more work. And it's a learning curve, and it's slower, and takes time to catch up. So I think that is about all I wanted to review with you with successes last year. Reiterate from my heart what I feel about the support staff within the community, and where we're going next year with our office.
So Janice, I'm looking under the elections budget, and you've got under equipment replacements for 2016, you don't have any dollars allocated, but under services and supplies, you've doubled your budget from this past year. So is it just kind of how you're putting the line item in?
Yeah. The elections equipment was budgeted in 2015, so that will be a carry forward to purchase that equipment since it wasn't done in 2015. And so the equipment budget that you see listed there under 15 will be moved forward. And then the services and supplies in the clerk and elections office has quite a cyclical swing to it that we build into our 5-year plan, because we know that in a presidential election year, the costs are far greater than in an off year. And so you see services and supplies that will go up in a year and then drop down. Yeah.
Okay, and then why wouldn't you show under your FTEs an employee for election?
Bring in additional.
No, you don't have any employees for under
We
your
count
FTEs.
them all in the clerk's office,
Yeah, okay.
although there are actually 2 that are assigned for election.
Right.
I have 2. I have an elections manager and an election application specialist, which goes back to what John mentioned earlier, is bringing the expertise and with what we have to work with. But I actually have 2.5 because I have one frontline staff that during elections works elections during the season and then backfills the other areas. And that'll be some of the challenges with the split, is because I don't have the support staff to move around as easily. But you're right. I do have some carryovers because we didn't purchase. We're not purchasing the recording system this year. Next year, the election equipment will be next year. We do combine our FTEs under the clerk's office.
Yes, the salaries for the elections employees are actually paid out of the clerk's budget, not the elections budget. The salary that you see under elections is for election judges and the temporary help that's needed for elections.
You'll see in a presidential year, the cost of doing business is higher. You see cyclical up and down each year. We will bring in additional staff during a presidential. For example, the last presidential, I brought in a 1-year limited term full-time, and I brought in 2 additional people 6 months out of the year full-time. So I staffed up. So for a 6-month period, I had 3 full-time additional people to help with elections. That gives you an idea of the demand and how cyclical. Thanks, George.
Thanks.
Rachel?
I just wanted to say I understand the pressures you're under. We do see the different bills at CCI. Sometimes we're asked to support a clerks association bill. It's an odd relationship because you're independently elected. and yet counties control the budgets. And so there is a interrelationship there. But, you know, you have done so much to try to open the transparency of our elections and give the public the tools to track their ballots, and the pickandvotes.org website is really very professional, and we can all recommend it to people to look at, and so just want to compliment you for your work under pressure.
Thank you. I'll let my staff know. Appreciate it.
All right.
All right.
Thanks, Janice.
Thanks,
Good
everybody.
job.
Does the board want to take a break to get lunch, and then we'll move on right away to the translator presentation?
Okay.
So, George, I sent that Kevin's letter.
Of issues. Translators right now, the equipment is 15 years old and it's obsolete. We have no spares, no replacement parts. The company is still in business is good, but they no longer maintain them. So whenever there is a translator failure, we actually have to send it out for maintenance. Can take anywhere from 1 to 2 months to get those returned. The encoders are now nearly 10 years old. Again, we have no spares, no replacement parts. That particular manufacturer has actually gone out of business, and we haven't found anybody that can repair those encoders. DirecTV receivers. Those receivers are now roughly 4 to 5 years old. They've been prone to channel switching. For whatever reason, we've been having issues with them changing to channel 201. Our translator operations supervisor has actually been going there almost on a daily basis and checking it and making sure that the channels are switching. We've had extremely poor customers, as a result of all that, we've had extremely poor customer service by the DirecTV vendor, both in trying to troubleshoot the problem as well as response time. The other issue that's not shown on this chart is facility age. Right now we have 4 facilities that were built in the 70s. They're on the order of 40 to 45 years old. Typically in this industry, facility life is on the order of 25 to 30 years old. So we have a number of facilities that, again, that are well past their age limitation. Okay. And so this is, again, all basically what this is leading to is that, and this is really the reason why we're having so many translator issues right now. It's because of obsolete and aging equipment, aging facilities. We had a transformer that just went out on Lower Red about a month ago. The entire system was down for almost 2 weeks until we could get a replacement transformer. That particular site is helicopter only, and so we had to arrange helicopter access. In the process of the transformer failing, it depleted all of the propane, so we had to get propane tanks hauled up there. It was quite a job just to get that transformer up and running again. We've also recently had a failure with an encoder that's at the Red Brick building. We purchased, we'll get to this in some future charts, but the BOCC approved a supplemental request back in November to reallocate funds to support this next generation translator. As part of that process, we purchased a new encoder and a new translator, and we were in the process of evaluating them. And then the encoder at Red Brick went out, and so now we're attempting to put that evaluation unit in as a production unit without it being fully evaluated. So that's some of the issues we're having right now with Fox goes on that encoder, as well as Grassroots and the government county channel. So next generation, what do we want to do? How are we going to fix this? Well, first and foremost, we need to replace all of our obsolete translators and multiplexers. Our plan is to use IP manageable devices only, such that we can get status off those devices. We have no capability for that today. We also want to add a remote monitoring capability, and that would be to actually take the IP system, connect it to a remote monitoring system. Typically, they're called Network Operations Centers, or NOCs. That particular NOC would be in the comms room down the bottom of the jail. And as we enter the jail, we'll get status immediately as to faults or errors that are occurring on the system. We also want to investigate and evaluate alternatives to DirecTV. We also recently ordered a dish network unit, and our plan is to evaluate that and put that over at Red Brick and to see if we can get better service. Ultimately, what this will all do is improve response time to outages. We can get email alerts both via pager and text messaging. And finally, we need to implement an inventory management plan. The previous generation of translators and multiplexers, again, did not provide any sparing. Don't know why that happened, but you have to have sparing when you're operating systems with up to 80 translators in them. And so that will be part of this next generation plan too, is to develop a sparing plan as well as purchase spare units, so we don't run into these problems in the future. Okay. This is a kind of a mock-up of what a network operations center would look like for translator. On the right side, there is Pitkin County with the various translator graphics located throughout Pitkin County. Failures or issues would show up as either yellow or red on the map, and then by clicking on a particular icon, you can get more detailed information as to what the error is. And this again would all occur within the comm center within the jail building. They also provide statistics on usage, bandwidth, and additional information, as well as trending data over time. Okay. So we have a phased approach to bring translator into the 21st century. I presented to the BOCCE on the 13th of October, and you approved really what was the phase 1 part of this, and that was to test and evaluate translator options, develop the remote monitoring capability. Initially, we will replace translators at the Crown site only, and that is mainly to get all the bugs out of the system, make sure it's all working correctly. We will then also replace multiplexers at both the Crown and the Red Brick building. Phase 2 would occur next year, and this is a budget item. We would replace translators at the remaining 7 sites, as well as fully implement the remote monitoring capability. And then phase 3 in 2017 would be to optimize our antennas. We do have some antenna issues, and we want to do kind of a thorough antenna analysis of all the sites and do some optimization on those as well to get better reception down into the valleys. Okay. Facilities plan. I think I said we had 4 facilities that were built in the 70s that are aging and well beyond their life expectancy. In the budget next year, we plan to upgrade Williams. This will be a new building and towers. We're also going to improve. There's some issues with the road getting up there, as well as a turnout area, so we're going to improve that road and put a turnout in at the top of the mountain. This really does not pertain to so much to the translator system, but we are putting in new 800 megahertz DTR sites over the next 2 years as we transition from VHF over to the 800 megahertz system. As part of that, there's going to be 4 new sites that go in next year, one at Aspen Water, one at Lowe, Snowmass Village, and then another one in 2017 in McClure Pass. Public safety is going to move off of Overred. It's a solar-only site. The state really prefers to have power, commercial power to these sites, so they do not want to use Upper Red as a DTRS site. And then we will connect all the sites with a redundant microwave backhaul link that will have sufficient capacity to support the DTR channels as well as growth capacity to support things like broadband. We are investigating, and because of those new sites, we're actually investigating moving some of the translator sites off to those new sites and get off of those old facilities. One potential option is to move Upper Red over to Aspen Water. Another would be to move Lower Red over to Loge, and then Jackrabbit to Snowmass Village. This would in turn allow us not to spend dollars on those sites which are unnecessary with the DTRS system. For 2017, the budget is to upgrade Elephant, and 2018, we're going to upgrade Thomasville.
Rachel?
Thank you. Thank you for such a complete and candid assessment of where the system...
I have a few more charts if you want.
I bet. You know, I think we all felt pretty good when Crown was rebuilt, but, you know, as we dig further into it, it's just like a lot of our maintenance has been deferred and replacement. What I was going to ask, is there any ability to pass off to the users any of the capital costs for replacement, any of the radio stations or anyone? Is it just all has to be from the mill levy, or is there any recovery?
I think that would probably be a policy question for the board, and the translator tax was passed with the, I think, intent of providing the infrastructure and the service. Particularly when you're talking about the TV stations, it's a pretty significant expense, I think. For the number of folks served, radio probably gets spread out over a lot more users. We haven't developed a model or recommendation along those lines. I don't know if whether the approval of the original translator tax would be prohibitive or not. I think that'd be something we'd have to look into. I think staff has been planning it with the intent of using the translator funds. Obviously, there's more priorities within that funding stream now as we talk about broadband and such, and so that's something we could look at, but probably aren't prepared, Jeff, unless you did a lot of work I don't know about, to probably address
I just think it's something we should look at concurrently with this. It's, as you said, there's probably going to be more demands on that limited source than funds available, and you know, it's always been a little bit, it's been a while since we've had a conversation about it, you know, but it's always struck me a little that you have commercial stations that are very local, very dependent on this system, selling ads to businesses that are very local. You know, it's not about national things, and yet is there any ability to have some participation in the costs of providing that infrastructure, especially, you know, when we look at the magnitude of it as it's grown over time. It's probably changed a lot since the original translator tax was passed as well. So I just request that we do some research in that for next year and see what other partners we may have.
Okay.
So this is a site diagram of the current translator system. Everything in blue is an existing translator site. The ones in yellow are potential future translator sites.
These translator sites, they may be able to have another use in terms of broadband? I mean, is that sort of the goal in terms of identifying these particular sites?
Correct. Yeah. Well, at least the new sites, which are going to go on the digital trunked radio system, will all be microwave backhauled. Some of those sites which aren't running public safety, such as Thomasville and Elephant, that's something that would then in turn need to be looked at. Do we want to add microwave backhaul into that system in order to support broadband into those areas? And there is a phase 2 study, broadband phase 2 study that was just put out. All proposals were due on the end of October. We're currently evaluating those proposals, and the phase 2 study is scheduled to start in January to address these kind of things. In fact, I think that's the next chart. Yeah. So, yeah, broadband phase 2 is to look at the, do the analysis within the drainages, come up with a preliminary design that includes both fiber as well as fixed wireless. So that mix is in there, microwave backhaul, and yeah, we will be looking at what it would take to get broadband into these communities using our existing towers infrastructure. And also SB 152, the ballot initiative that passed overwhelmingly, 92%. I think it's one of the highest for any counties in Colorado. And this, in turn, is going to pave the way for us to, the county's not going to become a broadband service provider, but we can now partner with communities as well as commercial service providers in order to provide broadband into the community.
I noticed that the fiber optic cable from Silverthorne to Routt County was cut twice this year by contractors, and that just reminded me of when the fiber optic cable up here was cut. And so they're talking about adding a redundant fiber optic cable up there, just like we're talking about here.
Yeah, it's one of the beauties of mountaintop towers.
Contractors can't get to them.
Yeah.
So we do have an FTE change in the translator fund. The translator operations manager, who started in 2014, was originally put in the budget as a term limited position, and the recommendation is for this to become an ongoing regular position.
Well, I'd like to say I've always felt that this particular department has always been underserved and has sort of slipped under the radar from all of our other county departments, and especially since it has its own mill levy and it's taxpayer supported. So I'm really glad and happy to see that John Lloyd has put together a professional team to really look at the needs that have really gone by the wayside, because we haven't had anybody to really delve into these. And certainly now, those who really rely on public county TV and radio, because in many places in rural unincorporated Pickens County where you don't have access to cable and satellite is very expensive, that it's good to see that we're upping the game and we're going to address and upgrade all of these facilities, which will lead to the advent of really pursuing broadband as well. So thank you.
Yeah, I agree, but George, there's no way we can not move this position forward with all this work that we have and growing work that we'll have on our plate next year after.
So looking at the budget, this year's budget is down from last year's budget, and yet we have all of these improvements planned in it, so I think we're, being frugal with our money and putting it to really good use, and would be my take on that.
I'd like to compliment Jeff Kruger, who in a very short period of time after joining the county has really put together a great budget and worked hard on it, and the capital plan that they are phasing in different areas, and if you look down at the bottom of this chart, you see that the fund is still maintaining a healthy fund balance, so they've put together a very good budget.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Are there questions on the budget and five-year plan itself? This is a decision point for the board.
Well, I'm okay with the budget as we're presenting it, and I'd imagine that when we see the budget next year, we'll have better numbers about the potential broadband implementation and what that will entail or cost or local match on further grants or whatever.
And to that end, the team did meet yesterday to review the RFPs, and I think did select a preferred candidate that we're going to start negotiating with for the engineering, so that is
Great.
moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
I would propose too that, the phase one piece of this is, after that's complete, to present to the BOCC our findings and the progress. So.
Very good. And then the people who are selected from the RFP for the engineering, they probably are already aware of this plan, but integrate any of their efforts to make sure that there's redundancy where we want it, but not where we don't, and that the equipment it will be multi-purpose.
Jeff is on point with that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Because we want to integrate. We don't want to manage those.
As separate. That's what I
Which is
see
what
as
we have been
the
doing
beauty
now.
of what is happening here through our own IT department, then taking on the translator and the broadband initiative. It's very cohesive. Thank you.
So we're good on that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Hopefully this will solve, what we're doing here will solve some of the complaints we've gotten from a couple of locals, residents in the county in the last few months.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Grab some lunch out there.
Yeah.
You get lunch now.
So far this morning, we have touched on the 4 different success factors within the prosperous economy area of our strategic plan, and have brought forth initiatives and budget appropriations to address most of these areas. We would like to take a step back to the flourishing natural and built environment core focus area of the strategic plan. There were 2 areas that we did not get to in the October 27th presentation, and will be presenting here today. So we have the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund and the Attorney's Office.
Good afternoon, everybody. Lisa McDonald with the Attorney's Office and the Healthy Rivers Program. We just have a few slides to show to you today about the 2015 successes that we've had and that we consider. And I know you've seen the shot of North Star Rehabilitation. And so
How was that shot taken?
I was in the paraglider with my camera.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear.
Yeah, a little shaky, a little flying tandem.
Yeah, not flying on our own.
That was a once in a lifetime thing. It was awesome. But so we're working with Open Space and Trails on the North Star rehab work, and that was part of the public comment, process that we worked with Open Space on their in management plan. So we want to collaborate with them on the work out there. You'll probably see, I think next week, a budget supplemental or more work out there for this year and for next year. So, the commissioners granted the Colorado Water Trust to investigate increases to the in-stream flows. These were all grants that we did. The Dynamo study with the Roaring Fork Conservancy up on the frying pan, that was pretty fun. We went up and they invited the board to go up and work with the kids from Colorado Mountain College, the Leadville campus, and learn about the Dynamo and watch them take the samples. And so that was fun. And then we worked with the Conservancy on the riparian education campaign as well. Also granted $10,000 to Rudeye Water and Power Authority on invasive species inspections at Rudeye. And water park approvals, I think, were a big process or a success for us, going through Town of Basalt planning and the property purchase. We're also going to finish up our GIS-based interactive map project at the end of this month that the commissioners and everybody saw at our joint meeting. I think the 2016 projects include continued rehab with North Star, continued work with the town of Basalt on the recreational efforts and our water park and possible downstream amenities. The actual physical in-stream construction, putting the structures in the water, and continue to advance the purpose of the whole river fund and protect our waters and streams and of the county and the watershed. So that's kind of a quick little overview.
The Healthy Rivers Fund has a revenue budget for 2016 of just over $1 million and expenditures of almost $1.5 million. They are planning on using a bit of fund balance in 2016, but then think there will be surpluses in out years. As you see on the very bottom line of this slide, they do project to have a $1.6 million fund balance at the end of 2016, and that fund balance is increasing, so there is a lot of capacity in the fund for the projects that they're taking on in 2016. We have a decision point for the 2016 budget and 5-year plan if the board has can give us a nod of the approve of this plan.
So, in the budget, even though we have allocated certain dollars for specific projects, doesn't mean that those dollars will actually get used for those projects. It's just sort of a placeholder, and depending if and when those projects come ready to be really put together, it comes back to the board for approval.
Yes, that's correct. And for example, on the grants, there's just a pool for grants, there's a pool for funding in-house projects. And so in those areas, as projects or grants come up throughout the course of the year, they will be brought back to the board.
You have two other questions. You've got a fairly good increase in services and supplies, sort of double in that line item.
There's budget that was added in, and Lisa, if you could help out here, I believe for research and also for PR.
And for PR, right? The board is really interested in promoting goals of the board, and I think PR for the water park ads. We're working on a website, things like that, to really push the public meetings now that we're going to be having in December and in 2016. So they've also talked about, and I think at the joint meeting we talked about hosting having the Great Divide film and things like that. So we worked with Pat on maybe getting some estimates on PR. I think PR is probably the big chunk that went into that.
Is there I don't remember when the vote went through to fund the Healthy Rivers and Streams. Was there a sunset or anything on that? Is that ongoing forever and ever? That's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure we didn't have to be thinking about another ballot question.
In this
Question on the Salt and Water Park, you have the $550,000 budgeted for that. And I know there's a wide array of potential things we might have to do depending on how the whole process with the town of Basalt goes. But how did you arrive at that figure for the coming year?
I think that was a best guess, and that I think is just for the structures themselves.
The in-river structures?
Yeah, not the stream side.
None of the stream side?
I don't think so.
John's right there.
Oh, is he here?
Behind the pole.
He's hiding. What's that for the? Just the structures.
Okay.
The Python.
So we probably have a pretty good cost estimate on that, because we have a pretty good idea what we want to do there.
Yeah. I think we were thinking, I said 650, but I think we'll have enough to roll over to 2016, carry forward, right?
Okay, Rachel?
Yeah, and this budget reflects the discussion that we had about the kind of changing nature of staffing for the Healthy Rivers and Stream Board, and now being 75% of your time, Lisa, is that accurate?
Yes, and you do see that the wages and benefits area of this budget has gone up a bit from 2015 to 2016, so that does reflect the staffing changes.
Okay, and then have the conversations been held with the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board that this is the way they would like to see the additional staffing occur?
We've had discussions with them, yep.
Thank you.
So back to Steve's question on the water park. I know we talked about this in the past. Is there a reason why we haven't actually put a placeholder for a certain amount of dollars going to out of stream if we end up doing some sort of partnership? So there's some sort of a reality check, because we don't have unlimited funds, and there may be a wish, it may be sort of like the Christmas tree that just keeps on growing. I just wonder why it would make sense to put in a placeholder for, based on this budget, what we may have available for out of stream work.
We're looking at you, John.
Given the fact that you're going to have a discussion, or we will all have a discussion with the town of Basalt, and given the fact that there will be some degree of participation outside of county resources, or at least particularly this fund, it's difficult to sort of earmark and dedicate money in advance of that discussion. It's really impossible to predict what kind of percentage going forward would be the appropriate percentage contribution of an overall budget for a project, especially as that project has yet to be completely finalized. So with an anticipated finalization of the project happening towards the end of the winter into the beginning of the spring, and then an anticipated construction window of around the end of August, by that time, if there's additional need for appropriation, come back to the board for a supplemental that would be consistent with discussions that we would have had with the town of Basalt, as well as the design that is preferred by the public, and is a design also that can be physically accomplished.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I mean, we have some placeholders in here already for projects that may or may not happen. I'm just concerned that there's a reality check with these discussions with Basalt that we do have a limited budget, and I'm not sure how best to present that then, that concept. If it's not sort of a placeholder, at least that there's an understanding of the current budget and how dollars are going to be allocated, and knowing that we want to maintain a certain reserve for whatever reasons.
So George, are you thinking then not to make the appropriation for that full amount, but to wait until whatever amount is needed and then later? Or are you thinking about putting in a placeholder or earmark or some other step that's less than an actual appropriation that recognizes that some portion of the general balance might be tapped for the completion of the project?
Well, that's what I think. So, for example, you've got Wild and Scenic, you have $150,000 in there. Who knows if that's going to actually happen, but you've got a placeholder in there saying, you know, if this is ready to go, there's a strategy that may need $150,000 to accomplish that strategy. So it seems like along those same lines of thinking, we want to have a line item for the town of Basalt out of stream saying, here's a strategy. If this comes to fruition, this is what we feel that we can allocate based on not a very large budget, $1 million. You know, it's not a huge budget, and given all the other line items in this.
Certainly can do. We can put in a number that the board is comfortable with now, and that becomes the framework for a future discussion. The board wants to adjust that number going forward, either up or down. Can do. Patty?
I'm kind of leaning more towards reevaluating as we move along, and then coming back and doing a supplemental if we need to, and furthering our discussions with Basalt to see what they believe we should be responsible for, rather than saying this is what we're responsible for, end of story, because I'm not sure that'll help with the conversation moving forward.
Yeah, you know, again, I'm somewhere in between the two. I think allocating the funds for the structure makes sense, and proceed with the community meetings and see where we go. Because I agree, we don't want to say here's a big pot of $1.5 million will just throw all the enhancements and amenities in the world, because there's not. There's a lot of other priorities for this. But there's also, as we've said repeatedly, opportunities to apply for a GOCO funding grant for the park. And so, we don't know which elements will be covered by that sort of opportunity, which we can pull from various funds, which the SALT might be doing road work anyhow on the Two Rivers Road. So there's just too many variables, to my mind, to try to nail each piece down now before those community meetings have happened, and which will be similar perhaps to our translator fund, phased in by 2018 or 2019 or things like that. So I'm okay with the budget as it's presented, and we'll deal with supplementals as we need to and as they become more concrete.
That's my position.
Yeah, I think Michael has something. Did you or no? Okay, I saw you waving.
I'm looking at you, Michael.
So that could be a discussion for the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board to be talking about that issue, and because it probably will take a couple of meetings of talking about it to come up, and then to see the outcome of the meetings with the SALT too, before we know exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's...
Okay. Thumbs up on the decision point. I'm good with the budget. With that big question mark on the SALT water project, not knowing how much we'll actually end up putting into that down the road. But okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So county attorney budget? Lisa, you could have just stayed there and answered all the questions.
Could have just done it for John.
I tried that. Let's see.
You go first, John.
Okay, members of the board, the proposed budget that I've worked with Connie will accomplish a couple of things. It will accomplish an ability or retain ability to maintain the service levels in the county, particularly the BOCC and all the BOCC agents. And by agents, I mean staff and citizen advisory board, at the level that are currently existing, as well as having built-in ability to increase that service level. It will allow us to maintain a leadership role in the Thompson Divide campaign, which includes federal and state agency work, litigation, and any negotiations that present themselves. It will allow us to continue to internalize operations that have been, up to this point, conducted by outside counsel, which will further afford the county the ability to reduce costs and expenses associated with outside counsel, and to incorporate a greater degree of control and oversight directly from the BOCC. It will assume within the office a great deal of the risk management activities that were previously in HR. The assumption of those risk management activities will exclude workman's comp and training programs or methods and so forth that are incorporated for the various different departments. Those activities remain with the human resources. The budget to accomplish this provides for 3 attorneys going forward. It will provide for a reduction in paralegal time and adjustments in salary for the positions of what I would call the first assistant attorney and the first paralegal position. With that nondescript description.
George? John, with the third attorney, one of the issues that seems to come up every year is the access to the attorney's office by staff that need things, sometimes on a timely fashion. Knowing that you yourself works for the BOCC and your time is limited, will that third attorney then be more accessible to staff for any issues they have regarding legal issue for their
Completely
department?
accessible. It depends on the individual that we can find as to how the duties would be divided. My preference would be to allocate time and resources by department so that every department and every individual knows where they can go directly and tap somebody rather than seeing who's available at any given time. But that kind of depends on the skills that are brought to the job by the individual that is retained. That would be my preferred organizational scheme at any rate.
Michael?
So, we just lost an attorney, and we're getting another attorney, is that what the program is?
We just have to be responsible.
And so we're replacing that attorney, is what's happening.
Zero-sum game.
You think that's necessary?
Given the profile of the discussions I've had with the board up to this point of trying to internalize some of the costs that have been associated with other departments, outside counsel, particularly with water counsel and airport counsel, yes. And having the third attorney does allow us to amp up coverage and availability to other departments. If we go forward with just two attorneys from this point, it would be debatable as to how much we could internalize and what the availability of attorney time would be to staff that come through the door, so to speak.
So what qualities are you going to, or qualifications are you going to look for in this third attorney?
Well, the standards for the hire are currently what they've been since I was hired, which is someone who has at least 3 years experience. I'm looking for somebody in the realm of 3 to 5 years experience. Someone with litigation experience and property law experience, as well as any additional expertise in particular areas of the law that are important to the county and the activities that we conduct.
So you're not looking specifically for airport or water qualifications?
No.
You've got those covered?
We can cover those with an additional attorney without having that third attorney bring any experience in those areas to the office.
I'm supportive of this budget.
Yeah, could you explain a little bit about the legal contingency restricted fund?
I can't.
How would we spend
That's probably my fault. So this is really just an opportunity. We classify the general fund balances for the board, and we've had a discretionary as well as capital, and then restricted and our Tabor reserve. And in essence, what this is an attempt to do is just to set aside some funds and designate them for legal contingency, understanding some things may happen, so that the board has a clearer picture of that discretionary number. It's not something the board has to do. It is not an appropriation, nor is it a limitation on the board. It's just trying to reflect some number that we set aside so that we don't over-represent what that unrestricted fund balance would be, that we have. Basically, we know we have some powder dry for whatever may come in terms of legal contingencies and such. But what's really important is should any issue that's important to the board exceed that amount, you can always dip into whatever resources are necessary as the board finds appropriate for its policy. So it's not a limitation. It was more from a budgetary perspective, us just trying to identify and set aside an amount that we would have in there for legal contingencies and draw down on. It does not change the general fund balance. It just pulls it aside.
Okay, that's what I was going to wonder, does that mean we get a new color on our
I know, I was
bar.
trying to find where that money
Bar
went.
chart.
It's in yellow.
It's in the yellow.
It's in the yellow zone.
You'll see
thank
the
you.
yellow grows.
It's just taking.
That's all it is.
Ah, there it is. I was trying to flip back.
Leaving it in the yellow as the
And I
as a
think
restricted
The blue
area.
came down, the yellow went up.
And there's no real appropriation to it. It's how we represent it to you. So again, what's really going to decide how funds are spent, the policy is the policy of the board.
And I would imagine this relates at least tangentially to the changes we're seeing with the insurance industry related to our legal activities. John, you've expressed this before, that while we have a $50,000 out-of-pocket deductible now, that's going up to potentially $150,000 before our insurance would kick in. And so that was
$1,500,000.
both another reason to maintain a third attorney on staff, as well as perhaps have some of this contingency as needed.
That
Not even-
contingency does not reflect that at all. It's not a number that's being appropriated, and so it's not part of planning going forward for that. But what is anticipated, as you said, Rachel, and we have discussed it in the past, is that in the near term, it is logical to conclude, based on the insurance industry and what the parameters of insurance policies have been recently to other organizations similar to the county, to Pickens County, would be an anticipation that our SIR, our single incident retention, will go up. Currently at 50 and rising to 150 is certainly an easy assumption to make. In that case, then, our exposure increases for every claim. And if we can be in a position to internalize the defense and the costs associated with defense of general liability claims against the county, as opposed to deferring those to the benefits of insurance policy, we will reduce our general fund expenditures, because that 150 potentially on a new SIR will be retained by the county and not automatically just spent.
None of this is designated until you appropriate. Again, it's just a planning tool.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I think it makes sense.
Okay. Well, I'm good with the proposed budget. It's, it makes sense to me to continue with 3 attorneys right now, because it's really a revenue neutral thing, and a lot of the success of this would hinge on hiring the right new attorney, of course,
Yeah,
and what their expertise is.
Can I ask, John, do you have a time frame for hiring? Okay, just want to make sure.
And we're
ASAP. No,
Just want to make sure. I've got some history there.
Right.
Thanks, John.
This actually closes out then our core focus presentations. We've done 3 of them. You've sat through some extensive workshops. We do still have a few more budget-related meetings, including the next thing on your agenda. But we are now through the bulk of what we intended to present to the board for the budget before we ask you for final decisions. So I know we've got a few more to do today, but I just want to thank you all. I know it's a lot of information that we've asked you to sort through and make decisions on, and you've asked great questions and stayed engaged and kept us on our toes throughout the process. So thank you.
Thank you, John. All right. Thank you.
Connie,
You did a great
thank
job
you.
cutting. Great job.
We're not done yet, I guess.
Okay, now we're going to deal with the Healthy Community Funds grant review. And I really appreciate all of the people who were able to come today who have worked on this. And I know we don't have our 2 high school representatives are
I know.
probably at school.
Right, I don't think they could make it, but
Yeah.
I'm wondering if, would you like the team?
Yeah, please
come?
yeah.
Bring your chairs.
And if you could introduce everybody too, Nancy, that would be great.
Bless you.
Yes, I will, of course. Get us started. This is our yearly presentation. So everybody come on up. Yeah, Good afternoon. Thank you so much. So I'm Mitzi Lettingham with Health and Human Services, and it's my great pleasure to come before you guys today to go over the grant recommendations for the Healthy Community Fund for 2016. And so, introductions. On our team this year, we have Candace Cross, who has just joined. This is her first year of reviewing. Sue DeCampo, who I believe this is your third year.
I'm serving the first year of a 4-year term.
4-year, but you've already been.
Yes, last year I was filling out somebody else's.
Right, so 2 times, okay. And then I want to introduce Ann Mullins. Ann,
Hi,
who, of course,
Ann.
is City Councilwoman and Board of Health member and many other, but one of your other tasks or duties or assignments that you've agreed to do is to sit on our Citizen Grant Review Committee to help shape the City of Aspen Health and Human Services requests, grant recommendations. And so, Anne, it's been great to have you, and it's great to have her as part of our team. And then, of course, our internal team, Lisa Yorker, she is the administrative assistant now for the grant program, and then also on the staff side we have John Redmond and Nan Sundin, and of course the ever-present, ever-necessary, ever-fantastic Connie Garofalo. Okay, so just to review your packet, you all have gotten this. You'll have the agenda summary, and then usually the committee likes to write you a memo. So the CGRC memo comes next as attachment A. And then we have attachment B, which is the actual spreadsheet of the grants themselves, which we will go over. And then we've attached for you just a sample of the scorecard, the review scorecard, which is a document that the team uses as they read. That's how they kind of assign points to various areas that are required in the fund. And this year we did receive 1 appeal. You may recall there's always an appeal process. We've been fortunate the last couple of years we have not had any appeals, but we had 1 from Family Visitor Program this year. And so we've attached that letter for you. So by way of background, this fund has been in existence since 2002, and it is a dedicated property tax. It provides a secure source of funding for health and human service agencies as well as community nonprofit agencies. And just by quick definition, health and human service agencies make up 66% of this fund. We describe them as our essential health and human services. Essentially, you'll notice in the spreadsheet, it encompasses goals 1 through 4. Those are our essential services, 66%. Then the community nonprofits are, and those HHS agencies usually keep clinical records. That's how we distinguish them. It's a higher level of clinical service. The CNPs, or community nonprofits, really encompass goals 5 and 6 in the fund, and we call them our cultural treasures. They're agencies that enhance the job, if you will, of family and youth, physical health, mental health, substance abuse, senior services. They're programs that add into the quality of life for our Pitkin residents and workers. And so that's how we categorize them, 13% of the fund. Then senior services has 21% of the fund that's set aside. And that's going forward. Okay. Page 2 of the AIS gives you this year the amount of funding that's available in the budget section A. So you can see the revenues encompass property tax, motor vehicle, and interest income. And we do have 2 set-asides. One is the administrative cost, which at the renewal of the fund in 2012, you all did approve that it would be acceptable to set aside up to 5% of the fund for admin. And we are asking or recommending for a change in that. We have had admin at 2.2%, and we're asking to increase to 3% for this coming year. So that's a 0.5 position to a 0.8, which is Lisa. And then also, there is the treasurer's tax collection fees, which is always 5% off the top, set aside. So our net funding to allocate is there, $2,056,569, and that still leaves in the fund a projected balance of $122,821 at the end of this year. So the fund does grow by growth and inflation, and on page 3 you'll see a table which kind of lays out the 66%, 2113, and shows you now. This year there were 72 requests. We've had around 70 for the past 3 or 4 years. It hasn't varied that much. Although we did have 6 new requests for funding, only 3 of which the team is recommended to fund. And we can describe that to you. Most of the agencies really is becoming a core function that we have partnerships. So we have 46 agencies that are now going to be funded for 3 years at the same amount. And that is working well, I think, for the fund. So what's interesting is the total request from these agencies was $2,318,285. And what's available, of course, is $2,056,569. Let's see, details of funding. So one of the things, and you noted this, I'm sure, in both memos, in the AIS as well as the CDRC memo, we have some interesting details in the granting this year. I want to point out or pull out for you all the community health services. So traditionally, our public health nonprofit community health services has been a partner, and as you recall, came before you at their budget meeting, and what the Healthy Community Fund is recommending doing, or did do at that meeting, is have community health no longer move forward right now as a partner, but actually is receiving an annual grant for 2016 with a 12% increase for operational support in their grant amount. But the purpose of that is that public health is on the table to really be studied and looked at for Pickens County. So that effort, we decided that it was important right now in terms of healthcare for a process this year to go forward where we really study the provision of services in public health. So we're holding, if you will, CHS a little bit, having them be an annual. Do you have a question on that, George?
When earlier on your introductory memo, the Healthy Community Fund sunsets at the end of 2018.
Correct.
It seems like we just did this.
I know. Can you tell the public to make it 10 years instead?
Well, my question, I had a couple of questions regarding that. That's probably a different discussion, but in regards to the community health services, as part of that study, are they looking at funding mechanisms? Because if at some reason this fund were ever to go away, not only would all these nonprofits be in jeopardy, but community health services, and we also have a portion of Healthy Community Fund specifically for senior services.
Correct.
So I think as we think about going back to the electric to renew the Healthy Community Fund, those are some of the issues that we should be thinking about.
Definitely. No question about it. And I think I heard Nan say yes.
It's included
there are
in
different
that
mechanisms being looked at for certain.
It's my understanding it's definitely being included in that the full scope of that study is how other communities do it, how we do it here, how we could do it, how we would fund it, how we are funding it, etc.
Right. So that's a big ticket item. That's a serious item for 2016.
Mitzi, is the community health services money part of the Health and Human Services grants?
Yes, it's in goal
It's subtracted, so it's subtracted from, it's part of the 66%.
Correct, absolutely. It has been since the inception. And it's in goal 2, which is physical health.
Okay.
Mitzi, on the Lift Up Food Pantry, where are they relocating to?
Okay.
And is this a rent number?
Oh,
The increase,
the
is that to assist with the new, is it for the rent for the facility? What is it
Yes,
for
I was
operations?
just getting to them. That's
Okay.
another big ticket item. Lift Up has had a very small space since 2010. On the back side, I wish I knew the name of that strip mall. What's it?
It's the Mill Street Plaza down there, you know,
Yes,
below.
Mill Street. They actually moved twice down below, and they ended up in that space that used to be occupied by the vacuum cleaner guy. But really inadequate, no bathroom, no storage of cold food. They've been working, but it's been their intention to have a bigger space. So yes, what's happened is they successfully got a nice discount too from the owner of that same plaza. And they have moved up around, and they're next to the laundromat.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so now they're going to be facing the parking lot in front of Clark's, and it's a big increase in square footage, bathroom and ability for freezers and refrigerators. So this is actually a very exciting development for our community, because not only is Lift Up now expanded their possibilities to take in particularly produce and fresh fruit, and then store meats and other things they can freeze, but they have agreed to run 2 of our major public assistance programs related to food, commodities, as well as the senior food program. They have a separate set of volunteers that they're training to take those 2 programs on for us in HHS. And it's going to be really great. It'll be like a one-stop shop for the community.
Will the mobile food pantry still come, but come to that area in front of Lift Up?
No.
Or because that will be operating more frequently, longer hours and more items, that will become the sole source?
We are on the cusp right now of actually studying that very issue and convening all the food partners to really do a strategic plan on food and really have a sense of what the need for mobile pantries is. Actually, no, it would not work for them to have a mobile in front of them.
Okay.
So actually, it's the intention that the second Thursday of every month at our building, the Schultz Health and Human Services, will continue to have the mobile pantry.
Okay.
We discontinued the second time that we had started only about 6 months ago, 6 or 8 months ago. And Food Bank of the Rockies decided to create a second site for the mobile pantry at CMC, and that's ongoing. However, when Lift Up does really become robust, I think that'll come in question as to whether the community even needs the mobile pantries ongoing. But at this point, we're still in planning mode, and so there'll be more to come on that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You'll probably get to this, but with Lift Up, the food program for the Rockies, is that based out of Junction?
They are.
And so they're going through some sort of reorganization, or I saw a little clip on, maybe not reorganization, but I saw a clip on the news in terms of having to expand their facilities perhaps to meet the needs of the Western Slope region that they handle.
You know, that might be referring to their partnership with Lift Up.
Okay.
I'm thinking, because they actually are providing a separate grant to Lift Up to help them with the refrigeration. So they're in partnership, wanting them to be. Food Bank of the Rockies, my understanding, is very focused on every county in Colorado having a brick and mortar food distribution site. They see mobile pantries as stopgap measures only in food insecure counties, particularly where there's not as much availability, if you will. But that's their goal. They want to have, for instance, in Eagle County, Salvation Army will be filling this need for them. So they want a site.
So given the recommendation by the Committee for Substantial Increase for Lift Up,
yes,
to have a larger brick and mortar space to really be able to handle produce and meats, frozen meats, is the request to food bank, is that a duplication then? I know that's always been an issue. That always comes up every year, and I know it comes up before city council as well when you look at grants. Are we duplicating services that unnecessarily, and this one sort of stands out for me in terms of what Lift Up is doing and the tremendous increase for their requests, and that we're still providing a grant for
Well, that's true, and I think that's something that we will be taking a look at. The idea of granting to food bank was when we didn't have a very robust lift up. So we felt that the mobiles were important. If they go away, we may have to look at that. Team, what would you say about that? Any comments?
I just recall that we were thinking that lift up was in transition, so we needed the duplication of services at this point, was my recollection of the conversation.
Yeah, that actually the duplication is helpful to the community right now. So this is really a work in progress food on all levels, because as you know, in addition to that, we're looking at the SNAP penetration and so we're going to be convening and moving forward on this.
Can I just, on a quick side note, so people in the community who are watching this know, Community Banks is currently doing a food drop-off. I believe it's for Lift Up. So anybody who has canned goods or non-perishables, it would be great. You can always swing them by Community Banks right down here by the across from Rio Grande Park. I'm sure all the community banks in the valley are doing it right now, but I think that's a big thing for us right now at the holiday season.
Yeah, thanks, Patty. That's true. And just more notes about the requests, different sorts of issues that came up this year. Youth Zone, the committee's recommending a little bit of a change in Youth Zone's grant moving forward. They have, what's being recommended is that they take the $25,000 that was added to their grant last year for the FACET program, that they no longer have that as a partnership. And that's going to be an annual grant to see if their numbers can come up. Their numbers have not met the expected. And so that's just to help them, quarterly reports back into us, really help them focus on that program, see if we can improve. But a recommendation is they can continue with $45,000 as a partnership for diversion, which is a long-term program they've been doing very successfully. That was one. There's a few other items in here that we just pulled out, but doesn't necessarily need discussion. Up to you. The Emergency Assistance Fund, we're recommending the team is recommending dropping $5,000 from that. As you recall, in the height of the beginning of the recession is when we requested of you that we could set aside that initially it was $20,000, and we raised it 2 years later to $40,000 because there was still, but now things are leveling a little bit, so we want to see if we can right size. We have other agencies providing emergency assistance, so that's one thing. And the Aspen Youth Center, they asked for a partnership of $25,000, and the team recommended a $20,000 partnership, and giving them that, which is $2,000 more than their previous partnership, and then recommending that they are granted $5,000 to buy some equipment, which they talked about. The other big then item is really the Change for Family Visitor Program, which has been funded as a partnership for $70,000 for many, many years. And the team, this was a lot of discussion about this grant request. For years, the CGRC has felt that that grant amount was higher than some of our other family and youth serving agencies, such as Buddy Program, Family Resource Center. It seemed not to be right-sized, if you will. Coupled with the fact that the Family Visitor Program hasn't had the presence that the team would love to see them have with referrals for 0 to 3 family visits, parent visits, etc. So the coming recommendation for annual at 50 was to really encourage them to seek a Pitkin board member, someone that can really pay attention to the needs here in Pitkin, and also maybe to increase their ability to maximize referrals from particularly the hospital, that relationship hasn't been very solid with Family Visitor. And so they did appeal this, as you can see in Sandra's letter. And upon review and discussion, CGRC did recommend an additional $5,000, and that is part of what is taken from fund balance. So that's, okay, so that's kind of a big overview. So basically, I would say at this point, you know, just to circle back around, today's, your charge then now would be for us to just, if you would like to take a look at each goal area in the fund, and if you have any questions on any of the agencies, you know, we're here to answer more.
I have one general question first, and that is, and each year this comes up in terms of recommendations as some of these nonprofits is the request that they have some participation from a Pickens County board citizen. And it comes up every year, and I noticed that on a few of these. So what is the status of that? Are we getting citizens who are volunteering to serve on these boards, or are there still, what's happening?
What do you guys think about that? It's
We
true.
saw a number of them step up and respond to that request. So I think
We look very
people are sensitive to that.
We look closely at the composition of the boards, and again, the family visitor program, the fact that there is no one from Pickens County on the board, we felt was a problem. And so, and are you talking about just board participation or overall?
Well, that idea that for these agencies that are located outside of the county, that they have board representation from Pickens County since the funds are being generated from Pickens County.
Right. That, and then the people they serve. There was one group that we didn't fund because they weren't serving anyone in Pickens County. So.
You took about
Those are
Feed
key
My
points.
Sheep.
Yeah.
Feed My Sheep, the homeless shelter in Glenwood. Right, that was another decision this year, to focus on Pickens agencies and Pickens needs a bit more. And that's another item that I should mention. It does appear that the needs in Pickens County are raising. You know, there's a sense from the team that, across the board, it's a sense that it's good to focus on our own a little bit. But this might raise into question the amount of money that's going to be available across the board for everyone moving forward.
Yeah, you know, first, you guys have an incredibly difficult job at looking at these and you know, splitting hairs, literally, to try to make sure everyone has adequate funding to perform their duties. You know, so I'm just making a kind of generic comment that, you know, we know that Pickens County doesn't house its workforce, you know, maybe 50%, I don't know, you know, the city of Aspen, you know, likes to shoot for, the goal has always been 65 or 60%, but, you know, so it gets a little hard to, you know, and I think Patty heard it not long ago from Garfield County about, you know, the social service issues ending up where people reside and the income being raised where they work. And, you know, there's goods and bads with that. So, you know, I can see the difficulty of making some choices, but I think if we just measure the number of, quote, Pickens County residents served by the Family Visitor Program as opposed to families who have one or more people working in Pickens County, you know, we'd get a slightly different snapshot of their value and their services. Again, this is not to be critical, and I think it's hard but necessary to find some lines to draw in the sand about some of these issues. And, you know, as this board knows, we had wanted to request originally a little more from the voters when this went to the ballot last time, but we lowered that in order to get a unanimous board support for the question at all. So we've been stretched a little thinner because of that. The items that I had to ask about were particularly the ones that was called the Friends of the CAIC. I had no idea what that group was. They didn't receive funding. But who are the friends? Of what?
Avalanche Information Center.
Okay, of the Colorado Avalanche Information Center.
We should spell that out.
Yeah,
Sorry,
that was a
Rachel.
total.
It was a long one.
That's
Yeah,
a
we
long
should
one,
have.
and it was a total
We should
new
have
one.
snuck that in.
Okay, so that was helpful to
So
know.
you know the Avalanche Center, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay, now I know what that is.
Rachel, can I just ask on that?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
I thought in the past we've actually granted to the Colorado Avalanche Center.
You know, I'd have to go back. They split off and developed this, okay, so the Friends is basically their advocacy arm. It's their, you know, it's fundraising.
They do education
Right,
stuff.
they kind of did that as a mechanism so they could, I think, probably raise money and, I don't know, develop their mission separate from the information center itself. So that's how grants come into them, through the Friends of. It's, yeah, good question. I'd have to go back in history and look
I
and see
thought even
if
last
we
year
ever.
we did.
They might have made this change,
Okay.
you know, in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit like having the Wheeler Opera House Fund and then having the Friends of the Wheeler Opera House who
Exactly.
can contribute and receive a tax deduction for that contribution.
Exactly.
Or extra projects beyond what the state would fund for outreach. Then, you know, I agree with your assessment on Third Street Center. I think it is a very valuable community resource. And, you know, perhaps they need to work on their rate structure for when folks are using their meeting room or something. And as you guys know, they had a small fire there not long ago. And we agreed at our last work session to allocate $750 towards their $5,000 insurance deductible towards those repairs out of our contingency fund. So that's not out of your fund, but so we're trying to assist a little bit on those ends. And where when they do have meetings, as they do frequently, you know, I think they need to work with how they pay for and manage the rooms or the rents there. And you're right, we do fund a number of their tenants
Already. That's
so
right.
that makes sense. The two items that I was just wondering, and I know Patty has raised already the Planned Parenthood when we saw Garfield County cutting them back, and fortunately a GoFundMe site kind of backfilled all of that, but it is concerning that their request from us was $15,000, and we're only able to give them a third of that, which was the same as last year's grant. And then, you know, just from being out around town, I, you know, saw a number of homeless folks the other night as it's getting very, very cold, and they said the shelter opens December 1st, and I said, well, you know, if you can find more money, maybe they can open it sooner, and that's a challenge, but for the partners as well as just the funding. But to see them go from a $40,000 to a $30,000 grant, I'm kind of wondering what that does in terms of their actual hours or days of operation.
Oh, well, I can speak to that. Actually, they were funded at $22,500 last year. They requested $40,000, and so the team is offering them $30,000. So that's actually a bump up from their last partnership. And that's a very good question about capacity. I am not sure where they are with possibly asking to open early. That's something we can explore. But this is, you know, it's an additional support to them than they had before.
So,
Can I just, Rachel
Yeah,
makes a
please.
good point, but we have in the past opened early. Is
Yes,
this, is
it
this
has.
still, is this an early open date of December 1st? Is that
No,
the norm?
That's the normal, but I think there have been years that
been
have
years in
opened a
the
week
past, I think,
before,
when we-
right. And it would just be, and I'm happy to follow up with the director, with Vince, because it's just a matter of the church, you
Right,
know, and
their
then
space
being able,
allocation.
right.
Well,
So-
you know, and in light of what Rachel said, I was very concerned about Garfield County Commissioners deciding not to fund Planned Parenthood for political reasons, because it serves valuable services for lots of reasons, not just for the one I think that's a political controversy. So I didn't know, Rachel, that it's been sufficiently funded through.
yeah, there was a GoFundMe site. I just heard it on the public radio, and I think
Oh.
they either raised $25,000 or
Right.
something like that, and they
That's
presented
great.
that
I
to
heard about
them.
that, too.
But again, I think their request to us was before they knew Garfield was
right.
going to drop it out or not, or whether we could you know, and again, this is a budget that's currently being funded somewhat by a little bit of reserves plus the anticipated revenue. So I know you've already stretched the dollars as close as possible, and we don't usually allocate our contingency to the end of the year or the last meeting. But, you know, perhaps there's an opportunity for us to look at what remains of that.
Since I was going to ask to bump up the funding for Planned Parenthood, and since that gap has been apparently relieved, then maybe we can look at the homeless shelter, because we are having some very inclement weather, and maybe we could open early if possible with the church.
Thanks, Susan, for coming.
Thank you.
Pam?
I'm joining my husband in an unexpected medical thing.
Okay, thank you so much for coming over, Sue.
And then Nan had something in the back, too.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, in response to your comment, everyone asked for, looked like a substantial increase in funding from last year, and it amounted to about $250,000 more than funds available.
Yeah.
So everybody, as nice as it would have been to give the homeless shelter the $40,000, everyone had to come down from what they requested. The only people that stayed the same were the people that requested the same amount of money. But everybody did get an increase. Well, I shouldn't say everybody. The majority of requests received an increase from last year's funding. And the other, in terms of valley-wide benefit of these organizations, again, of course, we can't draw the line around Pitkin County. We're serving this guy on this side of the street, but not the family on the other side. But again, with a limited amount of funds, that's one of the criteria. It's not the most important criteria, but it is one of the criteria that we have to apply.
I can understand that.
And it's a tough one, because we are talking about our regional problems now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and note that we did increase by $1,000, or you recommend a $1,000 increase for Planned Parenthood over last year, actually.
Yes.
So we are increasing it, but not to the level they had requested. I'm really thankful that the crowdfunding thing came through, like,
I know.
to just really support it. And
That was a good countermeasure to the other decision. They really are an agency under fire. There's no question about it.
For the wrong reasons, I believe.
Yeah, I know.
Nan?
I was going to say some of what Ann said, which is great. I don't have to say it. Just wanted to remind you that we fund the homeless shelter because they provide year-round services for the day center and the day shelter. And that it probably would be, I don't believe that they don't open earlier because of money. I believe it has to do with availability of space. So, you know, we made this recommendation. We talked to Vince all the time. He was ecstatic with this amount of money. So I just want to put that out there. And if you have discretionary funding, it would be helpful. But so just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, well, if you just to let them know that we are concerned, and if there was any opportunity, a few nights makes a difference, so it's just a thought.
Very good, yeah. So do you want to go through Goal 1? Do you want to systematically take a look at the agencies in family and youth well-being particularly, and see if you had any questions on that, or... We've done it different every year.
I was going to say, I've kind of read through, and we usually kind of don't go through them line by line as much as ones we'd like to bring up or ask questions about.
Right. Remember, a few years ago, we were going line by line, but that's why it was taking much longer than an hour.
Well, we had some people who like to go line by line. Steve, I'm going to just jump right to the aspen tree.
Sure.
You know, we have an issue with childcare in the valley, and summers it increases because kids are out of school. So just in the future, if they come back, it would be nice to keep that in mind, because they are offering a different opportunity for daycare, and it is a great opportunity out there. I went to they did a tour one day with was it the garden party, or what was it called that they did at the, what was that called?
With Jack Johnson.
Yeah. I can't remember what it was called. It was great, but you got to actually go through the facility and see the programs that they offer, which is a great alternative form of childcare, daycare, kids care, whatever you want to call it, during the summer. So maybe next time around we can get some more information from there and and look at helping them with what their mission plan is.
Ma'am?
The fund has not funded childcare for the purposes of delineating and differentiating Kids First from the Healthy Community Fund. So that's where
The difference came in?
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if there's something else that you want us to consider, or some other fund or discretionary funds maybe.
Yeah, I just see it as totally different than a Kids First program. But that's just for further discussion. But thanks, Nan, I've forgotten.
Yeah.
Just a general note that, I noticed, I looked through all of them, like what they got last year. Some of them became partners this year who hadn't been before. Some of them, in general, kept their requests the same or with just slight increases.
Correct, yes. It does
And
vary.
in general, you honored at least a portion of their request. And I realized you couldn't honor everything because there wasn't enough money. So you had a tough job deciding, who gets. Do they get the extra 5,000, or do you give them an extra 1,000, or all those sorts of
I know, yeah.
decisions that you had to make along the line?
Yeah, it's pretty challenging.
George?
I had two questions, again, regarding duplication. Aspen Strong, which is new, we have the Hope Center, so how, that seems like a duplication, no?
They're very different missions, actually. Just, will you describe that for us?
No, I don't remember, to be honest.
Oh,
I can't remember the
okay.
details, but I need some help.
Don't take Sam.
Yeah, Aspen Strong is almost a data, well, and correct me if I'm wrong. This is, you go through a lot of applications, so you don't remember every single one. But it's kind of a data collection, kind of a compilation of different health indices, sorry. And she's putting together this program. It's very exciting. It could be very, very valuable and useful if it's successful. So it's unique. There's nothing, we didn't see anything else like it in the groups that asked for funding. And we gave it a fairly large amount of money for a first request, but that's because if it is successful, it'll be so valuable. It's just an annual, it's not a partnership, so the money is given out to see how they do. And like I said, we're all hoping it does well because it could be a real benefit to the valley.
Oh, good, and then...
One of the pieces of Aspen Strong, exactly right, is a kiosk program whereby the public could actually, discreetly input symptoms and things in this database, computer-like kiosk, which could help them see what they might be, dealing with in terms of a disability or a next step for screening. So it's a screening technique that actually, I think, has been rolled out in other communities. And so one of the things the executive wants to do is see if that could work in the Roaring Fork Valley. That's one thing. And Hope Center, of course, now has been in the community for 5 or 6 years. And their focus is suicide training, suicide prevention training, crisis response, 24/7. They have a variety of programs that are really focused on meeting that person in crisis or with stress, where they're at, and surrounding them with services. So more hands-on clinical, I would say. So it's not duplicated at all.
Okay, and then my other question is, and this one sounds like rather than a duplication, it's addressing duplication through a merger. The Community Health Initiative that's now merging with the Valley Partnership for Drugs. So that's actually merging, which is, and we talked about that in the past with all these nonprofits. Are there opportunities to merge? So
right. And thank you, George, because I had forgotten to put that in my list. That's kind of an interesting new development. Valley Partnership for Drug Prevention has been, funded as a partnership for many, many years. Like $1.5 FTE shop. Actually, it was just one director and then 2 part-time teachers at the school, but that was really, what happened there is that the agency decided to fold. But their board, on their board is Shelley Evans, who is the executive for an agency in Glenwood called Community Health Initiative. So very tied in with the mission. Shelley and several other board members were really came to us and were talking about this, ending, if you will, of Valley Partnership and what can they do to keep the momentum of substance abuse prevention, training, and education in the community and in the school district alive. So they actually would like to resurrect pieces of Valley Partnership, keep it going, and actually what the team is recommending funding them is to help them with that process of strategic planning to see what will come of it. And I know that what they're doing is they're doing surveys of everyone up here in this community about youth services right now. And so they want to come up with they're going to analyze those results, and then from there they're going to reinstitute some programming. So yeah, that's where we are with them. Valley Partnership was actually an agency that was receiving, rent-free space in our building, and that lease was terminated, I think we talked about that at the budget meeting a little bit. Thank you. Yeah. Anything
Let's
else?
see, could we talk about the ones who were denied any funding?
Yes.
One's
Okay.
Feed My Sheep requested $4,000.
Right.
Now, did you increase I haven't found the Aspen homeless shelter one yet. Oh, that's
It's
just
in
above
right
there.
above it. Right.
So you increased the Aspen homeless shelter by $7,500.
Correct, yeah.
So that's kind of like taking that $4,000 that Feed My Sheep requested, but it's giving it to our local group that deals with the homeless. Was that your thinking there?
Correct. Right. Team, that was the intention, is to really support our local homeless program at this point. Not diminishing the needs of a similar program in Garfield, but it just felt right to focus right now on that.
When you look at something like Feed My Sheep with a new request, do you look at all their sources of funding? Is that part of their grant request? They have to line out where they've gotten money before and where they're requesting money this year?
Right, and I think the team pays really close attention to other county funding, specifically other counties in our region. Right, right. It's a whole.
Well, I think we've been kind of paying attention to that too, based on this little comments we heard from Garfield County that, we're putting a lot of money into things that support people in Garfield County, as well as provide jobs for a lot of them up here. So I don't know.
Right.
I think it's good to look at that anyhow.
Well, and obviously we have a regional dialogue on that is probably going to continue, and it's such a, as Rachel pointed out, it's such a tough area because the jobs are here, the housing is there. Who's benefiting from what support where? It's difficult.
Yeah. Then the other one would be, well, the one was withdrawn, the Aspen leadership thing. Could you tell a little bit about that?
Yes, be glad to. So that, basically with Mind Springs Health is, a very important partner in the Healthy Community Fund and in our service delivery matrix in the region, and particularly in Pickens County. And I think that the reason why that request was withdrawn is because we had conversations offline. Man and I had conversations with Mind Springs Health, and they misinterpreted. I think they felt like they needed to put a grant in to really focus on their own leadership in our community. But through a discussion, we realized together that they can exert their leadership within their outpatient grant. You know, they're receiving $126,000 already to support their program in outpatient. And as the Medicaid, you know, they are the Medicaid provider. They have the contract for the state. So basically it was just kind of a reorganization in our thinking together about leadership in mental health. That, you know, we want to see them really step up as leader, and yet we didn't feel that an additional contract separate was the way to go about it. Nan, do you want to add to that?
They withdrew the application, so
Right.
we didn't even score it or review it. They withdrew
Because
it
of
before
that.
the grant review committee looked at it.
Yeah, it seemed odd. Well, they kept their request, Mind Springs Health kept their request at the same 30,000, and they didn't ask for an increase there. That does seem a little bit odd.
Oh, you mean in the detox program?
Yeah, the detox, which is
That's
a separate, that's like a separate
very
part of their function.
Exactly. Well, let me explain it. That is a little different in the Healthy Community Fund. That $30,000 that they receive from Healthy Community is actually the money that had been allocated to the Right Door several years ago. And we kept that money when the Right Door folded. The detox program was born. And so the fund felt that they could continue to spend. But that's only a portion of how the detox program is supported. It's actually an IGA amongst the municipalities.
Yeah, and
Very
so
few
the board may recall, we approved an IGA, I think it's 2 years ago now, Dan? I've got you behind the pillar, I can't make eye contact.
Last fall.
Is it only last fall now? It seems like 2 years ago now.
Yeah, it's been in the
Where
works
we
for a while.
determined a formula with the partners, which includes the municipalities, Aspen Valley Hospital, and the county, that's driven off of population, liquor licenses, and admits, with the exception of the hospital, where we have a off-the-top distribution of about 30%. And I was just trying to pull up, but my computer's going slow here. We have the update on that formula. I believe the county's portion is 60-something thousand in addition,
Right.
that's budgeted in the general fund, in addition to the 30,000 that's coming out of the Healthy Community Fund. The Healthy Community Fund portion was really focused on the prevention side and services. I believe filling in where the Right Door had left off, versus the general fund contribution, which is really to have a diversion opportunity for those individuals that are appropriate from, you know, otherwise detoxing the jail or the emergency room.
Right. So, yeah.
Okay, and the only other one that was cut back was the family visitor program.
Right, the
Now,
appeal.
And you've explained part of that whole thinking right there. Is there anything they could do, like if they did have a full-time, year-round Pickens County resident as a board member, would that make a difference or not? Because still the amount they were getting was maybe skewed high in relation to what they did compared to other organizations. So what's your thinking?
But their appeal was granted, correct? So
Well,
they got an additional.
They didn't note a dollar figure for their appeal, as you might see in the letters.
But you did give them an additional.
A slight one. Right.
And I don't know, based
So-
on Sandy's letter, which was to you guys, not to us.
That's the
They were
process of the
appealing to
appeal.
you.
Right, they're allowed within 3 weeks of their recommendation letter, they come in and say, don't agree. Appeals are supposed to be based on misinterpretation or misrepresentation of facts only. And so, I don't know, I think it would be our hope that with a board member,
And also
things would improve.
further solidifying the relationship with the hospital and the way that the family visits are initiated in our county. That was fuzzy to us as to what the status of the relationship was.
So their appeal was partially successful. They got more
Correct.
money, and they know what we're asking them to do to be more responsive to Picken County needs.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we don't have to feel bad about that they're getting cut back at this point. We're still getting $55,000, so.
Yes, that's one way to look at it. Solid pot of money. Yes, I noted that we gave Riverbridge Regional Center, we offered them a new partnership this year. So they were not a partner, but the team did agree on that. And actually, 3 agencies switched from partner to annual. Community Health, for the reasons that we noted. Windwalkers, which is the equine program. The team offered an annual as opposed to partnership to see what they can do this year. And also Family Visitor Program. And I should note, that's another program note, because for years, you know, we've had the 2 equine programs in the valley.
Right.
We've had Sopris and Windwalkers. Well, we could say that Lisa and I did a site visit with Sopris, and unfortunately during this past year that program was really not operating. So the team felt strongly that until, you know, a board can be reformed and some different financial pictures can come into play for Sopris therapy, it didn't feel prudent to offer a grant at this time.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to Windwalkers, which has new leadership under Gabrielle Greaves and is working, you know, very hard on solidifying their program. So we now have 1 equine.
So Windwalkers actually requested to be a partner, but
Right.
you just did an annual contribution this year.
Correct.
Is that because of this transition going on the boards and the makeup of the?
No, not, it doesn't have to do with Sopris Therapy Services really directly, Windwalkers being separate, but the comment from the committee was, we'd like to see your numbers increase, and we'd like to see more high-risk kids, as I recall, coming into the program. So I think that's just, again, you know, an incentive, if you have just an annual grant, kind of an incentive to work harder on those pieces, to be granted a partnership later.
Okay. George?
You know, one of the other outcomes in terms of us being able to provide these grants to all these organizations is then they can use that as leverage for further grants, and whether it be from the City of Aspen, Garfield County, Eagle County. And so what I'd be curious about or interested in is how some of these organizations are able to leverage these grants and where the participation is for specific locale. So City of Aspen, I know you're looking at organizations that really are focusing on city residents. How are they able to show that the county is supporting these efforts? These are going to help your residents. Garfield County, I know they recently did a large grant through many of their nonprofits in Garfield County. But I'd like to sort of see how they're funding, who they're funding, Eagle County as well, and because it helps these organizations serve the entire population of the Roaring Fork Valley.
Nana?
That's a great,
That's a great project, yeah.
in the past, we've looked at all the funding sources and then had agencies present on that. Just last week, I was talking to John Peacock about the fact that without a joint budget hearing with the City of Aspen, you all don't get to hear from our agencies. So we're looking at 2, maybe 3 work sessions next spring with the agencies, not during budget time, where they can come in and we could have them address how they leverage their dollars as well as what are they doing and what do they see out there.
That's a great idea.
So, because we lost the opportunity, so it would be nice to rebuild it back in here.
Yeah.
Is that when we'd have the pod presentations?
Well,
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah, that
in
was
the old days?
joint. It was traditionally in October.
Yeah, I remember.
And usually the third
It was
week.
fun at City Hall. We used to-
Right, and it was right before housing, you know. And it was like, right, we had, you know, PowerPoints.
It's good to hear what everybody's been doing.
And the city did not, we didn't have one this year. Just didn't move forward. wasn't planned.
Honestly,
Yeah.
So
So
anyway,
anyway.
for that next year.
Oh, but I like the idea of our agencies coming into you guys too, separately. I really think that's valuable.
Well, you know, I appreciate, especially this group, the committee that reviews these. Like Rachel said, it's a lot of information, and it's tough to say, where do these dollars go, when you really wish you could say, yeah, you know. And we're going to have our work cut out for us to reauthorize this incredible opportunity. And we had good support from the community, but helping hands will come back again, I know. And
Helping from the heart.
Yep.
Right.
And
2018.
I know,
mark our
we're looking
calendars.
ahead. You know, I just think it's important, and, you know, I know we try and focus with limited dollars on what we can do within the county, but it does spill over, and the comment that I received was kind of in an unusual situation, was from a Garfield County Commissioner who said, what is Pickens County doing, because our domestic problems, our social services problems in Garfield County are your workers in Pickens County. That's pretty much what he said to me. And I'm like, well, I want you to know we do a lot for people who work at this end of the valley and who don't live here, because we try not to say, oh no, there's some funding things that we get that we have to just serve people in Pickens County, but there's other opportunities, you know, to help out throughout the Roaring Fork Valley. Because I think we all agree that we are in this valley together, and I think we do a good job of doing that, and especially with your help, so I appreciate it.
Thank you, Patty. Awesome.
Okay, well, thank all of you for working on this
yeah.
process. I'm okay with
No, the
your
direction's been good.
decisions on, you know, the allocations.
Great. Thank you so much. I just want to share one more thing. Lisa and I were thinking about this. Interesting that we just brought up the joint city-county meeting, because I just want to share this with you. You'll remember that at that meeting, we do this report that we're now calling the Spotlight Report. And it's actually something for you and the city council. It just gives snippets of bullets of activities and progress that that people make during the year. And so we still prepared this this is again from 2014. You know, this shows the whole year of 2014 since we're still in 2015. But I don't know if this is something that you would like to see as part of this presentation or moving forward. Just a thought, not trying to create more work for our office, but you know, it might have some value though sometimes to have snippets of data of each agency. This is Health and Human Services only, by the way. So just thought I would share that with you all. And
I think this is great information. I just have a question. Now that you have this format, won't take you as much time in years to come to just update?
Well,
I don't want to give you guys any more than you already have to do.
of course. It's just Lisa actually updated this one from the previous.
That's the first time I've had the opportunity to see something like this, and I think it's very helpful and very easy read from what I can tell so far. But
well, it might be great for you all to,
include it with this packet, that we would have had a chance to
then-
look at it.
That sound good?
Yeah.
Sounds like something we can do. I mean, it's a little time back, because if you're covering the previous year,
Still gives
it's
us
not of the minute, but it gives a background.
Well, at this point, I mean, you could put in what the amounts are for this year on the same.
Well, you
could
We sort of
update
base
to-
it on the annual report so I'll get the annual reports at the end of 2015.
Right.
And then you can
that's
update
how
it.
it's updated for next year.
Right, but
Okay.
well, I think what Steve is suggesting, we could add a line that
Of
just
course.
says, you know, for this budget, go around
Okay.
the.
Well, this is like, I see they did their report, they served X number of people
Right.
in 2014.
Exactly.
So to have
So it's
this
just a-
exact thing, you could only do it for 2015 at this point.
That's correct, yeah. We get those in by the end of January. Now, if we reinstitute the joint meetings, that goes into that packet as well, because it's in October.
And the only thing you could
If we don't
have,
have a joint meeting, but we have meetings in the
We can
spring,
still do it.
we can bring more real-time numbers to you if we met in
Right.
April and May.
Yeah, we
So I
could.
think that would be a better use than
Something old.
giving you too much information that's old. Their grants might even contradict the report card, so Let's try to keep it in real time, and
Okay,
we'll
that's
bring
good.
it back in the spring with the presentations, and
Yeah, that's
go
good,
from
good
there.
point. Okey dokey.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you so much for your support. Another year.
So what do we get to do now? We're ahead.
Well, you guys are amazingly a little bit ahead from where we started. So,
Shocking.
So we are scheduled for a break.
Thank you.
When are we scheduled for a break?
We could do
3:15.
So let's do our future agendas right now. We'll
Sure,
start
and,
back end and work.
Just a couple quick notes for you. December 15th, just note that we are having a special meeting on Tuesday for adoption of the budget, even though we have a regular meeting that following Wednesday. That's because we're statutorily required to have our budget adopted by December 15th. Also on that same day in the afternoon, we're going to schedule a 2-hour workshop on our facilities project. At that time, what we intend to bring back to the board is the more detailed schematics for the internal layout, as well as at that point we will have considered, we'll have multiple architectural concepts for the building, and we will have had some public input on those at that point, and so we'll be looking for some feedback from the board as to which architectural concept to pursue for design of the building. So that December 15th meeting is going to change.
So
I was gonna say, where does that fit in here?
2 o'clock time you have the
Yeah,
long
right.
facilities update?
Right now, if you really look at afternoon, that afternoon isn't timed out correctly,
So it'll
we'll
be
able to
changed?
fit it in.
Maybe closer to 1 o'clock or
Yeah.
1:15 or something, we would start.
Similarly, I guess I should have started here, on the 24th, we are going to be having a meeting. John Ely has informed me that he might need an hour and a half for the executive session. So we'll be scheduling that at an hour and a half. That may bring our meeting till 1, although I'm not sure we're going to need more than, right now we have an hour and a half budgeted for, no pun intended, budgeted for the budget wrap-up. We may be able to cover that in an hour.
If that's the case, this is just a theoretical, but why not make that the last item on the agenda? And then if we need to go longer, we will. If we need to end early, we can. But that way, everyone else will, be able to get their stuff done and know exactly when, like Lance and those guys. But if we were to finish the budget much more quickly, then those folks wouldn't be aware.
Oh, so put the budget at the end?
Yeah.
Is what you're saying?
Yeah,
Okay.
and then we can cover the other ones sooner.
If
won't
staff
have to
can
wait.
move it around that way, yeah.
Yeah, that's not a problem. Right now, I think that's all we have on future agendas for you guys. And Rachel, it was noted, we need to start working on a retreat date, and perhaps we can spend a little bit of time in open discussion, not necessarily today, but one of our lighter days, just to kind of talk a little bit about the retreat and what we're hoping to achieve, so I can get a sense whether we want to
2
facilitate
days,
it
1 day,
internally,
whatever.
1 day, externally, how much planning we need to do.
Okay. Also, on future agendas, Wednesday, December 2nd, I believe both Steve Child and I will still be absent at CCI, and so I'm not sure who you're going to have chair that meeting, but you can meet with them beforehand.
I was going to do the shortest straw, I think, was...
I'm the shortest.
figured.
That leaves me out, right? Or leaves me in, I don't know which way.
Yeah, Mike.
I'm not going to be here on the 24th.
On the 24th. Yeah, and I don't know why these aren't, why these didn't make it on.
It still has me out.
Both of you are out.
Yeah,
on
I'm
the
definitely,
24th,
I'm
yeah.
as per my plans before we planned the meeting.
Correct.
open discussion, or do we have more agenda?
Yeah, let's, do we have any open discussion items, or are there any staff people coming in for any of that?
Unfortunately, yes. I think we had the facilities, and I didn't have any open discussion items for
We
you.
can still play any board.
Okay, do any board members have any open discussion items?
I just want to thank Rachel Kim for bringing that up about Planned Parenthood. Wasn't aware that they had done that fundraising. I'm really glad to hear that people rallied behind that organization. I think that's critical.
Yeah.
Thank
There was
you.
actually an online poll in the Glenwood
I
Post
saw that,
Independent.
but I didn't see what the poll
It
results
came out
were.
pretty heavy in favor of supporting Planned Parenthood.
I
think
saw
in
they
the
were going
80s.
to do it. Oh, that's good to know, too.
Okay, so when we get to after the district attorney budget, then we'll have facilities update. And airport terminal, do you think we're going to, can bump that up a little bit? Have them come in a little bit early, perhaps?
Did you?
Yeah,
in case.
I will touch base with John and see if we can get him over here. You bet.
Okay.
You guys have earned a longer break today.
So we're scheduled to have the district attorney budget in 25 minutes from now.
Mhm.
So do a 25-minute break, or 20 minutes, come in in 20 minutes, maybe we should get started a little early if our district attorney is here.
There are still some sweets from this morning out there.
I
if
saw
you guys
one
need,
cookie.
Then you might ask us for it otherwise. So they had requested from us a budget by August 31st, which I think I submitted to Connie and John on the 2nd of September, a few days later. We basically, Garfield, again, is paying 70.35% of our budget this year. Their statutory percentage did not change for 2016. Pickens did go from 21.33% to 21.57% based on the most recent population estimate. Rio Blanco went from 8.32 to 8.08. And so anyway, I went to the Garfield County budget kickoff, and their direction to all of their departments and to us, if we could do it, was to. They're kind of projecting a bad year for 2017 revenue-wise. 16, they're kind of saying hold the line if you can, so that's kind of the direction that we had from them. In August or July of this year, we had what's become kind of a tradition for us, which is we had a 3-county budget conference over the phone, basically with the Pitkin staff, the Garfield County finance staff, and the Rio Blanco County finance staff. And we kind of, at that point, gave them a overview of what our budget was looking like at that point, and just it's an opportunity to ask questions about it, to make suggestions, to give us some direction. So based on that budget hearing, and at that point we were basically asking for a 3% increase for staff for cost of living. But Sherry did indicate to the staff that she's really concerned, or to your staff, that she's really concerned about keeping our attorneys in particular, and she's struggling with losing people to even to other governmental agencies that are basically paying them 20% more than we can right off the bat. We lost a couple of deputies this year, and in talking to the Pitkin staff and the Garfield County staff, they were fairly sympathetic about that, indicated that you guys have had the same issues, and suggested that we might want to increase the amount that we were going to do as an increase for the attorneys for 2016. So after that meeting, we went back and we revised our budget. At that point, we put in a 10% request for most of the attorneys, with everybody else between 3 and 5. So that's what we submitted to you guys back on the 2nd of September. Since that time, we've gone to Garfield County and had a meeting with them, and they basically have signed off on our budget. And in fact, yesterday they approved their budget. So they're good with what we submitted. When we went to Rio Blanco County 2 weeks ago, they had some heartburn over the 10% increase. They're basically not sure what they can do for their staff in 2016, so they were not super comfortable with what we had suggested, and they very nicely asked us if we would go back and just take another look at it. And so since the budget that was submitted to you guys, the budget that's up on the screen here, we went back and we cut some more from it. And basically, yesterday I got word that the commissioners are happy with those.
The Rio Blanco commissioners.
The Rio Blanco commissioners are happy with those changes. So I guess what I'm getting at is that we're ultimately going to submit a budget for less than what you're looking at, than what's in your packets. And basically, I've got a little cheat sheet here on what the difference is. The budget we submitted, we were looking at an overall 5.76% increase from 2015. That's now 3.64%. The dollar difference from 2015 to 16 was $168,384. It's now $106,473, which is a $61,000 cut.
It's hard to follow this, without having this in front of us. It's hard for me to follow this.
Yeah. Well, so let me see. I think what we would suggest, because we just became aware of this also, and staff's recommendation, similar to Garfield's, was to approve the original budget as submitted.
Right.
We reimburse the DA's expenses on actual costs, not on budgeted costs. I think this still bears a little bit of discussion. You have Rio Blanco, who is responsible for about 8% of the budget, now driving potentially budget decisions for the other two entities that are responsible for 92% of the budget. And so I'm not sure, I guess you guys will need to inform me if the discussions are done. I think Garfield County approved your budget as originally presented.
Yes.
Our recommendation would be to approve the budget as submitted, as what's in your packet. If in fact there is less expenditures because of the objections from Rio Blanco County, then all that would happen is our costs would be lower than what you've approved, and those monies would end up back in our general fund balance. I think for us, the delta is around $13,000 difference between the budget that is in your packet now and what Pickens County's contribution would be.
That's right.
Under the proposed budget. And so I'm kind of wondering if maybe it would, because we're now talking, we're going to spend our time talking about a $13,000 difference versus maybe some of the bigger issues that the DA office is dealing with, because there's, I think Pickens' total amount for the budget is around $644,000. So I don't want to get hung up talking about a $13,000 difference too much versus maybe rolling through the original budget that you projected, and then we can maybe just acknowledge that the cost will be less. And I think we still have to have a discussion with Rio Blanco about the sustainability of your office. So I don't know if that makes sense, George, but rather than going through the changes on 13,000, maybe we focus on the bigger budget as originally submitted.
I was just having a hard time jotting down numbers and figuring out what was going on. Changes the last minute is difficult.
Yeah.
So basically, the budget as presented to you guys, and that was in your packet, contemplates that most of the attorneys would get a 10% raise increase. That does not include new people that I would recruit, because quite frankly, I don't have a problem recruiting new people. So a lot of new lawyers coming out of law school that want jobs. The problem I have is keeping the guys that have 5+ years of experience, because they can go out and make substantially more money if they go private practice, or even if they went to a county attorney's office, they would get quite a bit more. And so I concentrated on getting them a 10% raise and
leaving the starting salary where it is at $55,000 for the new guys. That resulted in an increase in wages, which is really the mainstay of what the increase in the budget was going to be, the 5.76% increase. With the wages for the attorneys comes para contributions, and that's quite substantial. So the bigger the raise you give them, then the more you got to pay to para. So that results in an increase as well. And you see an increase in para of about $50,000, I think, $52,000 because of that increase. Also because they raised their rates a little bit this year as well. Most of the other items in the budget remain fairly stable. We had an increase in health insurance this next year of 8%. So with that 8%, and then some people go into family plans, the increase in the health insurance was $40,000. So that's a big ticket item for us that we had to include in there. The other item that is a little bit more is the IT budget. We have some items that we're going to need to replace this year. Going to need to buy a couple of servers for our system. We had held off on doing that this year, so we're going to have to do that next year.
And last year, we'd held off for a couple of years,
Yeah.
and we had mentioned that in our meetings with the staff, that, you know, we made a decision to hold off on some of the hardware items for a couple of years to try to get the.
So that, yeah, so that resulted in a $17,880 increase. And as I said, everything else is not a very significant increase. There was a few things that were decreased, such as transportation. We've been able to cut our transportation costs somewhat because we only take the car when we need to. We are asking for about $10,000 increase in the victim witness budget. We had stayed pretty stable at a $90,000 budget because we're losing some bail funds and other monies. We thought we were prudent to up that to 100. So there you see the 9,849 increase in that in the difference column. And that, you know, is basically it. It's, like I said, it's a 5.76% increase, and that includes giving the staff a 10% raise and support staff a 3 to 5% raise. And so I thought it was something my staff would be pretty happy with. Now, go ahead.
George? Oh, I'll let you finish.
Okay. So when we went up to Rio Blanco, they were quite unhappy with that increase, feeling that they weren't getting their own people an increase, and they are having a tough time because there's no oil or gas activities up there, and really their revenues are way down, way down. And they did ask me to reconsider it and come back with something, which I did, and which includes a 5% raise instead of a 10% raise for those employees. And that resulted in a $61,000 difference. And, you know, the difference for Rio Blanco County, quite frankly, was $5,000. That was it. I think they are, well, they're a rural county, and they do stand on principle a lot, and that's where they were coming from.
So, Sherry, just a couple of questions. You started off with salary requests for staff, and that's now, this budget reflects a 5%?
The budget which you don't have reflects a 5%.
Yeah.
The budget which you have reflects 10% for the attorneys.
For the attorneys. And so, and what you said, starting attorneys at 55,000, I'm just trying to, I don't understand what 10% means. So, for an attorney that's been there for 4 or 5 years?
An attorney who's, like Andrea, that works in your courts, makes about $82,000 a year. So her 10% increase would bring her up to 90.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, yeah.
And my more senior ones are all in the 80s. The ADA is at 100, and so that's about where they are.
Okay. And then I noticed when you looked at the stats in terms of cases, Garfield County actually leads substantially. Pickens County has approximately 80 felony and juvenile cases. Rio Blanco has about 43, so almost half of Pickens County.
Less than half, yeah.
So just a little
Yeah.
less than half, but the difference in terms of population, if you look at per capita, is actually quite high.
So you're saying your numbers?
Rio Blanco's numbers are actually fairly high if you look at the per capita, right? If we want to have an argument for Rio Blanco, why they should be supporting that, even though it's a smaller population, they're generating more felony cases per capita, yeah?
I'd have to look at their actual population up there.
I actually have it from
Oh.
It's the most recent population estimate, which I think is July of 14. It's got them at 6,607.
Right, so.
As opposed to.
So I'm just suggesting that in terms of their demand on your services are actually proportionally much higher than what they're proportionally assessed.
That is actually true because I have a full-time guy up there and a county court guy that goes up about 50% of the time. So if you look at those numbers, with you guys having one county and one district, you're right, proportionally they're using a lot more services.
The way I read it differently, Rio Blanco has 8% of the population of the 3 counties, and they only have 7% of the cases.
Mm-hmm.
So they're under the average for the 3 counties. Pitkin has 21.5% of the population and only 12% of the cases. So we do really well in terms of relative number of cases per population.
Right, this year.
Then Garfield County blows it out of the water the other direction.
Right, that's right.
But both Pitkin and Rio Blanco are below the average based on their population.
They are, but if you look at resources and how I have to allocate my people, I got to have somebody in Rio Blanco County at least.
For just that limited number of
For
cases.
those, yeah.
You know, that's been the norm for many years, is the amount of cases, basis Pickens County cases, and Rio Blanco's always had a greater number per capita. And paid their 8% or whatever their percent, because that's just how it's split up. There isn't any way we could, I know the need to keep well-qualified, experienced attorneys. And I hate to see them be the ones that are on the chopping block here as far as their wages. And for $5,000, if that amount of money, we can't split it up any other way. We can't
Well, that's why I suggest, I think there's a
bigger discussion.
there's a question that's unanswered in this. You know, the division of responsibility for the DA's office is driven by formula that's in state statute. What I don't know, and frankly we haven't asked the question because I think this is an evolving process for everyone involved, is whether that just sets a minimum. So if Garfield and Pitkin are willing to fund at a higher level, and Rio Blanco's funding at a lower level, is it permissive for us to do that or not?
That's my question.
Well, the way the statute reads, just to kind of paraphrase it, and I haven't read it in 6 months or so, but it basically says that the costs of the district attorney's offices, all the office and equipment and things like that will be borne by each individual county for their office in their county. And then all the other expenses will be shared based on the latest population estimate and the divvying up according to that. But it also has some language in there that says something to the effect that unless the counties reach a different agreement amongst themselves. So there does appear to be some language in there that allows the counties to to get outside of that box and do something different if they all agree to it.
Right, and so my suggestion to the board was going to be that we budget where at least the staffs of Garfield and Pitkin had recommended, because this, obviously, you know, having turnover in the DA's office and such, because I think there is some catch-up happening on the wage side from the recession here that just hasn't happened in past budgets. And then we can work out an agreement on the back side if that's the language, and that's why I wasn't sure of going in, but give us time at the staff level to go back and work with each other and see if there's some compromise position. That our concern was about the sustainability of the office, because it has been a long time that they've been caught in this I think, discussion between the three counties who are in very different circumstances.
Right. So the difference for Rio Blanco is $5,000, and we split it 50-50 with Garfield. It's $2,500 to help to ensure a sustainable staff in the DA's office. So I think that's a bigger discussion, but I don't really have a problem with that. So
I could be wrong because we've been throwing the numbers around, but I thought the $5,000 was the amount of reduction to Rio Grande after the larger budget was
That's
cut.
correct.
So that if we were to go
to our regular, we'd already said we should approve the budget if we approve the budget as it stands.
Right.
And then we'd have to make up and Rio Blanco wanted to go with the cut, then we would have a $5,000 deficit, right? So it'd be $2,500 for each if we did it 50-50.
Either that or the compromise works out to something between the 5% and 10%, because Garfield and Pitkin pay about 92% of the budget right now, and so it would allow at least substantial progress towards what was initially intended.
I have a hard time subsidizing Rio Blanco County, frankly. That's what you're asking us to do and setting a precedent. I mean, Rio Blanco is, you say that they're going on precedent. Well, this is a precedent that I think down the road could be a can of worms, and I'm not supportive of that.
Yeah. Steve, I'm not sure if I'm supportive of it or not yet, but I do want to come back to the basic issue, and that is the retention of qualified attorneys. And I don't want to see the Pitkin County public and justice system not well served because we get dragged down to the lowest common denominator, the salary increases do not happen, and the turnover persists. And that, it's almost like retraining anyone for any department. It can take months to get somebody up to speed, and months to get them up to speed on current caseload, and then, again, they can be recruited fairly early or have other reasons to leave. We've discussed this before as a board, but it's a problem just all across the state of Colorado, and how this division has occurred. And at the Colorado Counties Inc., everyone's like, how come the state obligation has been transferred to county coffers 100%, and that there's no support for either courthouse facilities other than some security grants, and no state support for the actual salaries and operation of
Well, there is a little bit.
A little bit. Well, there's at least 2 CCI legislative efforts to go forward this year, and they probably won't go anywhere, frankly, with the state's budget. But to make the point, and that we just can't keep absorbing this difference. And, we are under Tabor just like the state's under Tabor in terms of whether we could increase our budget for this without going, either take it out of our general fund or going to the voters. But I can't go to the 5% lower budget because, the 5% salary increase because one county wants to out of our 3. I just think we have way too much turnover, and it's just going to keep getting worse between the housing crisis that's occurring and then the competitiveness for qualified people. So I don't know exactly where that takes us. I don't know that we make up the $5,000, but I would rather approve the budget as presented. And, perhaps you get what you pay for, and if they have the attorneys that are at a lower salary level because that's their contribution level, maybe that's what has to happen. Now, I don't know if state statute would prohibit that.
I could do that internally.
Yeah.
But I'm already punishing someone to send them up there 4 days a week.
I mean, it's a long drive. It's a long
It's-
drive.
We are on TV, I just.
And
It's a long drive.
Because can't get anybody to live there. They got to drive there and back, and I got to pay them for mileage, and, it's already a
Do
hassle.
they only drive to Meeker, or do you do
No, I
some
have-
stuff in Rangeley also?
3 days a month, I've got court in Rangeley.
Mhm.
So I send somebody from Glenwood to Rangeley and back.
Okay.
If I could suggest it, assuming that how you've remembered the language of the bill is correct, if we have different amounts budgeted, there's going to have to be a separate agreement documented between the counties anyway that's going to have to come back in front of this board, I would assume. If we're going to go outside the lines of what the statute, says. And I think Rio Blanco has set, kind of the stake in the ground if we're going to go by formula. If we're going to go outside of formula, I think there probably needs to be some kind of agreement documented by the language that you recall from your review. And so the path that may make most sense from a budgetary perspective is to approve at the higher level, and let's see if we can work out an agreement that does make sense to the board. If not, then we're all going to be, if we don't have an agreement among the 3 counties, we're going to be at the Rio Blanco budget anyway, would be my assumption.
Well, I do have some money in reserve that I could use for the $5,000, I believe. That's Bill scolds me.
But, but guys, if we use fund balance on an ongoing expenditure, that's just putting the decision off for a year. Or it's putting you in a really bad position of having to reduce that.
I could also use some monies to buy a server, for example, that is a Picking County server, even though it's in Garfield, that's the way it works anyway, and so do an allocation that way, if that makes sense. So you guys are paying $5,000 for a server, and then I'm using the savings that I have in my IT budget to give my employees the 10% increase. I mean, there's some stuff that I can do.
Well, I think that's part of a bigger discussion, because if we approve the budget as it stands here, and Garfield County has approved that budget, and Rio Blanco says, no, we don't have a budget. It's kind of like Congress. We have to all approve it. So it's going to have to be a discussion in a timely manner to determine, and I think we could, since Garfield County already approved it as it stands, we should be able to work with them on a partnership. And I understand George's concerns. We have to be very clear this is, and this will be an ongoing thing in the next year's budget to maintain those salaries, and Rio Blanco has the next year to figure out how to come up with that.
I have a question, just a technical question to understand it. And I know Garfield County has separate expenses listed. So their rent, they have a rent of $91,550 listed. Do they rent an extra space for
No.
your office, or is that space in their county buildings?
It's a space in the courthouse that we've always been in, and their auditors just have them, they're basically doing the same thing you're doing. They're giving us a space in their courthouse. However, their auditor wants to see the money come in and go back out again. So every month they bill us, and then we pay them.
So that's just this is their accounting
Yes, so they give us
system.
the money to pay it. So it's not shared expenses, like the Picking County and Rio Blanco do not pay any of that. But, so that's in the separate budget. So every month they bill me for it, I pay them, and then I submit a bill back to them, and they reimburse us for it. So it's really an audit.
So we do the same thing, except we just
Without
start
those.
doing
There's
the
$5,000 right
handing
there.
money
It's
back
time
and
to
forth.
step it.
Okay, well, I was curious about that.
Yeah, and this budget I inherited when I started in this job in 2006, and everybody seemed to be comfortable with continuing with it. It's the only budget that shows some expenses for one of the county. I mean, it's the only county that these separate expenses show up on, and it was just the way they were doing it at that time, and we've continued with this budget spreadsheet, which is otherwise has got a lot of good information on it and seems to.
Okay.
So that is 100% in-kind contribution?
Yes.
Okay.
Just going in and out, in and out.
Okay. Well, I'm perfectly fine with approving the budget as it is, and we understand the need. We're facing the same thing with in our sheriff's office, where
All right.
their salaries are underneath the you know, the competitive rate here in this area, and so we're, you know, we understand that issue with you know, trying to retain your attorneys. So I'm comfortable with supporting this.
Yeah,
Patty?
and then have staff bring us back some options, John, as to how we can look at.
Yeah, I think we'll need to talk
Think
to
about
the other counties and see if there's an agreement, and if not, I think the DA's office will spend at a lower level, and we'll just
order to
not
have a
expend
budget.
our full appropriation
We
on it.
want them to know we're trying.
So yeah, we will have that discussion somehow.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, you know, the issues that Rio Blanco and Garfield are having because of the oil and gas revenues are not going to go away anytime soon, not with these extremely low prices. And there is the lag time between when royalties are collected and royalties are paid. So actually, some of the decline hasn't even hit yet in terms of
They
their
know
budget.
that, yeah.
And then their property values also go down. So a lot of their revenues are from property taxes on the infrastructure of oil and gas industries, which are really in the tank right now. So this isn't going away anytime soon, even if we're able to reach a resolution this year.
Okay. Well,
Good.
thank you for coming up
Can I
with,
just say something?
Michael?
It seems that I would be willing to approve the budget, but it has to be with recognition that Rio Blanco has a real problem, and that we're sympathetic to it, and that we're. I don't want to just say, well, the hell with Rio Blanco, I'm going to approve this anyway. I'll approve it, but I recognize that Rio Blanco has a problem, and that the issue for them is very important. I recognize that. I don't want to diminish it at all. So I think we can work out a solution, as John is doing.
Great.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it. Drive safe.
All right. So I apologize, on the agenda I did not attach the dual breaks with the 30-minute separation, which we're happy to do, but I do have staff here ready to go if you want to.
We don't need a break
No.
now.
I'm sorry,
You're
I got
taking
stuck
away
with
a
the
break?
signal.
Is that what you're suggesting?
That is usually what I suggest.
I got hung up at the signal.
So now we get another half an hour break.
That's why I was confused.
All right, so I think we're going to move ahead with the facilities update right now, and
Here?
Oh, our laptop? I don't know. I think we're just getting set back up in this room.
Okay. Jody Smith, Facility Superintendent, here today to just give you an update on the facilities projects that are going on throughout the county. Rather than show you, I have 3 pictures to show you, but maybe I'll just go through the list and keep your meeting moving along unless you want to see more pictures of the library. So we'll do that today. The Pickens County Sheriff and Administration project is moving along with the schematic design. We have a presentation set for the public on December 9th. We'll have a morning session with employees, with county employees in the morning. At noon, we'll have a public open house session, and in the evening, we'll have another open house session. So that's being set up right now. Pat Bingham is working diligently on doing a lot of advertisement, press releases, Pick and Connects, social media. So she's doing a lot of outreach starting early next week to get the message out about the December 9th open houses. And there'll be 3 different open houses. Again, 1 for staff and then 2 for public. The architectural team, the design team, and of course staff will be there to give a presentation and show you where we've been, what we've heard, and what's come out of
We're
that.
going to do them right here in this little room?
Yes, we are actually.
In the hallway?
The other thing that we'll be doing the first week of December is meeting with the visioning team before we come to the Board of County Commissioners and out to the public, just to do a check-in with them to talk about, do the vision statements meet with the design that they've put out. And then on December 12th, December 15th, we have 2 or 2.5 hours scheduled with the board, and Dave Detweiler, who's the project manager, and the architectural team will come in and do a full presentation to you on the schematic. We'll be talking about the exterior look or concept, and then the interior layouts. I'm sure they'll have a couple of different options for you, or if there's a really strong preferred option from those public groups. So we don't know what that'll look like yet, but Dave and Pat are working on that right now. Any questions on that? Okay. Ute City, where the elections will be moving, the elections functions will be moving over to the Ute City building. We just submitted for permit yesterday. We hope to get that within the next couple of weeks, and we'll get in there. It's fairly minor modifications to those areas. And then the projected move-in is that second week of February. And then the clerk's office will be moving across the street to the Vectra Bank downstairs, and we'll have the schematic and kind of the new layout for their furniture, and a couple of walls, new flooring, trying to work out some of the sound mitigation from that echo, and security, of course. All of that is being worked out. The permit should go in next week, and again, a couple weeks to turn that around, and then get the work done with a move-in in March. So that's all moving along. Janice and her crew have been involved, again, with Dave Detweiler, who's our project manager on that, and Bruce Flynn, who's been coordinating those moves. The courthouse steps, as you know, there was some structural damage to those steps. That happened at the end of August. It's really taken us some time to kind of get our hands around the repairs that need to happen on that. I've been working with Susanna Reed. We have a structural engineer. They've come back this week to me, and we want to do some soils testing to make sure that the soil that's there is adequate, otherwise, which we're not sure it's stable. So we want to test that, and we want to pull one of those blocks off to see what the structure is built of. They'll finish their designs then, and then we'll move forward on that. And I still need to go out to bid for that work. So we're still looking for 2 to 3 weeks before we can do that. And one of the things that I've been talking about is actually putting a different kind of a structure, a protection over that, given that the weather is here and it's snowing. Really worried about the freeze-thaw and it being wet and the soil being wet. So we have some ideas on the table of building a structure over it, making sure the soil and the structure will last till the spring, or do we do it with the winter? And so that's kind of like our next decision point. I should know that in a week or so. I have asked my contractor who's working on the library, I've just asked them to build a structure over that stairway to try to, they have just plastic over it right now. I'm not sure that's enough. So he's going to do a little drawing for me, show me what that'll actually look like. I can show that to you guys in 2 weeks, or we can just, I guess the question would be, are you okay with a big plastic structure being over that, but if it's available for use, then for several months. So so we'll just kind of keep looking at that and see where we're going to go. Is it worth the push to get it done during the winter months, or do we hold off until spring? So,
Rachel?
Yeah, 2 things. One, can you do soil testings accurately once you hit these sort of temperatures?
That's a great question, and I have calls into the soils testing people now to find out what that's going to look like.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if it was all frozen, what it would really tell you.
Well, and we can throw a heater in there and warm that up.
Okay.
Too.
The second is, Isn't that stairway has been the primary ADA access with the lift into the courthouse, or is it the elevator from down below in the patrol room?
The ADA access for that building is the back entrance, the north entrance, so you go back around behind the courthouse and then use the interior elevator.
Okay. And so I just would say I think that it should become a priority for the appropriate cleaning of that pathway all throughout the winter, as we're, a little messed up with the construction.
Okay, thank you.
So do we know when the stairway is going to, and the ramp over here are going to be open? Do you have any idea? It's a city project, right?
Yeah, I know that the Galena project team are meeting right now. I was going to go over there after this. They're working very diligently that was actually one of the pictures that I had, was the snow melt laying down in that sidewalk. I believe that they're really trying to get it open within the next week and a half, 2 weeks, by Thanksgiving. So,
As you come up the stairwell, out of the landing, down the stairwell, up this.
Yeah, it's a mess.
I saw them pouring concrete on the sidewalk there, and I thought, oh my gosh, they wouldn't have the snow melt stuff under there, and I went and looked over the fence.
They did.
And that was like just the day after we had talked about it.
Yeah, they moved
So
fast.
you moved fast on that.
You're watching it.
Yeah, so that snow melt is down, the bedding's been put down, the concrete's been put over it. Then their next thing is to get the pavers on top of that. And then it'll be an assembled sidewalk, and they're doing the same thing on the Galena Plaza. So
I don't know if you have the opportunity, but the crossing out here in front of the courthouse, if you cross over to City Hall, you got the light, and there's nothing that tells you the sidewalk isn't open going down down Main Street towards, and people, and there's no pedestrian safety. They've got 2 lanes of traffic open now. I just saw somebody walking by there with a snowplow, CDOT snowplow coming down, and it's slippery as heck there, and that could have been a devastating incident. So I don't know if they can do anything, but just sign it. People will still.
So that's from Mill Street towards Aspen, or towards the.
Yeah, it's where the green fencing is, and there's not enough pedestrian clearance there.
I'll pass that on.
That's the way I always walk. But
I know, Steve, I was worried about you.
I look up the road, and if anybody's coming, I just wait now, because there's no delineated separation. And as soon as there's no traffic, then it's
Some
safe.
people don't look at traffic, they just walk.
Yeah,
There's traffic
yeah.
coming behind
I
it.
understand your point.
I'll be sure to pass that along to them.
If you get a chance, thanks.
Yeah. And then the last update is the library. So the waterproofing for the the children's amphitheater is in process. I was in there today crawling around, and we're starting to go up the walls, and then we'll start to build the actual contours and then get that sealed, and then we'll start getting earth on there. So the doors are on their way, the big slide opening doors, they're on their way and will be installed. That'll be a big milestone for us. The interior is moving along. I was in there this afternoon, and they've got all of the ceiling tiles up on that upper level removed. That was one of my priorities as a facilities manager, because number one, those tiles aren't made anymore, so we couldn't. Number two, we could never get up there to take care of them. And then the biggest concern is that we had a lot of that that insulation that sprayed onto the decking was coming down, and so we really didn't have a concept of how much that fire caulking and whatever was missing up there. So I'm happy to report it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, but we'll have a new ceiling grid. It'll be nice and bright in there. The skylights should be here. I guess we'll probably do that in the spring now. So, but it's moving along. Everything's going well. So.
And the metal siding is on order.
Metal siding's supposed to be here in December.
I can't wait to see it.
Did I show you that
Yeah,
sample?
I saw.
Okay,
Yeah. I didn't see the sample, but I saw some renderings, and it's going to look great.
All right. I had a sample with me at the budget meeting, but I didn't get a chance to show it to you. Any other questions? The jail ADA and fire system that we've been talking about all year is finally, the contract's going to be awarded this week, and we'll get them started permit process has taken a bit on some of the bigger projects, which this will be one of those. So we're kind of planning in the 6 to 8 weeks of permitting time, and then we'll probably get started in January and get it knocked out by the end of February or so. But I'll have more as we get that contract done.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Moving back to open discussion.
Yeah, so I did miss one item, thank you, Steve. And it may be an item that the board wants to think about and we can talk more about tomorrow, but the board has interviewed 3 candidates now for the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board. One is a renewal, Ruthie Brown, and then there were 2 candidates, I believe, for the same district. I'm confirming that with Charlotte now, but George Johnson, who is interviewed on October 20th, and then Catherine Berg, who is interviewed on November 5th. And so we're looking to see if the board has a preference at this point for appointment, or if you'd like to think about it, and we can bring it back to open discussion tomorrow.
We can wait till tomorrow, but I would certainly reappoint Ruthie.
Yeah, I don't think there's a question.
Yeah, that one to me is no question about reappointing Ruthie.
Okay.
I've been thinking about the other 2, and I actually would like to go back and look at the video again of both interviews, because they were quite a few weeks apart between the 2 interviews. So
okay.
That's what I would prefer doing, waiting. And if I'd have time, I could look at those tomorrow morning, but depending on what other board members' preference is.
Yeah, we can do it tomorrow. I don't need to revisit the videos, so I'm ready for a discussion. We can wait till tomorrow.
If we just have a very short agenda tomorrow relatively, and we could have an open discussion then, I think. Okay.
So anyhow, all of us could be thinking and remembering the 2 candidates for that.
Yeah.
And have the discussion tomorrow.
Very good.
So I did contact John and told him to shoot for being 20 minutes early. I thought that was a safe bet at the time, which puts us at 3:40. We're at 3:31 now. I don't know if there's other board open discussion.
Take a 10-minute break.
Then it means I didn't take one away. That's a
Okay.
10-minute break.
All right.
Okay, 10-minute break.
Season last December, in fact a year ago today I started, immediately began to realize we really have some constraints in the facility for a variety of reasons. So watched it for a couple of months and thereafter started meeting with a variety of tenants and just asking them, is there an interest from their perspective to expand the passenger boarding lounge area, because that seemed to be the choke point. And the other choke point that the airlines then said, well, is also the baggage makeup area. So when you check your bag, it goes behind the scenes and you go onto your gate with your ticket. Back there, and then speaking with the TSA, they also echoed, we have spatial constraints and really some issues back there. So as we started looking at, well, maybe we need to do something there as well, I quickly learned a couple things. The ripple effect of expanding the shell and employee housing and the cost of construction in Aspen. So it was quite a enlightening experience over the next few months with me. But what did keep resonating in everyone's mind out there is the choke point is the sterile area out of all the other components. So we went through a variety of scenarios. Should we do something big? Should we do something small? And then as the environmental assessment kicking in and looking towards a new terminal building, the cost associated with how much you're going to expend for a 5 to 6 year window became quickly apparent as well. So taking in all these variables as it continued to take place last winter, we came up with a proposal that we think strikes a balance. So what we have here is the first few slides in this PowerPoint presentation is really just a walkthrough, a familiarization for folks who are watching this presentation. But this is the main entrance, and as you come through these doors, you would then come down this corridor. If you go straight, you would go to the TSA screening checkpoint area straight ahead. But before that, if you peeled off to your right, you would be immediately inside the ticketing area for the individual airlines. Back here is where the TSA does their inspections of bags. Immediately behind the ticket counters, which are right here, is the baggage makeup area and the operational offices for the respective airlines. So back to this corridor you go into and you see the TSA security screening checkpoint. Once you get past this point right here, you enter into the sterile area. Here's a gift shop, a food...
John?
I'm sorry?
Use your mouse because the TV audience can't actually follow your laser.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Pointers and we've had this problem where the mouse pointer doesn't show up on PowerPoint on the computers.
Okay.
We got it.
There we go.
Thanks, John.
I just had to come over and threaten it.
Yeah, that's right. Those footsteps. So again, here's the the picture in the top left is the entrance to the terminal building. Here's the corridor that would lead immediately up to the security screening checkpoint area. These are the specific lanes. Before you get to that, if you were to take a right, you go into the ticketing lobby area. And this area right here is the ticketing counters where you check in. Back here is the TSA's behind the scenes activities, as well as the airlines behind the scene activities here, baggage makeup and operational offices. Back up to this area, once you pass the security screening checkpoint, you then are in this area here, which has a seating capacity of about 316 per fire code and 136 seats. This is a gift shop area in the sterile area, and this is a food cart area inside the sterile area. Out here where the aircraft would be parked, and these are the respective gate access points onto the ramp. If you were to still come back now to the main point of up the corridor, before you got the security screening checkpoint and took a left, you'd come into the main area here where the restaurant is located. So restrooms are back in here, the restaurant activities is here, right in this area here is the gift shop, a lot of meters and greeters in this area. These are the administrative offices, these 6 or so squares. If you go up this ramp, you're then going into the baggage claim area, which are these 2 carousels here. And directly behind you would be the ground transportation for the rental cars here, as well as the hoteliers and some other activities over here. Some more airline operations in this area. And over here is our concierge, the Aspen Chamber Resort folks. So that's an orientation of the map that we have. During peak periods, this is what the airport is looking like. So here, looking back, it's kind of a fisheye lens, so there's a little bit of distortion there. But looking back into here, you can see that the ticketing area is rather saturated with people. So people who are either spilling out from the TSA queue, and while people are also then arriving at the airport and trying to check in. And this is the passenger queue for the TSA screening checkpoint, which ends right up into here, and then you're looking further into it. This is then looking into the TSA checkpoint and standing at one of the gates. So right behind your view would be the aircraft. So you can see the saturation of folks. This is about 300 people inside there. So you can see the density is rather tight. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in just a few minutes. And then here is the baggage claim area. So this is the first carousel. The bags are on in the bottom right portion of the screen, looking back towards the far end of the baggage claim area. So problem definition and kind of the setting. You really have 2 very influencing factors. One is you have an aging facility from a design capacity, functionality standpoint, and the second item is airline scheduling. And if you look at the aging building component, it was originally designed as 3 separate buildings, standalone structures. They were combined, walls taken down, and corridors created and combined into one building before primary uses. So you have the airline ticketing area for departing as well as passengers being rebooked, which happens a lot at our particular facility. The TSA checkpoint, the sterile boarding lounge area, which is the area just past TSA screening, and baggage claim with a combination of ground transportation. So those are the actual functions. What exacerbates those areas and the aging building component is that they have peaking. You have the airlines who are coming out of major hubs from San Francisco, Los Angeles, Denver, Atlanta, Minneapolis, and Houston, all hub and spoke concepts. And so they put the majority of flights in very much in peaks. In a 1.5 to 2.5 hour, you'll have multiple flights, not many, at 0, multiple flights again during that next peak, and it just exacerbates problems when you have a building such as our own. It creates that rush hour, and it just really ripple effects through all 4 of those functional areas. Curbside seems to be working pretty well, and not to be an issue in parking as well. But it's those 4 functional areas that really have the problem. So what are we proposing to do? Here's the security screening checkpoint area that, oops. How do you get this mouse? There we go. That is highlighted in yellow. So that's the security screening area. No change to that. The TSA has very specific parameters up to the inch in terms of their design of where the tables go, where the positions are of the individuals. And we took a look at, could you move that checkpoint back into that corridor, and we couldn't because it narrows, and you miss it by about 6 inches. And speaking with the folks in TSA headquarters, say the standards are the standards, and we have every airport asking us for exception. So very rigid design standards for what they're trying to accomplish. This is 3 areas that we've highlighted here in pink. So this is the existing food cart area. This is an existing gift shop area. And this is, right now, a storage room, but a proposed food cart area. So when I get to the next few slides and you see that we're going to expand the sterile area into this area here, we're proposing to eliminate this one and simply relocate it during the peak seasons over to this area here, so that people who are not flying out have access to foods and drinks to the same degree that they have today. So this is the existing sterile area in orange. It's approximately 4,200 square feet. These are the proposed control points that really the construction that we're proposing would entail.
John, can I ask you a question before you go to the next slide? Your proposal to move the food cart over to the baggage area, it seems like most people who are waiting around, if they're not taking a flight, they're probably dropping passengers off and hanging out with them now in the lobby area. But if that goes away, it seems like they would be hanging out in the arrival area versus the luggage area. No.
The departing area. Ticketing area.
It seems like you'd walk in at the entrance, the main entrance, and you would hang out there while I was dropping off my family before they go through security, versus going over and hanging out with them at the luggage, at the carousel area.
Well, we see people in this area waiting for folks, which seems a little backwards, but I would always go backwards at DIA and be picked up on the departure level because there's never any crowds, and people might be thinking that here. So we have people in that area. I'm trying to get this mouse to go again without changing the slides on you. I apologize.
Oh, I see.
There we go. So they'll wait in here, George, and then primarily I see them in this area here, and then we also see them out here occasionally. So what we're proposing is if people wanted food, they could get it in here. And if they wanted any sundries, they could get them in here. Now we're proposing that when we close this off, in the next slide I'll show you, one of the access points is right about here, they'll be hanging out in this area. This will be the meet and greet area. and that'll allow them then to have food and beverage or water or whatever. So it's just shifting it.
Yeah. Steve? I mean, George, you pointed out something when we first looked at this. You'll be losing the ability to sit in the restaurant with someone while they're waiting for the plane.
Right.
Because you can't go into the secure area without a boarding pass. And so you'll get separated early on. I'm generally supportive of we have to make do with what we've got. And that's no question. And this airport over the years has kind of reminded me a little bit of a Mr. Potato Head. You just keep putting new pieces on it and hope it looks a little better and shine it up a little bit. It's got the smile to a frown and everything like that. But, we will be losing something, but we'll be gaining something for those people waiting for the planes to leave. And that will be an improved experience, because right now, you get out there and there may or may not be anything you want to eat on that cart. You can't order anything hot. There's no scrambled egg sandwiches or anything like that. I'm kind of curious, though, everyone on the ticketing side will have to walk outside the building and around to use the restroom in the baggage side. That will be the only available restroom that's not in the secure zone. Is that correct?
Well, yes and no. No, in that if you're in the ticketing area, this area here, you simply, as you do today, walk up the ramp to the side of the TSA and make that sharp left turn and use the facilities in here. So they have an existing men's room there and an existing family facility. That'll be converted to women. So that's where the no is. But yes to your question is, for those folks
over there,
in this area, well, actually, these folks will have access to these restrooms in here as well. So no one will have to walk outside to go to the restrooms. I was thinking for rebooking is why.
Okay. Yeah, but so if there's this new expanded waiting area for departures, they will not have access to the restrooms next to the restaurant. They will have to come back up to this current kind of cramped little restroom area.
The women will have access.
To the restrooms
The
are
women
over
will
here.
have access to the restrooms in this area right here.
So that will
as
be,
is today.
Okay.
And the men will simply traverse through here and go around into this area here.
Making the men take the walk.
Yeah, okay. And I guess that was the other question, but you seem to have answered it. So the existing woman's restroom next to the restaurant will remain insecure? No, that will remain secure.
Correct.
The men's room and what will become a family room in that area will still be available for people and the employees at the ticketing zone without being secure. And there's no pass-through, there's no windows, there's no way that because I was thinking the other restrooms have those large windows that are open a lot of the year.
And we'll secure those facilities to the liking of TSA.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
So, Steve, if there becomes an issue, since it's kind of a movable coffee cart, if it becomes an issue with the more demand coming from the ticketing side than the baggage side, we can always move that.
Put it over to the ticketing.
Where we're going to put the little coffee cart on the baggage side, luggage.
Correct.
We could always move it if we had a lot of
Correct.
complaints saying I didn't want to walk out in the cold to get a cup of coffee.
Correct.
Or we could find another option, like a vending machine or something.
Correct.
Okay. If the need be.
So the scope of the construction itself is somewhat simple but expensive because there is some special items given it's an airport and TSA regulation. So those the red lines right here, this would be an access point. This would be a fixed door that would be attached to a pillar, so that would be there year-round. There'd be a pass-through door. This would be a roll-down gate that would separate the non-sterile folks from the sterile folks. This is a enclosure gate that each night the TSA would then close off their security screening checkpoint, and they would not have to do sweeps on a daily basis. So that's almost independent of this process. This is the real pass-through point here. We'll also have a roll-down gate. It'll be, a wall will be removed. During the season where we have the expanded sterile area, that will be open so that people can freely pass through. This will be down. And this will be the third component, and this is a new backflow device that you presently have here. So when you're on an aircraft and you deplane onto the ramp, you'll come into the terminal building right at this point, and there's a variety of electronic devices that if you try to go back onto the ramp, a rather obnoxious alarm would go off. That will be moved over here at a little bit of a future date, and I'll explain to that to you in just a minute. So the construction is really glass walls in this area, glass partitions above up here, which are somewhat elaborate because that's a very high archway ceiling that has to be addressed, and then also a drop-down gate here and a drop-down gate here.
So when you're deplaning, you would go through the secure area to get to the baggage area?
I'm sorry, say again, Rachel?
When you're deplaning, you will go through the secure area to get to the baggage area?
Oh, when you are deplaning, yes, you will go through, as you do today, into this area here, and you will take a right and take the same path that you do today to get the baggage claim area.
Most airports do that today, too.
Kind of mixing. Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
How about getting to your office? How can the public get to your office? Because you'll be within the secure area, right?
Actually, we've come up with a solution to that, and you will still be able to enter into our offices from the non-secured area. So coming through the baggage claim area, you would walk down this hallway here, and this hallway will be split. We'll relocate the door a little bit further, but you'll be able to traverse into the terminal offices, administrative offices, without having to go through the security screening
You'll come through the
checkpoint.
conference room instead of come through the conference room? Put a new door in?
Just flip it with the lobby.
Got it. Okay, just want to make sure we can come visit.
So what says lobby would become conference room would become lobby in your office?
The door's actually not going to go into the conference room. It'll just go to the edge of it where the TV is inside the administrative offices. So you'll still keep the continuity of the office layout
It'll go right
today.
through here. So you can still come in and out through that without having to go through the conference room.
Okay, correct. This is what the device actually looks like. There's two places. It's in South Carolina as well as Las Vegas. It's approved by the TSA. It does not necessitate that you have an individual there, so it cuts down on staff time and allowing us to do other things. And the airlines will now take over the entrance into the terminal buildings, just like at normal airports. It's like a gate, and it'll be their responsibility. Here's one actually in service. This is a dual lane. We'll have a single lane, and it prevents folks from coming back because the second door won't open until the first door closes. And it has a processing rate that the numbers that we heard are acceptable, and we don't think there'll be any delays.
Is there a way when you have a plane with 60 or 80 people unloading, they're all coming through there, they all want to go get their baggage? The door's going to have to close on one side before the people inside can get out on the
Very
other?
quick. As you can
How
see,
does that work?
It's just a few steps between the doors. So the processing rate is...
It's going to be a little bit of a bottleneck, though, if you have a whole plane of people
little bit
wanting to go through there all at once.
A little bit. But you'll also, and you have that naturally because there's a lot of people meeting and greeting right outside the administrative offices. People are coming and going there. You have a lot of the hoteliers with the names of,
It's if I may,
Clapper for pickup.
It'd be similar to a revolving door in terms of its speed of letting people go through one at a time.
So it's not going to be like, they have to wait like on the entrance desk, but they'll be moving.
Bags don't come out that fast anyway.
Yeah.
Is there any way to have the deplaning people go through over here somewhere, just straight into the baggage? And I know you have all sorts of baggage stuff over there, but is that a possibility?
And restrooms.
You could, but then you get into some traversing issues on the ramp and the marshaling of those folks, and then simultaneously, if you have multiple flights, you're then bringing in the tugs and the baggage carts in that area, and they're at a fairly good clip over there. So you're kind of mixing the pedestrians with some operational activities. Yeah. We were thinking also, Steve, of putting them back into the passenger boarding lounge area, just like when you arrive at most airports. You go back into this area, but the saturation point is too great, so this is really the best option that we have. So this is what it would look like when it's expanded, and you can see again the mouse is delayed, excuse me. There it comes. Here would be the red line, a new area that would seal it off. This would be opened up. This food cart would move over to here. And when this does get it installed, the backflow preventer would be in here. The meet and greet area would move out to here. So what it does for us, it gives us a greater post-screening area. We're looking at about 15 feet per passenger. So today's capacity is 316. From a safety perspective and with design and to speak with your architect, 9 to 15 is a much better number. And so we would drop the 316 down to 280. If you use that same 15 per square foot per passenger, that would give us 140 additional people, which would now take it from 280 to 421. So it's nearly a 50% increase. It addresses the passenger experience that we've talked about. What it does do, however, for those individuals, the downside is for those individuals who have to rebook and they have to pick up their bags, they will then have to traverse exterior of the building, walk outside to get back to the ticketing area. We've talked to the airlines to see if they could put a rebooking station inside the baggage claim area, but they're saying they still would have to get the passenger's bag over to the ticketing side where the TSA screening operation takes place.
Can you explain that to me? Why would people coming here, what would be the demand to rebook? Isn't that where the people getting off the plane, isn't that kind of their end destination? Are they?
Your flight's canceled.
Oh, so you went out and came back.
Right.
I mean, you didn't go anywhere.
You were in the
Yeah,
secure
exactly.
area.
You got on the plane and that was as far as you went.
Okay, so that's you didn't go anywhere. Okay.
But, I mean, I guess this is logistics, but if your flight's canceled, you've been in the waiting area, your luggage was on a cart, it never got onto a plane, they will drop it in the baggage area and you will re-pick it up to go around and rebook.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
You know, it just, as that process happens, it'd be nice for us to think about a luggage cart and personnel to help move people over as opposed to having to tip somebody else a second time, or, you know, how do we accommodate that movement? I mean, you'll know when the flights are being canceled, you'll know.
Exactly.
And so
it's going to necessitate closer coordination with the airlines telling us, and we've also had that conversation bringing the porters into play.
Yeah.
There's going to be opportunities for them, but there's also going to be people with special needs who are just going to need assistance.
Yeah.
That we'll pick it up if the airlines don't.
Okay, I want to make sure that, because there was something else that, you know, is tangential to this, but we've talked about a little bit before, and that really is working with the airlines to make sure they have enough personnel for unloading the planes. And, you know, you'll see people waiting and waiting and waiting, and then you have 2 or 3 planes worth of people waiting, and it's like, well, they can't unload your stuff until they've gotten the other plane loaded up and out. And it just seems like there's a shortage of personnel that make the schedule slip.
That's always going to happen.
I know, but it's just that they're not staffing enough, and I think we should put in a formal request as they, you know, contract with us and use our airport and service our airport, that they service our guests well. So,
John, if there are anybody in the sterile area where the restaurant is now, the only way to get back to ticketing area is to go through baggage area and then around to the outside. There's no way to go back through, down the ramp by the
Correct.
TSA. So even an employee who's badged would have to go around that same way?
We're working with the TSA on that. They have a certain criteria, and we're working with them on that. Because a case in point, take your question a step further, rental car employees now have access to the restaurant. Mm-hmm. If they can't get into the sterile area, they won't have access to the restaurant. So whether it be a hot meal or a hamburger, it just won't be available to. So we're working through a few of those logistical issues on the access control.
So it's kind of going to be a one-way pedestrian thing in ticketing into the sterile area, into the baggage area. And then if they want to go back through, they have to go back around to the start of the one-way, basically.
You made me think it's NASCAR. It's all left turns. Yes, it's a one-way flow.
A little slower, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And so you'd also have to go through the TSA screening again.
correct.
You know, it'd be nice if we could make some sort of priority for people, you know, if they've already been screened once. I don't know if that's possible or not, but that's part of the real frustration of the experience is waiting in line and moving 2 inches at a time, and you're up on this awkward ramp, and you've been through screening, and now since you're rebooked, you have to go through and wait in that same line again, and it seemed like, you know,
Yeah, TSA will never let you, because you could pick up anything along that loop.
Well, no, I'm saying you have
Yeah.
to be screened again, but it'd just be nice to not say
And
you have to
bump
go
through.
to the end to the 45-minute line again. And so I don't know, as I said, we're trying to make a silk purse out of pig's ear, and to the extent we have to make up for some of this with customer service or
Exactly.
personnel, so be it. So I'd just like to look at what new dilemmas we're creating and how can we potentially alleviate some of the pain.
And I think,
Yeah,
Rachel, it
good
goes
point,
back to your
Rachel.
previous remark, the airlines, as much as they could do to rebook, and even if they've accepted the bag and it's been screened,
Yeah,
they could take it back. It would make the passenger experience exponentially better. So we'll continue to work with them on those types of issues. It's a good question.
And, yeah, just along those lines, it would be great if we could work with our restaurant provider there to have some sort of call-in number or a pass-through window, so if other people want a hot meal who can't get into that zone, it could be delivered to the cart or something like that. It's good for their business model, but it'd be very nice to have that known and be able to promote it of how you can still order from their regular menu and it'll be delivered to the cart.
Since you brought that up, last time I met with the folks, they actually coincidentally had flown in a couple of the regional vice presidents. I shared that with them, and they said it's very costly to do. We actually sat down and tried to think of could we actually abandon this area that is presently used for airport facilities right back here, and turn that into the food cart so that there could be just a tunnel built here, which would be not even a 10-foot long enclosed structure. And it just became problematic from utilities and HVACs and water and the health department codes that they had. So we'll continue to explore that, but we definitely brought it up to them and
Okay.
helped.
Yeah,
Would
I
it-
know, we can only do so much with what we have here.
Nice to think of all the
That's why
problems.
we're looking at a new terminal.
True. And with the contract coming up next year,
Yeah,
there could be an opportunity for us to address it through that, through the RFP process.
John, can you keep that on? I'm still a little confused about the restrooms. So I understand that from the entranceway there, yes, you'll have access to the women's restroom that will not be in a secured area, right?
Right there.
They come up the ramp and around the corner into the restroom.
Right,
There
but
is
that-
both, there is a men's and a women's restroom.
Oh, there's a men's and a
Yeah.
women. Okay, I
Yeah.
missed that part.
We'll transition the family
Family
Got
restaurant
it.
to
Okay, I
a
missed
women's
that part.
facility.
Thanks.
So there's really two projects here. Project one, the scope is to expand the passenger secured area. They have 49 calendar days to do so from the notice to proceed, and then the completion is targeted mid-January. Most of the work will be done during the nighttime hours. We'll have weekly progress meetings with the with the tenants. It's already been scheduled for Tuesdays at 9:30. Project two is the exit lane gate. It needs to be manufactured. Every airport is different, and it needs to be built from scratch. 17 weeks coming from Europe. We can expedite if we fly it versus put it on a boat. And we're looking at that right now. Completion is mid-March, and again, weekly progress reports on that. So 2 phases, and we'll do a temporary glass structure. If project one, if you approve this project to go ahead, we'll do a temporary structure and then just man it for project one until the equipment actually comes in.
So that tells me that we could have this new system up and running in one way or another before the 1st of February.
Yes.
With a
Without
temporary
the-
glass
without the
gate
automated.
and a human person standing there, not letting people go back and forth.
Right. Right.
The exit lane gates, that's only manufactured in Europe? There's no other,
The only one that TSA has approved at this time.
yeah. You know,
Otherwise, you have to physically have someone there.
when you go, when you exit the Syracuse airport, it's sort of like an exit gate, but it's a enclosed circular glass, like dome. And you-
Turnstile.
Yeah, turnstile, but it's enclosed, so you wait for it to open, you step in, and then you wait for it to open so you can egress. Have you looked at that? Is that available in the States?
I'll give you an answer, and I'll defer to our architect to fact check it. I understand a turnstile took up too much of a footprint for the narrow area that we're dealing with in that exit corridor.
The ramp there is only so wide, and we're trying to get the exit lane and also allow people to get to the office, to get to the manager's office and the airport operations office in the same corridor with. The turnstile takes up actually more space than the corridor is wide.
And so then what do you do in the interim between phase 1 and phase 2?
We'll put a glass door there, and it'll be there needs to be a glass wall there, and that portion of where the new equipment will come, we'll just put a door there, and so we can open and close that and put a person while we're inplaning and deplaning. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, mid-March, the season is pretty much wrapping up by then, within a week or so, and then you get into the off-season until basically into mid-June. So it may not be a sense of urgency. I don't know how much, in terms of the numbers or costs, having to ship something via air versus boat, but you're only talking about maybe one more week of the season, and then,
But we wouldn't be able to use any of the new facility without having a glass door and a person there. So we
Right.
have to have that glass door and person lasting us another couple of weeks, which is another expense, so you'd have to weigh that
Yeah,
staff
right, yeah, yeah.
person standing there. I'd rather see it expedited and get it done and I'd rather see the first phase expedited as soon as possible. We've had comments from the community thinking this is a great idea. The sooner we can get it done, the better, and I agree with that. And then phase it up when we get the doors and get it done. So by the start of Food and Wine, we're ready to go, and all the bugs have been worked out.
This project also includes signage as well as additional seating in that area. It's approximately 60 seats. You do a little less than 50% of your capacity. I'm sure the question you folks are thinking, you've alluded to it in a couple of your questions, a lot of money, a short period of time. And if you look at the volume of people that you get through there, both deplaning and enplaning over that 5-year period, and you crunch that over that period of time, 22 cents a passenger is the cost of this project over the 5-year period of time.
Technical glitch here. During the time when the restaurant area is in the unsecure area, during slow times, you're proposing having it so it goes back the way it is now, more or less.
Correct.
Then the passengers getting off the airplane would still have to go through the existing arrival vestibule.
Correct.
To get into the non-secure area. Then you wouldn't need the other one. Would that just be wide open during those times?
The gate?
So this would have to stay here. We'd have to keep that like it is, wouldn't we?
We are keeping it like it is.
It has a rule, yeah.
Well, when you go back to today's conditions, and this is non-sterile, these people coming off the aircraft have already been sterile. So you have to keep that in because then they're going to be contaminated at that point.
Then they're in the non-sterile area there.
Right.
Then does this just open up wide open so people can just walk back and forth through there?
Correct.
Without setting off an alarm or
Correct.
anything?
Because this will be your silly arrow.
During that time, Steve, also the other roll-up door by TSA would also be open.
That little red door over by the gift
They
shop.
can move just like you do today, you could usually open like you do today.
Go from there back down to
Yeah,
ticketing.
it's only during peak season that the expansion of the sterile area is designed for.
And this would be closed off. So open, closed during today's conditions. When we expand it, you would open this and close that to create the expanded blue sterile area.
Okay. How many days of the year do you think that it would be in the new configuration versus the old configuration?
25 to 30.
Just on the peak days, or is it like every day of the whole winter when you have multitude of flights all leaving at between 7 and 7:30 or whatever?
We do it during seasons because we have to do a variety of things for compliance with the TSA that are rather labor intensive, and we're hoping to only have to do that 3, maybe five times a year. One of those, which is easy to talk about in the public, is you would have to take down the wayfinding signage that you would put up when the flow changes. So you have to take that down, change the seating, but you'd have to do a variety of other things behind the scenes. So we're going to try to minimize the number of times that we flip it back and forth, but reflective of the seasons.
So you're saying Thanksgiving to April, ski season, and then food and wine to, God only knows when the summer season ends anymore that you guys, but you have numbers that show. Yeah, Labor Day. So we just have the old-fashioned shoulder seasons back again when we opened up all those gates. Okay.
Now, for the cost of doing these movable things, could we do it for a whole lot less money and make it permanent? So it would be the new configuration 365 days a year. We're not opening and closing different doors, things. Just make it a permanent change for the remaining 5 years of the life of the terminal.
Yeah, I'll also
Could we
ask,
do that for a whole lot less money construction-wise?
well, out of the construction costs, a little over 50% is for 4 items. It's the pass-through device that has to be manufactured is about $125,000. This drop-down door here is drop-down door.
But if we make it permanent, we don't need that.
Correct. You would not need a drop-down door in 2 locations. I get this go. You would not need a drop-down door here, would not need a drop-down door here.
You'd have to put a permanent door in there.
We'll still be putting something in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then one of the other big expenses, the closure of the area above the TSA security
The arch,
counters.
that's an
The
arch
big
there.
arch is an expensive item.
That'll stay. And then the access control that you will install. So it's this expense, the glass area here, the access control systems and a variety of doors, and this item here. So those 4 items, regardless of whether it's temporary or full-time, is the same.
But Steve, can I, well, in light of what Steve said, is there a why would we not want to just close it off permanently? Why would we want to open it during those shoulder seasons when we don't have that many passenger issues? I mean, why not just leave it?
The reason I came up with this idea was United Airlines and American Airlines had a concern about this arrow. They had a concern about traversing from their ticketing counters and operational areas. Now they just presently go through and they conduct a lot of business over here, back in this area. It will now force them to go onto the ramp area, and you'd like to keep as few people and equipment. Or they have to go
Around the other
outside.
side.
So it was a traversing of employees.
But it's 2 months, how many times did they have to do that in those 2 months that we'd opened it up?
On a daily basis during peak season, I bet it's
Yeah, but
It won't work during peak season
40,
anyhow.
50 times.
Yeah,
a day.
but in off seasons, how many times would they have to do it?
I'm not sure.
Is it an issue that they have reduced staff during the off-season?
Oh, yeah, that's a good, if they don't have enough staff, so they have one person has to run a lot. I just want to know what the benefit is of opening and closing. Is there a real benefit to not having it closed
Just do a
year-round?
permanent
Or is there a real
switch.
benefit to having it open on those 2 little shoulder seasons?
You get to celebrate the off-season.
By running through the airport. That's just a question Steve brought up. I think that's a good question.
Hey, Charles, did you have anything to add to, so we make sure we answer Steve's question in terms of the cost associated with if we did it permanent versus if we did it?
I'm sure there'd be some minor cost savings there, maybe largely in the graphics, not having to change up the signs.
The signage.
Save some money on some signs. But there's not really a lot of other places you save, because the big ticket items, as John said, are the ones we have to do anyway. But the flexibility as a local, I like the idea of having the off-season to be able to move in the airport a little more freely and less of a hassle for those few times a year that the locals, actually, that's when the locals travel, is those times a year.
Yeah, so we can go have lunch.
Visitors. There would probably be some.
Yeah, I can see that.
Good. Well, I'm supportive of the project moving forward. I think it's necessary. I appreciate you identifying so quickly what we can do on a temporary basis.
We're out of time frame, but
Now, John and I have talked about the sticker shock of the 428,000, or however much, whatever the cost is.
It's more than that now,
More
Steve.
than that now.
Yep.
600,000 basically.
Yeah, 597. And, you know, this was a project where we really tried and we went through a number of options, I know, because particularly making the bathroom situation, we could have spent, well, and we could have spent more to make that better. And that did, that was an alternative, and I will say that it was difficult from my perspective to recommend to the board spending over a certain amount. Now, this is still over that certain amount I originally set out, but I do think it is the minimum that we can do to this facility and make it a better experience. And as John pointed out, this is probably the most heavily used building on the western slope of Colorado, and period, because with the people M-planing and D-planing, you're approaching 500,000, I believe, a year. And so if you break that down on a per employment basis over a 5-year period, how I got my head around this, is it breaks down to between 22, 25 cents. And you can cut that number any way you want, employments, but it broke down to a level that seemed much more reasonable when you consider that a really poor passenger experience may lead to somebody not wanting to come back to our community in the future, or what have you. This is not a perfect solution. It does not address all the issues. It certainly doesn't address all the safety issues and ADA issues and such that will continue to persist. But it does make that sterile area adequate, I think, for the flight volume that we're seeing. And so we felt when you broke it down on that per employment basis, this made a lot more sense to me.
Yeah.
Some people are there for hours.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know.
The longest time someone spends at the airport is when their flight's delayed or canceled.
Mm-hmm.
Rachel?
Well, I was just going to say, if we were 6 months from beginning the construction of the new terminal, I wouldn't say this. We would suffer along the way, but we're really just beginning the EIS process.
Mm-hmm.
And then the design will come after that, the architectural renderings, everything, and so that's much further down the line. And I am hopeful it actually doesn't have a 5-year useful life, and we're able to start the new airport construction before then. But this will be the terminal while that construction is ongoing as well. So again, making the best out of what we have.
Michael?
Yeah, I'm heartened by the fact that you haven't already done it and are asking for the money now. So thank you. That's great. And, put a slot in the entry door and everybody puts in a quarter and it's paid for.
And the bathrooms too.
The experience in the holding room as it is now is like being in steerage in a ship. It's like being.
It is.
It's just awful. And I think whatever the cost, we have to, if that's people's experience in Aspen, we've failed to give people an adequate experience in Aspen.
The other factor too is that people anymore are really anxious to get through security because they don't want to get delayed in line, which then could increase the chances of them missing their flight. So when they want to get through at TSA, and once they're in there, you want to make that as nice an experience as possible because they're going to be there for a while.
Yeah, and the experience now is that I can't walk my dog around in the place, so it's horrible. I thoroughly endorse this. It's complicated, it's tough. I think you've actually underestimated the cost. I mean, if you look at the gazebo up in Redstone, that was $360,000 for 4 posts and a roof. So
we've actually already bid out the work to make sure we got, because the environment, as you are well aware, is pretty fluid right now in terms of determining these costs. So we wanted to bring you a real number. So we have bid this out.
Pretty real.
This is a real number.
Well, good luck.
Yeah, I hope we won't be back now that I said that, but.
George?
I'm supportive of this. I think that given how many flights, how many planes are going to overnight this coming winter for morning flights out?
It's 4 RONs from 8 overnights.
How many?
4.
4, and so that equates to how many possible
280 passengers.
280 passengers. So, and what we've done in the last year or two is we've encouraged people for those early morning flights to get to the airport early, knowing that they may have to be some long TSA lines because you've got 4 flights leaving within an hour. And so we're encouraging people on one hand, but we're not giving them even a closely inadequate place to sort of hang out for that hour. So I think this helps address that issue during those peak flows. Unfortunately, they're still going to have to deal with the overcrowdedness in the baggage area, especially if flights were delayed coming up from Denver and baggage is being stored there. But we can't solve all the problems. And I think we're being somewhat optimistic that we'll have a new terminal in 5 years. I mean, that could be 6, 7, 8 years. I mean, who knows? So,
Steve? Yeah, I'm definitely supportive, and it is expensive, and I think the public will recognize that we're doing it for good reason. And on top of the accommodating the inconveniences, we also have a fire code issue. And when we pack that building, that becomes a fire code issue, which becomes a public safety issue. So that, to me, is of priority, for people. And I think people will appreciate it. And people not only get there an hour early for those 4 flights that are leaving, people get there for the next 4 flights. They get there in that same time frame. So that 280 goes up exponentially because a lot of people get there early just because they're people who are used to flying out of big airports where they get there 2 hours or more early for their flights. And then there's those of us who live here who need to remember we need to be there an hour early. I've done that one too.
Okay, I'm going to call on Tony. 2 minutes. Don't show us a whole bunch of
Pictures.
charts.
We're
Just
done. We've already approved.
speak.
They're pictures.
2 minutes.
And thank you so much. I appreciate it. And for the record, my name is Tony Kronberg. And last year, I was Picking County's line manager at the airport. And I dealt with all those crowds that are trying to get into the sterile boarding area. We reached building max capacity. John's done a great job. The crew's done a great job, but they have not gone far enough. There are certain things that can be done in phases. What I'm going to talk about is loss of life on a mass casualty scale if something happens. This is what the airport looks like. This is what we're dealing with. This is your secured boarding area. Shoulder to shoulder, people could not get through. John recognized that last year. The max code was 316. He very wisely dropped it down to 240, which was manageable. Imagine this, 7 flights boarding all at the same time, 70 passengers, that's 490 people trying to get through a sterile boarding area that's only 240 passengers. I've met with John, I've met with TSA, I've talked with the architects. Because this was not posted on the internet, could not respond to it. But what I wanted to propose, right now, this is woefully short, based on last year's numbers, about 150 people, based on last year's loads. This year you have an additional 8 to 10 more flights coming in. 8 flights, 70, you need room for another 560 passengers, which is another room.
We don't have another room.
So the proposal is, and this is after confirming with a lot of people, you have 3 options. And last year, it was a miracle that we made it happen, but I want to very quickly just give this to you. Again, this is a life and safety issue on a mass casualty scale. If something happens out there, if you take a look at the administrative offices, that can be incorporated into this phase 1. Right now, you don't have an area for VIPs, for handicap, for kids or whatnot. With the reorganization that the county's going through, a lot of the people who are currently staffed in administrative offices are going across to operations. The only one really left in that office is going to be John. I've spoken with John. We might be able to find him a new home, and that sterile boarding area could expand into the administrative offices. That expensive gate that you're talking about could be pushed to the end of the rampway, so you include the bathrooms, so you would add one whole section there. That's really easily doable this winter. The second option is where you see modulars 2. Number 1 is the administrative offices. Number 2 is the modulars, and this came after John and I talked about this. You're going to be woefully short this winter. It's going to be worse this winter probably than any other winter that you have. Last winter was the first year that Pickens County instituted line management. You did not have one 911 call to quell the crowds. And crowds can get mob scenes out there. And last winter, Pickens County needs to be really proud of the fact that you're able to manage to get the crowds through the TSA. As I said, I was line management this year. 140,000 people went through the line. When we were doing line management, not one person.
We're getting off track of the subject, Tony.
Line management,
Modular.
this is why that came about. This expansion of the sterile boarding, and we were told it couldn't be done. This was based on my recommendation after talking with people. So the second one is the modulars, okay? This was after speaking with John, and how that would work, and we can pass this with the architects, we can go further along, is that those 2 bathrooms right now that are next to the restaurant, when people are checking in, they actually have to cross through people going through TSA check-in line to get to those bathrooms. If you take those 2 bathrooms, and there's a hallway that goes down there, it goes outside, you enclose the outside area, you can put 2 modulars outside. Today when I met with TSA, they said, you know where we've seen people put extra modulars? Is on the ramp side. And there's a place right out on the ramp where you could put 1 more modular.
Modulars for what? For restrooms?
No, for people, well, you could have 2 modulars for restrooms if you needed it. But we're talking about, you have an extra 10 flights, you have an extra...
We know that, we know that.
So where are you going to put those people? You don't have space, you're only adding...
You're going to put them in modulars out in the parking lot, or they're on the ramp?
No, they could be.
We're not going to put people in modulars or modular bathrooms out there.
Then where are you going to put them?
We're going to mitigate this as soon as we possibly can to the best of our ability, and we're going to manage the traffic flow to the best of our ability.
Okay, and this is coming from experience. Last year, line manager.
I know you did a great job. I know.
So what I'm just saying, the modulars, and if you don't like that idea, then there's a third idea that came up, and one of these ideas came from TSA, because they are very concerned. Last year, if you take a look at these pictures, I can't believe.
We know, we've all been out there, Tony. We know the problem out there.
That's my focus, is to make enough room so that it's livable. So
I'm going to suggest something right now.
Okay.
We've had a really long meeting today.
I'm sorry.
I'm willing to stay and look at these for the next half hour or whatever to really understand it, but
you know, you're the
we're
best.
all kind of really brain dead right now.
But I think we've already moved
day.
forward, haven't we?
Well, you have, but you haven't moved forward enough. And Patty, I'm only...
I know, Tony, but we have a time frame. We need to get this done as soon as possible to resolve a life-threatening issue, not just a convenience issue.
So Tony, I'm going to suggest we'll consider this, but you need to stop your presentation now.
Okay.
Steve, I think we need to move forward.
Steve, I can't agree with that.
Yeah, you're speaking for yourself.
We just made a decision on approving this. Now, you're saying that this is not approved?
No,
No, I'm willing to listen to Tony's
we're just adding more things to it.
suggestion.
I mean, this is not going to go away. This will stay the same. And what I'm alerting you all right now that you're going to have some real difficulties out at the airport because you're only adding another 100 spaces. Last year, you needed 250 spaces. You've added 10 extra flights.
Okay.
So,
Okay,
so
Tony,
bear
we-
with me.
Tony, you need to listen to the chair.
Tony, we understand your
Okay.
point. I'm willing to sit with you and go
Okay.
through in more detail afterwards, so I can understand.
But Steve, I need to have a consent, we are allowing staff to move forward with the plan that was presented us today, because I want to get this done tomorrow if we could.
And unfortunately, it won't be done this year.
Excuse me, Tony, this
Tony,
isn't
Tony.
about you now.
Tony, you're done, okay?
Okay.
No more. You can talk to me.
But I appreciate you
Okay.
bringing other ideas forward, but it's a little late in our time frame.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the public wasn't involved in it. What can I say?
It's been on our public agendas, we've been talking about it publicly for a couple of months.
We've had work sessions and I attended them.
Tony,
Okay.
I'm leaving.
Thank you.
you need to go back to the back, okay?
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you so much for listening. I really appreciate it. And
We have had a long day, sorry, Tony.
I'm sorry you had a long day.
It's budget, we had a long day.
But that's okay.
Okay. So, is there anything else for the good of the order for today?
We need to be here tomorrow for 11 o'clock
11
executive
o'clock
session.
meeting tomorrow?
Correct.
I'm not going to make that 11 o'clock meeting.
Okay.
And that's the executive session at 11, and then our regular meeting starts at 12
Okay.
tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thanks, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, John.
And we will probably
Thank
call the exec down here, guys, and maybe move upstairs so grassroots can set
Okay.
up. And we don't have to cut it short.
Do the exec upstairs?
Yeah, well, I
call
think
them in
meet
and
down
organize
here
it.
and call the.